From Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, this is the 2020 U.S. Endurance Championship on Driver's Eye Live, the season finale race of the World Racing League's 2020 season. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by Joseph Mudrak. Hello, Joseph.
Hey, Brendan.
And also joined this morning by Ryan West, who was not with us yesterday. Hello, Ryan.
Good morning, Brendan. Good morning, Joseph.
Happy to have everybody's company this morning. We're on the way up here on YouTube and on Facebook. We left you last night with maybe one of the most remarkable and most tense ends to an amateur endurance race I think I've ever seen. You're right on board with the race winner from yesterday, the number 90 TAPG. It's Toyota's Arizona Proving Grounds Supra. That won the race yesterday in very changeable conditions and in most dramatic fashion. We saw some changeable conditions. We saw a little bit of rain there towards the end. We saw a red flag within the last 45 minutes of the race. Really just high drama and enjoyable, certainly for Joseph and I, and hopefully enjoyable for you as well. The circuit this morning, a little different than it looked last night when we left you. Bright sunshine. We're greeted with an Austin, Texas sunrise. It's a little chilly, although we're not at the track this morning. I trust our weather apps of choice. And I think we're set for the final 8 hours of the 2020 U.S. Endurance Championship season. Joseph, we move on from yesterday's points-paying and trophy awarding race into the season finale today. And I think the talking points and the most of our focus today is going to be around the national championships.
Yeah, the national championship is, in overall, is I think that's between two entries, as is GTO. We kind of, for better or for worse, a few of them have already been decided. GP4 has been decided. I believe GP4 is locked up now. That may be true of GP3 also. I'll have to double check. Look at the Gagla cars in front of the one. But yeah, it'll be good. We'll have another little storyline to play with today, and as you say, bright sunny day compared to what was overcast for the entirety of yesterday's event.
Yeah, and spots of rain throughout the day yesterday that really kind of threw us that curveball right at the end, especially. To Ryan, last time you were at Circuit of the Americas, although we are commentating remotely this weekend, but last time you were involved in the U.S. Endurance Championship on Driver's Eye Live, entry list looked a little different. Same 5 classes, GTO through GP4, but this weekend, 16 GT4 and TCR cars to go with the normal complement of let's say professionally prepared, but still amateur, crewed by amateurs. We're moving forward in the World Racing League, and the level of competition is that much higher for it.
Yeah, I think that really speaks to what a good job they're doing out at WRL. That this, entry list, especially for GTO, is way more beefed up than it was last time. And again, I love just as much as anybody else seeing a really cool custom-built car that doesn't really pertain to any specific rule set. But it is really cool also to see the, teams come with, you've got Tom Long, you've got Harold Petit, you've got lots more drivers with pro experience, you've got a lot more GT4 cars, TCR cars, as you said. There's also a lot more M240IR, M235IR. It looks like there's 4 or so entries of that as well. I would say the quality of the grid keeps going up, and I think that speaks to WRL's professionalism and how they're able to run a series that people really do want to be a part of. And this being their sort of crown jewel event for this year, I know next year they've got some exciting stuff coming up as well. I think that bodes well for them in the future, and this is something that people want to be a part of.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the level of competition as well. That the race win we saw yesterday was still, it was built up from the stock Toyota Supra, and it took the fight to the GT4 and the TCR cars. So just because you go out and you spend 6 figures on a race car that a factory has built somewhere for you doesn't mean necessarily that you're locked into a race win. You still got to beat the very best of the teams who go out of their way to build cars up from road-going chassis. We had 2 formation laps yesterday, and not sitting in front of the start-finish line, it's difficult to tell whether we're going to get a start here just before 8 o'clock Central Time, or whether we're going to have that second formation lap. Mike Skeen starts the number 242 entry on the pole, as he did yesterday. There's tons of gas motorsports. So we wait for, as we sit on site, on board the Hammer number 1 Audi TCR, we wait to come around the final corner here. I don't think we're headed for a start this time around, just from the way things look further up the grid. Now, certainly this Hammer RS3 TCR doesn't look ready to go racing on the exit of turn 20, but we'll wait and see. Staring right into the sunlight, down across the grid hatch marks on the front straightaway here at Circuit of the Americas. Now, the double yellow is still out there at the finish line at the pit-in end of the front straightaway. So one more formation lap here. RaceHero.io is our timing source. If you're following along from home on YouTube or on Facebook, certainly invite you to participate in the conversation on both of those live streams, and then on RaceHero.io for timing information as well. We will have some on-screen graphics that pull in all of our data from Race Hero there, and hello to everybody, Brian Guidanelli especially over at Race Hero, for and thank you for all the work they've done over the years to make sure that we can participate in amateur endurance racing the way that we do. That sun headed up the hill, guys, is pretty brutal. I know it is that way every year, but we got a little reprieve yesterday with the overcast, and now sitting on board the number 1 as we are, the visibility is virtually nothing on the way up into the braking zone there.
Yeah, and that was something.
There's a lot that gets. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that was something that actually got brought up in the Facebook group for the WRL Races group. Pre-race was something to the effect of, maybe we'll get a fog delay, because I hope I don't have to stare into the sun into turn 1. But I have bad news. There's no fog delay. You're gonna have to stare right into the sun.
I think probably one of the trickiest turn 1s, in the country, especially if you take, time of day, etc., into consideration here. You've got these cars, which, this is a track originally built for Formula 1, so the course is quite wide, and having, looks like we've got some issues out there on track. We've got the safety crew tending to someone. Looks like it's the round 3 racing car.
Yeah.
It's the 604, yeah, has not made it. Is this the outside of turn 6? If I'm going to sort of make some sense of what I'm seeing here. Not even made it around the first formation lap. And now there's some consternation about what the next plan is here. This is very unfortunate, because this is one of our camera cars. We don't have a ton of them.
And one of our favorites, to be fair.
Yes, yeah, they did a great job yesterday. This is round 3 racing. We have a stream from the number 604. This is GP2, and they're partners with Shift Up Now, which is sort of a promotional organization to give female drivers a little bit more visibility, help everybody work together, find race seats. Sarah Montgomery was in this car yesterday and did a phenomenal job in some really tricky conditions. It was a lot of fun to watch for most of the afternoon, and unfortunately here in a little bit of strife, and now I think the camera has shut off, probably because they've shut off the electrics on board the car to get it towed back. In any case, as the flag transitions to yellow on Race Hero, I wonder if the plan now is to not go racing as they come to complete the second of the formation laps, and that would make a lot of sense. I
believe that car is in the shortcut. I think that's out of harm's way.
Off track. I didn't see it when we came by on the number 1 onboard screen, but I also wasn't looking, because the chances of seeing a car on the side of the road before you've even taken the green flag are generally very slim. Although yesterday we did see one of the higher profile entries, one of the Ford Mustangs that had Josh Bilicki, Garrett Smithley, and a few others on board yesterday, broke a drive shaft halfway around the first lap. And happy to report that even though that car will not return this weekend, Josh and Garrett and a few of the other drivers, well, I know Josh and Garrett for sure, have found some other drives for today to get some seat time. And I think one of them may be on board the wheel-to-wheel Corvette, the number 91. I think that's where Josh is wound up, but I'm not 100% sure. That all coming through the WRL Racers Group Facebook page, which we invite you to join if you haven't already. On board yesterday's winner, the number 90 TAPG Supra. Finished yesterday in first in very dramatic fashion. Starting much further back in the grid today, looks somewhere around, I'd say 20th or so, if I were going to guess. 19th it says on Race Hero. So it'll be a frantic start for the defending race winners here, the Toyota Supra. As we round turn 19, should be coming to a green flag. The field looks well formed. Through the final corner, I see a pace car into the pit lane at the entrance of turn 20, and number 76, Deep Eddy Racing, who is back after missing the race yesterday. 242 tons of gas motorsports with Mike Skeen on board will lead the field to green around the front straightaway. We switch back to the number 1 Hammer Motorsports and even further back to Thunder Bunny to get a view at the rest of the field. On board the Supra, big stack up here coming out of the final corner. Staring into the sun again as we are. A little dirty windshield is not going to make things any easier on the drivers as they head up the hill. The start will come at the end of the front straightaway. The lights go green, the green flag waves, and we are racing for the final 8 hours of the 2020 World Racing League season. Up the hill into turn 1, 4 or 5 wide as ever over the pit entrance or the pit exit line on the brakes into turn 1. It narrows on the exit. They've got to get from 4 wide down to 2 or 3 wide through turn 2, and then we expect it'll be double file as they work their way through the S's. One of the Ginetta GT4s sitting in front of the Toyota Supra. We move back to the number 1 Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3 up over the curb. Kind of violently, there is another car in front of him that did exactly the same, and he's lost some momentum on the exit of turn 1, and as a result, the number 7 ACI Motorsports Porsche sat there to his right. Further back on board with Thunder Bunny, a better view of what I think is the Group 2 start here.
This is still GP1.
Oh, it is GP1, so we haven't even gotten a Group 2 start yet. One of the choice BMWs with the orange bumper out there in front, and this must be towards the back of the field overall. You see the LMR BMW with the checkered flag scheme there to the left. We move on board the Ginger Racing Team, number 46, also in GP1 through the S's. A great bird's eye view of about 50 cars out in front of him, weaving their way left, right, left, and then a long right-hander here at turn 6. This is where we thought we lost the round 3 racing car on the formation lap. Back into the sunlight, and it looks, Joseph, like it's all clean and green so far through the first sector of lap 1.
Yeah, no problem so far, which is a little shocking, but always good news. We'll switch over to the number 1 briefly.
This is down the back straightaway.
On the way into
flat out.
Yep.
Flat out down the back straightaway into the brakes in turn 12, and you can see just this car, we talked about it yesterday, does not have the ponies in a straight line, even as the team car goes past them.
Yeah, that may be the 0-2. Whoa, Nelly.
I think it is the 0-2, way too late on the brakes.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a little bit of the rear stepping out on this car as well.
Everybody doing a really nice job. And tires are cold, Joseph. We should make that point. He used the handbrake there, I think, to try and get some temperatures into the rear brakes and into the rear tires as much as he could. But with it being in the low 40s this morning in Austin, it's a real challenge for, well, especially these front-wheel drive TCR cars to generate some temperature and generate some grip.
We've got some activity up here, or back here, rather.
And this is, we think, back around 50th place. We'll get to them in just a second as you ride on board through this 14 and 15 complex. Up at the front, first lap is complete. Tons of gas. Motorsports leads lap 1. That's Mike Skeen on board. The number 111 Dunn Motorsports Killer Dana Surf Shop Porsche 911. That's a 996 from yesterday, who was really competitive until it just sort of disappeared with about 2 hours to go. Is up into second. It looks like we didn't get Deep Eddy. I thought they were on the grid. I'm gonna have to search through. Oh, they're 33rd now. They started 35th, so they were not up at the front of the grid like maybe we thought. In any case, top 3 right now: 242 tons of gas, 111 Dunn Motorsports, and the 141 from Bonsai Racing, Club Sport GT4 Porsche. We didn't get to talk about a lot yesterday, but they feature well on the opening lap of the Sunday race. Choice Racing, the number 511, who started on pole yesterday, back there in 5th. The number 983 wheel-to-wheel Porsche came in, the GT4 car, in 6th. That is one of our championship competitors for the GTO National Championship this weekend. They'll be up against it with the number 99 Team GTR BMW, who we had plenty to talk about yesterday, but not a great qualifying effort, and they're much, much further back in the field today. back to 13th at the moment, up 7 spots already.
Oh my god.
On board the Ginger Racing Team number 46. Audio issues were challenging yesterday, but it's a great view, nice wide angle from the cockpit of the BMW through the S's lap 2. Everybody sorting themselves out through the latter half of the first lap, and it's given us a nice, just really a nice composed ride here on these opening laps for the number 46. On board the Hammer Motorsports number 1. A big gap opening up to the car in front. This car finished the first lap back in 21st after competing for the overall win yesterday. The overall pace not necessarily there, the ultimate pace not necessarily there, but they were so just supremely consistent through most of the race yesterday. Even as the conditions changed, that front-wheel drive really putting them in a good position towards the end of the race. A brilliant strategy call to make their final stop under full course yellow. Put them in first place as we came to the final restart, and then it all just sort of fell apart, and they didn't have the pace in the full wet conditions around the latter half of the circuit, and they slipped back and finished 4th yesterday. Still a good result, but tough not to feel like maybe one got away when you were in winning position there with about 25-30 minutes to go.
It's so funny. I mean, there must have been 3 or 4 cars in GTO last night that felt like they could have won it and just didn't. It's got to be tough
quite literally.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be tough to not ask yourself what could we have done differently. But really, I mean, everyone's making their best guess at the same time. So, and everyone drove a great race.
Yeah, quite literally 6 cars within 25 seconds when we came back to the final restart there. I think we ended up with all 6 on the lead lap at the end, which is not ever the case, and GTO really swept, I think, the top 8 or 9 yesterday, which is not something we usually see here at the U.S. Endurance Championship. Usually the reliability is such that you get your GP1 and GP2 leaders up into the top 10, but 36 cars in GTO this weekend, and so many of them just crazy high-quality preparation and car builds for those that are not purchasing GT4s and TCRs and bringing them here. And it resulted in a really awesome race yesterday. This is, well, it was your overall winner yesterday, the Toyota Supra, but we moved back to the Thunder Bunny entry. This is the number 110, as you see in the top right corner of the windshield there. Back in 40th overall and within the top 10 in GP1 this morning. Just sitting in behind the Montgomery Motorsports. That is not the Montgomery car in front of it, is it? That is maybe ART, the number 160, who I think will have just passed it. The Montgomery car is that the blue car up ahead, I think 3 cars ahead now. So maybe a couple of spots lost there for the number 110 Thunder Bunny BMW. This is a 1 Series BMW, a 128i. Nothing that makes a huge difference in terms of performance up against some of the Spec-E 46s, the BMW 330s, and the 325s that we've got entered this weekend. What nice little gaggle here up at turn 11. I think that's a Montgomery car maybe to the right, and then that ART car just up ahead to the left.
Yeah, it just ran it a little bit wide through 11. I think he was hoping to get a really good run off the 2 guys in front because their lines were compromised by going side by side through that corner. But just ran it a little bit wide. Let's see if he tries to duck to the inside into 12 here. He thinks about it. I don't think he's going to try it.
It's easy to get sucked in some of these braking zones when you're not, or when you're in a group of cars, right? Your focus is on WRL being non-contact, making sure you're not too close to the car in front of you. If something were to happen, you want to leave a margin there, but it changes the cadence as you come into the corners when you're not pushing, right? So even with amateur drivers, you have all your marks picked out, you've got your braking spot picked out exactly as you come up to these braking zones, and with such a dynamic environment around you, especially in these first couple laps where you have so much traffic bundled up together, sometimes you can get sort of sucked in with the cars in front of you into braking later than you want, and I think that's exactly what we saw with the 110 there, missing the apex up at turn 11. Around the outside at turn 18, did not catch the car number as we went by, but this is going to be one of the features of the U.S. Endurance Championship, much like we saw yesterday, with just so much traffic, especially for the GTO and GP1 cars. The GTO guys will be into traffic within the first couple of laps. GP1 might take a little while, but Once they're into the back mark, well, we call them back markers, but GP2, GP3, and GP4, things get really hectic for those top 2 classes.
Yeah, I believe that was the Camaro, the older Camaro
you may
that
be
we
correct.
passed.
Pit stops already, Joseph. The number 91 Corvette from Wheel to Wheel Racing is straight into the pits at the end of lap 3, and the number 3 Fury entry that was due to feature Austin Dillon, Kaz Grala, and Tyler Reddick, that only turned a handful of laps yesterday, not faring much better today.
Yeah, that's challenging, right? Because they're presumably, we've got a little bit of a cadre of NASCAR drivers who are coming in to basically get seat time, be able to turn laps around a track that they've never been at before. And consumer simulations can only do so much for you in terms of, actually feeling the seat underneath you. So this is going to be a big disappointment if they're not able to get that practice that they came here for, frankly.
Yeah, and it's interesting that it's impacted them, and it's no fault of their own, I'm sure, but that Fury car is sort of an in-house project from... Ooh, car stopped to driver's left down the back straightaway. There's a standing yellow there between 11 and 12, and actually where we saw quite a few cars come to grief yesterday. There's another one that has just ground to a halt. It looked like maybe an orange BMW, but I didn't catch 511 Choice Racing BMWs into the pits. I wonder if that might give us a clue.
I'll tell you who we're missing. We're missing the 105, that's Team LMR. We're also missing the 700 for Alpine and the 98 for Wheels America. So...
Okay. It's not the Choice Racing BMW. They're into the pits. I can see on Bill Choice's Vimeo stream, which unfortunately we're just not able to pull in this weekend and mix with our other feeds. That Wheels America car might be a bit of a hint. Oh, now they're salmon on Race Hero. No, it's an MX-5.
Yeah,
LMR.
remember
It didn't look like LMR, but maybe it is.
I'm a little more aggressive than Race Hero is at calling people missing.
Right.
So.
We should be able to handle this without a full course yellow, I would hope. Alpine Auto Racing Program is a BMW, a 1992 BMW 325, and there's a chance that might be it, although I don't remember seeing that car in onboard feeds yesterday, so I actually can't even tell you what it...
Caught a little bit of inside curve
there at turn 1. Yeah, a little bit too much, I think, I'd say. At the front of the field, by the way, Mike Skeen making good his escape, at least in terms of throwing down some fast lap times. 2:26.064 is the fastest lap of the race, and I think that's faster than anything we saw yesterday for Tons of Gas Motorsports. Leads by 1.1 seconds from that number 911 Porsche, and that is sort of the battle that we saw early on the Saturday race as well, although he's just lost a position now to Kingpin Racing, the number 77, and the 111 tumbles down the order a little bit. Interesting. I wonder what's happened there with the 111, because he's gone from being a second behind the leader to 5 seconds behind the leader. And a long lap there with a 2:33.8. So it's Kingpin Racing number 77 now into second, one of the GT4 Club Sport Porsches as well.
I can tell you that the 604 is on the toe, rolling, but on the toe into the paddock area.
Okay. Said 604. Oh, that is the camera car we had a little bit earlier.
Yes.
That we saw stopped on the outside of turn 6 or somewhere in the shortcut there. On the formation lap. 5 laps into the 2020 U.S. Endurance Championship, the season finale this year for the World Racing League. Thanks everybody for joining us on Driver's Eye Live. We're live over on the WRL Facebook page and the WRL YouTube channel as well. 15 minutes down, 7 3/4 to go to close out the World Racing League season. We've talked a little bit about championships. We'll get into those as the morning progresses, and especially once we have a better idea of how some of these events are going to shake out today. One of the other key points that we did touch on a little bit yesterday, this is something of a farewell race for GP4.
Yeah, it's a class that's going to be phased out with, I believe, a a program to try to get teams to upgrade their GP4 entries into GP3 or higher.
Yeah, just a little touch and go here on the brakes into turn 11 because they've still got the yellow up to go and retrieve that car on the exit of 11. Just up here to driver's left, you saw the 02 back out of it under the brakes behind what I think is the MX-5. One of the MX-5s just up ahead of them. They go past the scene of the incident and are now full throttle. And now you see the ground that the TCR Audi gains on the car out in front of it. They'll pull to the inside here and should be able to get it done pretty easily on the brakes. Yeah, it's an MX-5 up there in front of him. Closes up massively on the Toyota Supra. Gets it back to the apex, which when he first got on the brakes there seemed like it might not be the case. Past one of the Boxsters here to the left. This camera just sits a little too low to pick up numbers, but that Supra out in front of him is very recognizable. TAPG Motorsports Toyota Supra at the moment sitting in 9th, which makes this camera car you ride on board with P10, and then behind him, although you can't see it, is the number 99 Team GTR BMW that is sort of locked in a championship battle for GTO this weekend, I think, with the number 983 wheel-to-wheel racing Porsche Cayman up there in P5. And I believe, Joseph, that the 99 GTR holds the advantage over the 983 where the championship is concerned by a scant, I think it's 4 points.
Yeah, it's
coming into today.
It's an awfully small margin. There's not a ton of room for error, and they frankly didn't do themselves a world of good with how they finished yesterday. They did well to claw themselves up to 5th, but they did still lose. They lost ground to the 983, so that did tighten things up quite a bit.
Yes.
It's a difference of 4 points, 107 to 103, in favor of the 99. Interestingly, I think the 99 has a little bit more to gain in terms of drops. Maybe they both do. But I think you could make an argument for calling this more or less a straight fight. I think the 983 will drop a 3-point result if they do well today. The 99 will drop a 0-point result. So the 99 has a little bit more room to improve their point standing. So that's kind of advantage on 2 levels for the 99. But we'll keep an eye on it as the race progresses.
Yes, and like we said, these pictures will become much clearer over the course of the race today. The closer we get to our checkered flag at 4 o'clock Central Time, the more we'll know, of course, and the more we'll have a better picture of both the GTO Championship and the overall championship, as well as I think GP1 is the other one that's still up for grabs. Word coming in from round 3 racing this morning regarding the number 604 that we saw stricken at the side of the road. Lost power on pace lap, looks like a fuel pump. The team is absolutely gutted. They were looking for a podium for that 604 car today. We're gutted as well. Certainly a lot of appreciation to everybody at Round 3 for keeping us in the loop and providing us the onboard feeds that we have. And I'm glad to hear that they're working on it and they plan to get back out there because it was a great ride yesterday from the crew of that number 604. And it'd be really nice to see them back out on track. And even if they can't challenge for a podium, it is still an 8-hour race. A lot can happen. And these cars, remember, have already gone through 8 hours yesterday in some pretty challenging circumstances. And you wouldn't be shocked to see something like that happen to, well, if it happened to you, it can happen to anyone, right? So there is something still to play for there. It's a long race, very much still an endurance race, not an 8-hour sprint like certain professional series would have you believe. This is much more an endurance challenge. Speaking of endurance challenges, plenty to talk about for 2021 in the World Racing League as we switch over to the number 90 TAPG Supra. The entry from Phoenix, Arizona, based at the proving grounds there in Maricopa County. Listed as a heliport on Google Maps, we found out yesterday, but a massive complex out in the middle of the desert there. A lot of Toyota engineers that all work out at TAPG have built up this Supra. Ryan told us that we thought this was its competition debut. He suggested that maybe they wished it was its competition debut because it did run at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill last year, but by no means a smooth run for them. They spent a lot of time in the pits, but it looks like whatever they learned there last year, they've been able to apply into their car build and make it much more competitive, much more stable, and much more reliable this year. Of course, we've mentioned that Thunderhill was not an option this year, so they brought the car out to Circuit of the Americas for 2 8-hour races, and they're 1 for 1 in the World Racing League.
That's not a bad record to have.
And I would take it.
Yeah. Yeah, especially the way they took it yesterday in the changeable conditions. I'm not sure.
Big slide there at the apex of turn 15.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if any amount of rain actually is going to change the dynamics of this car. Because it seems
and this is where... There it is. This is where we saw it on such a knife edge yesterday. Now, granted, it was most slippery around, let's say, turns 16 through 20 was where it was obviously the most challenging. And really changing lap to lap, but that car had a wicked slide going through turn 17 and 18. Just very well balanced. You recenter the steering wheel, let the car kind of catch itself, and by the time you track out the exit of 18 and set yourself up for 19, the car was back going in more or less a straight line, but it was the same thing over and over every lap. So I'm sure they're all comfortable in the car now. They certainly were yesterday, and now finding themselves a little bit of open air to just set some lap times down. 2:29.648. The fastest lap, 2:27.7 early on, but now we're very much into the traffic situation, and we'd expect these lap times to go out a little bit. Having said that, Mike Skeen sets the fastest lap of the race at 2:25.793 in the number 242 tons of gas BMW M4.
Yeah, I'm just watching the 02, who I believe they're running the 01's camera today.
I think you're right. And that's the G-Tech Ginetta out in front of it, I think, Joseph, which is a change of position on this lap.
And that's kind of what I was looking at. That did look like a Ginetta to me. I've had a little bit of difficulty, particularly when the pictures aren't as clear as we'd like, trying to figure out what's a Supra and what's a Ginetta.
That is the Supra. No.
Well,
maybe it is. It looks like, it is a Supra. Oh, they're both.
Yes.
There's the Ginetta to the right and the Supra to the left. So we've got both of them. I could see why you would see that. The closer you get, the more clear it becomes. But even from this distance, as they go side by side down the back straightaway, the Supra and the Ginetta into the braking zone at turn 12. That's awfully close. The Ginetta just sort of moves over in the braking zone. To the left, the Toyota Supra, a little better on the brakes, jumps out as they get onto the binders into turn 12, and the TAPG Supra is through. This is actually a nice little battle here, and a solid view from the 02 to get a look at it all. And if either one of them slip up, and it's clear they're costing each other time now, this 02 is going to be right in the mix as well. Through goes the Ginetta on the brakes into turn 15 to driver's right. They all make it back to the apex, and this is where we saw the Supra really well balanced yesterday, and certainly had plenty of pace in this final sector. Up onto the back of that Ginetta GT4 through the right-hander at 17, although the Ginetta just ekes it out a little bit through that quadruple apex right-hander. Back to the left at turn 19, up over the apex curb, and minding your track limits on the exit, on the brakes into 20, and that Ginetta actually really able to pull out a bit of a margin there. I wonder if this Ginetta actually just has more pace overall than that Supra did, and just wasn't able to stay consistent enough through the course of the race yesterday for us to have much cause to talk about it.
Yeah, what I was really curious about was how that gap was gonna change as they. I was a little worried that we jostled the camera out of functioning.
It was a hard ride over the curbs there.
Yeah, but no, I was really curious to see how they would do around the sort of multiple apex turn 18, because that's one where you are basically limited by lateral grip the entire way around, and it looks like the Ginetta's, I mean, it seems to have the tires, which, you'd expect from something that is, I believe is also GT4 spec, or at least if it's not GT4 spec, has a GT4 variant.
These Janetta's pushing pretty heavily in North America right now. They actually just went on a kind of a PR offensive, and they got a bunch of journalists to drive their cars at a race course. This was about a couple weeks ago. Part of the advantage there too is that Janetta they can design mostly with track use in mind, and they talked about that car is very stable and a little bit more likely to understeer in most instances, but it's got a lot of lateral grip because it's supposed to be generally pretty easy to drive and get good lap times out of. Whereas this Toyota Supra, for example, you know, a well-balanced car, but probably does lean towards the oversteer side of things. So it could be that this Supra does have the pace when you're 100% locked in, but I think on just, you know, a lap after lap, it's probably a little bit easier to be more consistent out of a G55, which at the end of the day is a purpose-built racing car.
Yeah, and remember too that being a GT4 car, it does have driver's aids, traction control, and ABS, which are going to make it a little more predictable to drive than maybe this. Do you know if the Supra actually has traction control or ABS, Ryan?
Absolutely. So most road cars now, since, you know, at least the mid-2000s, have been required to have traction control of some variety. Now, the one that I got to drive wasn't mine, so I wasn't comfortable testing the limits of what the traction control could do. But
yeah,
it may be fair to assume that they had it turned off.
Yes, exactly. That's more what I was curious about, whether TAPG has been running theirs. It certainly didn't look like it, although there's not a whole lot of wheel spin out of that car on corner exit. It's more just that sort of mid-corner slide through some of the longer, higher speed corners. That Janetta, by the way,
I don't see them having a whole bunch of... Oh, go ahead.
Dealing with a little bit of delay here as we stretch the limits of technology to make sure we have plenty to talk about and plenty of voices from Circuit of the Americas this weekend. I did just want to touch on that Janetta G-Tech Motorsports. That car being brought up from Florida, Fabio Escarpini, Alina Caprini, and Adolfo Rossi on board that car. I think I saw Fabio join the Discord this morning. If you're listening, you're involved with the team, there is a link to join the Driver's Eye Live Discord and sort of feed us information throughout the course of the day today. We're not using it so much for sending out information that we see, but it's a great way to provide us with some talking points and give us a little insight into what's going on down in the pits and the paddock for things that we maybe don't have vision of, being that, or as we said yesterday, our commentary this weekend is very much remote. On board the number 02 Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3 TCR, car sitting currently in 11th and is the leading Hammer Motorsports car. I don't see the 01 is 16th actually, so we've got the 02 in 11th, the 01 in 16th, and the number 1 back in 22nd. And despite having the 3 Audi RS3 TCRs, it is not the fastest of the RS3 TCRs. That belongs to New Light Motorsports, the number 12, who is up in P7 this morning and actually was sort of in with a shout for a podium yesterday. They were very, very competitive and by far the fastest of the TCR entries in GTO. This morning, not quite so much. Their lap time is certainly there. Just set their fastest lap of the race at 2:27 flat. But they're mired back in 7th and have slipped back a little bit from the wheel-to-wheel Cayman out in front up in P6. Down a little further in GTO, we didn't get a chance too much to talk about the number 34 yesterday. It's Hitman Racing. We've seen Hitman Racing through our work in other series, and I think, well, I'm going to mention it by name, I'm pretty sure they were the overall American Endurance Racing champions back in 2019 up here in the Northeast. The team's based out of Wharton, New Jersey. I believe the cars are prepped at a shop in Stroudsburg, PA, which is just up the road from me. Lyle Hitt, Jason Marks, and Paul Sparta are crewing that car this weekend, and Mueller Motorsport has helped with the preparation. But it's great to see a couple of entries from, especially from the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic, make the trek out to Circuit of the Americas on a weekend where, given the global circumstances and the, well, we lost Thunderhill this year. We'll call it what it is. But the world, the amateur motorsports world, has sort of converged on Austin this weekend. And in addition to all the GT4 and TCR entries that we're seeing for the first time this year, to see some of the really high quality entries like that BMW M240IR from Hitman Racing, all converging on Central Tech, or I guess South Texas, is really awesome. It's produced a great grid for us this weekend. We saw a great race yesterday, and to close out the season today, another 7.5 hours of really solid racing to go as well.
Yeah, it's always nice to see these teams sort of cross-pollinate, I guess. It's nice to see that there isn't necessarily, I mean, if you're running one of these leagues, you'd like to see the same people, or running in one of these leagues rather, you'd like to see the same people kind of week in, week out. Just, it's a little more consistent. It's a little, you have people you're familiar with, and you know how, as somebody goes off the road there, I think, or maybe just locks up big time. But no, it's nice to know, when you come across a car, what to expect and all that kind of thing. But it's nice to know that that it's a community that stretches a few different geographic regions. It's not just people sticking to the Northeast or people sticking to the Southwest. There's people that are willing to travel and go see tracks that maybe they've never been to before.
I think it's worth noting too that the World Racing League in particular is really expanding its footprint, so to speak. When you look at the 2021 schedule, which we'll talk about a little later on today, it's not just a regional series anymore. For a long time, the World Racing League sort of focused on the Plains and the Midwest. Eventually, they sort of franchised a Southeast division, which was run by the new owners of the World Racing League as a whole. And they did a few races, down in the Southeast, Sebring, Daytona, Road Atlanta, and I think Barber were the ones that featured most frequently. But when you look at a map of the 2021 schedule, and even this year in 2020, the tracks are spread out. You have the opportunity to, within roughly a day's haul from where many of the teams are based out here in Texas and across the plains, to go race at all kinds of iconic racetracks. I mean, VIR is on the schedule, Mid-Ohio's there on the schedule, Daytona and Sebring next year, and the entries are, they don't thin out the further away you get. I mean, there's a real commitment from within the World Racing League community to follow the series around, and even if you're only going to run for a regional championship, to go get your track time. And I think that speaks to the quality of the WRL's product. It would be easy to just pick a regional series like we see maybe from some of the other amateur endurance racing series, but as the WRL has grown and stabilized over the last couple of years, they've certainly expanded, certainly east. Colorado is sort of their limit to the west, but the further east you get, the entries stay high. The product is still a really high quality product. The racing is very, very good. And I think that a massive credit is owed to WRL for being able to sustain that. They've done a really nice job.
Well, and like we talked about yesterday, there's a lot of people who have come over from the West Coast because Thunderhill's not available this year, and it'll be interesting to see how many of these people decide, well, that was actually a pretty good time. I actually liked running around COTA for 16 hours that weekend. We might see a few of those entries decide to stick around, and that would be great to see too.
Yeah, and we had said that this was sort of an opportunity for WRL to put their best foot forward, to use the phrase I used yesterday, and show teams who may not have been here otherwise what the WRL is, what the weekend experience is like, what the on-track experience is like, just how competitive it is, even if, okay, you're bringing a GT4, or if you're not bringing a GT4, right? Even if you've got all these professionally prepped race cars, you want to bring your your MX-5, your BMW, your club sport car, whatever it happens to be, that there's a place for you to race. There are people for you to race against in a competitive way. The on-track product is clean. You can go and put your cars on track without fear of being taken out or race too hard, or people taking unnecessary risk. You sort of know what you're going to get, and for those that are experiencing that for the first time this weekend, I'm hopeful that it encourages more to come back in the future, because the quality of entry this weekend is just through the roof, and we'd love to see more of that in 2021.
Yeah, I mean, so many of these entries are entries that we've seen here in the past, which is great to see too. It's a good mix of kind of, I don't know, you want to call them Star Wars or Star. I'll figure out the pronunciation later.
Star Wars.
Yeah, I couldn't get the L.
Yeah. Star Wars.
Anyway, no, it's a good mix of people who have been around the series for a while and people who are relatively fresh faces, so that there's not so much turnover that it feels like a brand new series, which I think is good for everybody. There's consistency, and an indication of a product that people enjoy being around. It's not a situation where people come in for a series and then say, or come in for an event and say, it's fine, it wasn't for me. A lot of these entries have been racing pretty consistently, doing at least half a full season for quite some time now, and I think that's a good sign too.
Yeah, and even back this slot up. We talked about GP4 a little earlier, this being sort of a farewell for that class. 5 entries this weekend, and the class will be deprecated, and those cars will not really have a place to race in WRL unless they want to do some modifications. But it's not that these teams are being pushed out of the series. There has been a natural progression towards faster cars as they become more affordable, as they become better understood, as they become more reliable, and as drivers, starting early in their endurance racing experience, maybe want a slower, more predictable car to get their feet wet and get their footing under them. That there's been a natural progression towards the GP3s, 2s, and 1s, and then up into the GTO if people are really willing to make an investment. And as that's been the case, I think the WRL has realized that, hey, it's not that we don't want you, or that it's not that it's not safe to have you, but there is much more competition to be had somewhere else, and they're encouraging these GP4 teams that are sort of left behind, not by the series, but by the other competitors that have moved up, to make modifications to their car, or to build a new car, or go buy something if they want, and they'll be offered, if they race this year, they'll be offered a free entry in 2021 to sort of help offset those costs in another class. And I just think that is such focus on the customers and the experience, and just is such a well thought out plan for the World Racing League long term, that this isn't just a, hey, we need a quick fix to boost car counts or to make sure these teams stick around, that this is, hey, we understand that you have to make an investment, we want you to have a place to race, this makes the most sense to us, and we hope that this is a worthwhile proposition for you to stick around and race with us in the World Racing League.
Yeah,
news coming in that just to provide a little update on track, Johann Schwartz on board the PMW number 72 BMW M330 Ci, as we found out yesterday. Much more M3 than 330, but it's been competitive in GTO, and I think one of the things we have to watch with that car is the fuel mileage, or at least the distance it will go on a full tank, because it was running considerably longer than anybody else in GTO yesterday, up to about an hour and a half, close to 40 laps on a tank of fuel. And even though the yellows sort of neutralized whatever advantage that car had yesterday, if we get a little more green flag running today, I think it could make a difference in the way this race plays out.
Yeah, I just want to go back to what we were talking about with the class structure. I think it's important to remember that the ladder system for team owners, right? Not so much drivers, but the ladder system for team owners is kind of dried up a bit, and there are, you know, there are things that are coming into place that may help that situation. But at the moment, I can think of few other places where, other than club racing and club racing of this variety, where you could, in theory, go from, you know, buying a BMW for $5,000 and running it, and making your way up through the classes and running a TCR, for example, which you would then be able to take right into NPC. I think it's a really kind of savvy way to, you know, not just go all in straight off the bat, but, you know, build it up and make sure it's something that you want to do, and make sure that it's an investment that you want to make into the future. We need that ladder. We need those avenues to grow and not have to just start from scratch as we see a car off to driver's right.
Oh, and backwards. I didn't catch a number there, but it was certainly a GTO car from the looks of things. I don't think it was a Supra, but it kind of had that shape about it. It didn't really have the color necessarily, but wait for somebody maybe to turn salmon here on Race Hero. We get an idea. We've just gone past it, so we switched to the number 46 Ginger Racing Team BMW. That was well off to the outside as well there at turn 15. As things go, there we go. Back to Thunder Bunny now up the hill into turn 1. Most of our cameras are on the front half of the circuit now, I assume, Joseph, and not really able to get a vision on what happened there at turn 15.
Yeah, that's. I had convinced myself that it was an Aston, but I'm not too confident about that.
It could be, actually. It was certainly white, and I thought I saw some black markings there. And it had a rear wing, again, for sure. But we'll have to wait and see.
The 07 is in
keeping an eye on Race Hero. That is the Lethal Hands Racing Ford Mustang, which I don't think was the car that was there to the outside at turn 15.
No, I don't think so either. That's a black Mustang, isn't it?
I think you might be right. CMC Motorsports with a longish lap, 236.2 last time around, and I wouldn't be. It did kind of look like a Ginetta, so that might make some sense if it was just a quick spin. Wheel-to-wheel racing, the number 981 Porsche came in with a 240.2, and they did drop a couple of spots that last lap, so that could be it as well. But in any case, I assume that car, whoever it was, has continued from the runoff at turn 15. It was just in the pavement there, no gravel or anything.
Did you
so
call?
I'm sure able to continue on its own.
Did you call it the possibility of it being the 981?
Yes, that's what I was just talking about. I think it could have been the 981, either that or the Ginetta. They both had long laps last time around. Although the 981's lap time would maybe be a little more suggestive of being backwards at some point in the lap. Back up to the front in GTO, Dunn Motorsports has passed and run away from the number 141 Banzai Racing entry. It's 10 seconds from 111 up to the leader, the number 242, and it's 12 seconds back from the 111 to the 141. Kingpin Racing has also fallen behind the Banzai car, who I think was up in second just a couple of laps ago. And they sit within about 25 seconds of the overall leader. Behind them, Eagles Canyon Racing, showing well in their Porsche GT4 Club Sport car. Slow to the right, that's one of the Honda Civics. And actually, I think because we lost 3 fast guys and Denny, that would be the JNR Racing Honda Civic that is slow exiting turn 19. That's the Jonathan Newcomb, Ethan Swindle, Jeffrey Horton, Chris Becker, and Isaac Pornovets entry, the number 178. That was just sort of off the edge of the track. It really wasn't. It wasn't in the runoff, and it wasn't on track. It was just sort of in that red paint, but
yeah,
really in a very comfortable position.
JNR did call to the pits, so
okay.
That
so they've made it off of wherever they were.
Yeah.
which is positive. Although unfortunate that they're in the pits, it's still very early. 17 laps complete by the leaders. And we have rattled through about 45 minutes this morning, which is we're really moving along.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a handle on what the rhythm of this race is going to feel like. Yeah.
Hitman racing into the pits, Joseph. 251.7, and that's not really even suggestive of an in-lap. That's suggestive of a problem towards the end of the lap, and then the decision to come into the pits to address it. So, having just said how much we appreciate having somebody make the long haul from the Northeast down to Austin, Texas, like Hitman Racing, not a great start. 45 minutes on track, and then it appears there would be some issue there.
No, not ideal. Our
quick lap last time from the 111, by the way. The gap is under 9 seconds now between first and second overall, first and second in GTO, and you do get some ebb and flow in traffic. That's natural. Both of those cars were actually really strong in traffic yesterday, and the 111 had stretched out a pretty considerable margin once the 242 went by the wayside, and that Dunn Motorsports car led for a good portion of the race up through about halfway yesterday before it succumbed to some mechanical issue. Fastest lap of the race from G-Tech Motorsports, wrestling that title away from Mike Skeen out in the lead, but making a lot of progress is that number 45 Ginetta. He's picked up 5 seconds on the new light Audi RS3 TCR ahead of it, and the gap is now under 7 seconds for the 45 to work its way into the top 5 overall.
Yeah, it looks like we've lost track of the 77. I don't know if you called them out. Kingpin.
I did not. I said they had lost third overall to the Banzai number 141, but I did not realize that they have just straight up disappeared, haven't they?
Yeah, I don't think they've come into the pits. So it's a little
35th. It literally just happened. Interesting. It's one of the Porsche Caymans. I assume one of the GT4s. They've fallen back from 4th to 35th just within the last lap. Yeah. On board the Hammer Motorsports number 1 Audi RS3 TCR. We noticed yesterday, although maybe less of a factor today, with much more pleasant weather expected, that this car had pretty well tortured its front tires by the time the rain showed up in the last little stanza of yesterday's race, and the grip just wasn't there for that car to give anymore.
So, Brendan, I want to take you back to a few years ago, one of the last times we went to Thunder Hill. And do you remember the 034 Motorsports Audi TTRS?
I do.
So, I remember listening to...
the 2013 running of the event, did it not?
Correct. And in 13, yes. I believe the prevailing opinion in the paddock was that the cold weather, and I remember that year because that was one of the first years that I did full-time pit reporting, it was about 25 or so degrees in the pit lane at night, and most of the paddock...
I felt every bit of it.
Excuse me. Determined that... Excuse me.
Yeah, didn't it flurry a little bit overnight, that race?
In qualifying the night before, there was snow.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I had to clear my throat there. But I believe most of the paddock thought that the front-wheel drive car did a lot better in the cold because it wasn't cooking the tires as much. So I don't know if that's a case of maybe this Audi has a little bit harder compound on it already, and they're running a pretty soft tire on the TTRS. Maybe that car is substantially different as the number 1 goes a little wide there.
It's not a little wide, Ryan. That is extremely wide.
Yeah.
He was at the apex, but on completely the wrong trajectory, and ended up pretty much as far as the pavement allowed him to go before the grass starts and the Armco sort of bends back in towards the back straightaway.
So that
really
was,
not
anyway,
even close.
Yeah, that was quite wide there. But just to finish on my point, I always wondered if that was the case, and I was kind of interested to see if, is that going to have an impact? Will the warmer weather mean that this TCR goes through more tires or less tires? So I'm really interested to see that. And again, we're talking about 7 years ago, and The reality is that car was about 10 years older at the time. It was still a front-wheel drive car from the same brand, but there's no reason to think that they were similar cars other than that. So I'm really interested to see that. That was kind of one of the things that I was going to track and try to see. My initial thought was maybe the TCRs won't have as good of a showing today because they won't have the tire advantage they may have had in the cooler weather with no sun out.
You know, it's interesting you say that because we thought yesterday that the front-wheel drive was really going to have an advantage, not just in cooler overcast weather, but especially when it started to rain. And Joseph and I had talked during the red flag that, hey, the number one is actually in a really good position here, even if it doesn't normally have the pace that you would think that the front-wheel drive on the car was going to play a real hand in determining its ability to win the race. And it never really showed in conditions where you thought maybe it would have the advantage. It just didn't happen. And the traction control and the ABS that most of the GT4 cars had, that we think the Supra had yesterday, really came to the fore, and the number one just kind of dropped back by the wayside. So it feels a little. You feel like you should be betting on the front-wheel drive cars when the circumstances are more challenging, but it just didn't work that way yesterday, and I wonder if maybe they are just sort of permanently handicapped by being underpowered, not having traction control, not having ABS, and that this is just sort of their lot. They've got to focus on consistency. They've got to focus on, maybe saving time if they're, say, somebody else has to change tires. They may be able to make the race without changing. Certainly the rears, I'm sure they can get through a whole day. But
number one
I don't know that that's
again.
a strong suit.
Yeah, what's interesting is he's taken a really narrow entry into that turn 11, and you could kind of, it's almost before they even make the turn in where you can see, oh, this is going to go pretty poorly, I think.
I'm intrigued because it doesn't seem like he's uneasy or is driving conservatively. It's just he gets to the apex on sort of the wrong trajectory and then has to adjust, or he just floors the throttle when he gets there, even if the car isn't on the right trajectory, and it takes it out over the exit curb or into the paved runoff. He goes around the outside of one of the Toyota 86s, I think.
Well, and we're talking about, wearing the tires off of these TCRs. If you're, still at half lock and getting the throttle, it's not necessarily going to work out for you.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see that. The other thing with the rain tires, just to finish up that point real quick, if I had been there, I would have gone into the pits to see, does the Audi have a different brand or even spec of rain tire from the GT4 cars? It could be that, the GT4 cars, seeing as they're running endurance racing quite regularly, they might have a better handle on, hey, this is a good rain tire, whereas a TCR car, if it does run in the rain, usually runs in like a sprint series anyway. So there may be a little bit of a difference in tire construction or tread or compound or whatever. I would have been really interested to see that as well. But, we're limited by the constraints of the medium, obviously. But I think that might have played a factor as well, because you're right. I would automatically think that a front-wheel drive car should have done better in the rain. So I guess there's reasons you can talk about to death, but without being there, makes it a little bit on the difficult side to nail that one down. So I guess that'll just be the mystery.
The 212.
Coming up to the end of the first. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the 212 came into the pits out of the GP2 lead, and we haven't seen them back yet. So just watch that space, because they did very well. I think finished second, or at least were in the fight for second yesterday.
This is in GP2, you say?
Yeah, it's the 212.
212 ended up in P11.
They were in the fight for second for so much of the race.
They were, actually. I'm not sure what's happened here, actually. Some irregularities on the Race Hero results from yesterday that I've got to kind of sort out. It does say provisional, but it also lists wheel-to-wheel number 983 as the winner yesterday. So I'm marginally confused by that, but I'll have to wait and see. back up front. 17 seconds now is the lead margin, and I think that is probably largely just down to Mike Skeen and that number 242 being able to work traffic a little better than the 996 Porsche behind it. His last lap even was almost 6 seconds quicker than the 111. And that can be just as simple as catching traffic in a correct or incorrect spot on the track and having to sit behind somebody that, you know, let's say a GP3 or GP4 car that just doesn't have the grip or braking capability that would allow, you know, the 111 to make time the way it's supposed to. On board the sister Hammer car now, that's the number 02 down the back straightaway. It goes past a BMW of some description. Camera's just a little too low to be picking numbers up, unfortunately.
The 99 has just gone past the 02, or went past the 02. It's either going to be the lap
that is the blue BMW up ahead and to the left. You see it now in the braking zone at turn 12.
Yeah.
And the 99, there's a little pressure on the 99 here. They can't let that 983 get too far out in front because, as we've talked about, the GTO National Championship still very much up for grabs. 107 points for that number 99 BMW, 103 for the number 983 wheel-to-wheel Porsche. And right now, the difference is 5 spots. The 983 in 4th, the GTR in 9th. Though I will say that the GTR BMW's strength has always been consistency. Even over, you know, the last couple times it's up in the Northeast or here at COTA in 2018, the last time we were at the track. They started, you know, sort of bottom half of the top 10, and by halfway they were very much in contention for the win by just reeling laps off and you know, being there when everything mattered.
Yeah, really, GTO last night was the, I mean, the story was that of slow but steady. That was, you know, we had so many entries in the top 5 that we hadn't really given much thought to really until that last hour. And that's, you know, as you say, that's an indication. It's all about consistency. It's not really about what your ultimate one-lap pace is if you can't, you know, be steady through traffic and be just not do dumb stuff. You know, it's not to say that if you have problems, you're doing dumb stuff, but it's usually either a little bit of over-aggression or miscommunication with the car in front of you. It's a tricky job to be the fastest class in the field, but it's that kind of thing that determines whether or not you finish, you know, top 5 or bottom 5 some days.
And I mean, it is really what amateur endurance racing sort of boils down to, is good decision making, being conservative when you need to be conservative, and consistency on track. That's going to get you a lot farther than you know, ultimate pace. And you look at what we see at the top of the field right now. Mike Skeen, you've got a professional driver in the number 242, and you know, he's running away from the field in a BMW M4 GT4. But this happened yesterday too, and then they were nowhere near competitive. And we've actually seen this a couple times where Mike Skeen gets into a car, goes really, really fast for an hour, and then the car breaks. In all kinds of series, and that's not an indictment on Mike Skeen. He's obviously very talented and very quick, but I think it drives home the point that pace is not the end-all be-all, and in fact, it may be the least significant factor in being successful in endurance racing at this level. Pit stop for the number 141, Banzai Racing out of 3rd, and this is at the end of 1 hour, so not necessarily unexpected.
Yeah, it's a little... strikes me as a smidge early, yeah.
It does, but not unreasonable, I think is maybe how I would put it.
What gives me a little bit of concern is that we're not into an hour of green flag running yet. We're at the top of the hour. We're at 9 o'clock, but we haven't actually been running green flag for an hour.
Oh, that is true, isn't it? Right. So we'll get a confirmation then on whether we're a hard stop at 4 o'clock today, or whether we'll run to the full 8 hours. Yesterday, it was just slightly under 8 hours. They did stop at 5 o'clock, but there were some. Well, A, that's an hour later than we're going to end today, and B, Circuit of the Americas was open for its annual drive-through Christmas light experience, and had to get cars off track to be able to accommodate that. But in any case, nearly 8 hours of really solid racing yesterday, and another 7 on tap today to close out 2020 for the World Racing League. This is Driver's Eye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, Joseph Moondrock, and Ryan West joining you from various parts of the United States, but focused in on what happens today at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Happy to have everybody's company over on YouTube and on Facebook. Feel free to share the streams and invite your friends along. A little less maybe drama on tap today, but we've got a lot to talk about with championships. We're farewelling GP4 today, and sort of looking forward to what we see in 2021 as we move on board the number 46 Ginger Racing Team BMW, currently being driven by Ball Hogg. Around the latter portion of the lap, I think the GTR BMW's just gone by to put a lap on it out in front there. As the camera just gives a little hiccup here. Indeed it does. Ah, it's back. Oh, and it's further back. Interesting. Mr.
Yeah,
Director.
I have concerns about that camera. That seems
Interesting.
That tends to be representative of a feed that's actually gone down. It's just looping the last, say, 15 seconds.
Oh, right, that makes sense. Pit stops, additional pit stops at the end of the first hour. Number 177 Apicall is in the pits. That's a 2000 Audi A4. It was described to us as nose-heavy, all-wheel drive Audi. Pray for rain. They got what they wanted yesterday, but maybe not the result they were hoping for. ACI Motorsports is in the pits. That's the outfit out of Chattanooga. The number 7 at the end of the first hour into the pit lane. The number 981 wheel-to-wheel Porsche. The number 982 wheel-to-wheel Porsche. And that number 141 Bonsai Porsche is also in the pits at the end of lap 23. Has not yet emerged after giving up P3 to make its first pit stop. But all of this has promoted the G-Tech Motorsports Giannetta up into 4th, and he's just been reeling off much quicker lap times than the cars he was chasing down. And now that he's worked his way into P3, he's sort of met with a wall of pace in front of it. Mike Skeen and the number 111 both out in front, going a couple of seconds a lap quicker than the Giannetta did that last time around.
Yeah, I want to update you on a few entries that we saw in the pits. Hitman is back out. I think... Hold on, there were a few kind of pieces of how long cars are in the pits. The 212 is in the pits for about 5 minutes, which is obviously a little longer than routine. The Hitman also in the pits for about 7 minutes, so that's, you could assume that they were addressing something on that car. Wheels America we've also seen come back out. They were in the pits for 40 minutes, which is not a great way to start the first hour. And we also have the 3 back out on track, so that's that Fury entry that is, we assume, being piloted by a trio of NASCAR drivers.
Just want to point out the 242, the leader of the leader of the race, the Tons of Gas Motorsports BMW just went into the pits for their first stop as well.
Okay, so we're finally getting some pit action.
Absolutely correct. Yeah, it's interesting. Some of these GT4s, we see at the end of the first hour, but there were a handful of other GT4, like the Club Sport number 983 went much farther yesterday. The 45 seems to be able to go much further today, and I'm sure they all run to virtually the same spec, maybe different mappings that change the fuel consumption, even if the fuel tanks are the same size they ought to be for international GT4 competition.
Yeah, I'm actually not crystal clear on, there is a maximum fuel tank size, but I believe you can also run a stock fuel tank. Do I have that right?
You can run either a fuel tank or a fuel cell.
Okay.
And there are provisions in the 2020 rules, and I'm sure in the 2021 rules as well, for how to handle, replacing a fuel or installing a fuel cell and going that route instead. On board the number 90 TAPG Supra. And there is just a little note to address with this car. We said it won the race yesterday in sort of dramatic fashion. We really enjoyed following along. At some stage, Joseph, in the battle for the lead towards the end, there was contact.
Oh, okay.
Given how everything played out, it would seem to have been, fairly inconsequential. I'm not sure exactly what happened. The feed was cutting in and out, much like this, conveniently. The feed sort of cut in and out towards the end of the race yesterday, and we didn't see the pass for the lead itself, but I guess there was some contact that was addressed post-race, and it involved a 3-lap penalty for that car. So in the results, the adjusted results on Race Hero, what you see is the number 983 wheel-to-wheel racing Porsche as the winner. You may also recall that the 09 Automatic Racing Aston Martin was second yesterday. That car was disqualified for being over power and therefore breaking the power to weight limits of GTO and the classing system for the World Racing League. I believe that number is 9-1, but I need to confirm that. And that car was disqualified. So the number 983, which now makes its first pit stop of the race just over an hour in, I think we've got a problem here for the number 1, Joseph. I'll address this in a second as he just sort of moves back and forth, but that the Supra was penalized, the 09 was disqualified. Well, definitely a problem here. Definitely a problem, and it appears to be maybe a suspension issue, perhaps launched off a curb in the S's. I'm
not so sure. The way that that's revving up, that feels like it could be a gearbox issue.
Yeah, but it looked recalcitrant to turn left into turn 11 there. I'm sure he wanted to get off the racing line, but something is not right. And his steering left and right back and forth to try and get a feel for the car would suggest that maybe there's an issue on the right front, perhaps, with this number 1. Oh, he's just going to pull over and stop.
That's not my favorite place to be stopped.
No, it's not. Those cars are whizzing by at about $130. 120, 130 there, and still accelerating. And this may end up resulting in a full course yellow. It's not even on a side of the track that is easily recoverable. Had he pulled off to the left, it would have been one thing. Nope, he's creeping forward again. Anyway, just to put a period on what happened yesterday, so the 09 was disqualified, and it promoted the 983 into the lead and gave it the win yesterday, which is not just interesting from a race results perspective, but very interesting.
Championship implications.
Exactly. And when you look at the championship results from yesterday, you see Wheel to Wheel had 14 points, Hammer Motorsports with 12 for finishing, what ended up second, and then Team GTR in third with 11. So it actually closed in Wheel to Wheel by 3 points, the drop situation notwithstanding, on that number 99 GTR BMW. And that was all precipitated by completely unrelated events happening out in front of that number 983 that benefited it immensely, gave it the win yesterday, and put it in a much, much stronger position with the points situation today. We'll move on from that. Just wanted to tie up the loose ends from yesterday. If you see the results in Race Hero, that's what happened. I'm sure that contact was shown on video and that there was, absolutely no question who was at fault. And there is no tolerance for contact in this league. If you make contact, especially in a situation where you're just racing hard, you will be penalized. It is to be deterred, it is to be discouraged, and this is how WRL handles it, and I think the series is better and cleaner for it. But that was the end result from the Saturday race down at Circuit of the Americas. The number 09, incidentally... Oh, go ahead.
It looks like they're going into the pit as well right now as we speak.
Yep, out of P4 and into the pits for that number 90, with whom we rode on board a little bit earlier on. The 09, incidentally, that's the automatic Aston Martin, just put a slightly, or changed the restrictor on the car and was able to retech with a legal dyno sheet, and that car is now is legal again to race today. It has been teched for GTO and is all good to go. That, of course, the issue for the 09 yesterday, just coming as a result of the WRL's policy to dyno all of the class winners. So 90 was demoted, 09 becomes a winner, they dyno that car is now legal, and it promotes the 983. But back on track today, fully legal, ready to go, and could be in competition for an overall lead, although I don't think they're having quite the run they did yesterday. Back in 18th at the moment, and has not had a pit stop yet. Pit lane for the number 1 Hammer Motorsports Audi TCR. This is a car we've been following with, we think, is maybe some right front damage, but in any case, in some mechanical strife at the moment.
Well, one would think that if you are running a little bit less power, that might contribute to you not running nearly as quickly in the race. So whether that actually has something to do with it or not, I don't know. But I mean, we say the two things back to back. It's like, well, you know, sometimes that.
No, and it is obvious. But even, you know, I can't imagine they were over by much. You would think that, oh, you know, it's competitive with the other GT4 cars, even being a slightly older spec of GT4. It is the older Aston Martin V Advantage. You know, you would think it belonged where it was, but this is now really not, the pace isn't that much slower. It's just not having maybe the run in traffic or the consistency that it would need to be competitive. Although having said that, looking back at the start of the race, it did start in 36th. So it's had a lot farther to climb than it did yesterday. And this is sort of the end result.
Gotcha.
Dunn Motorsports has been promoted into the lead as a result of the pit stop from the erstwhile leading number 242 Tons of Gas Motorsports BMW. 441 was its pit stop lap, and it brings the BMW back out in P9. It'll be interesting to see how these cars that have made their first stops sort of shake out in the overall order. The number 1 leaves its pit stall, with whom you're right on board, and my guess is that they are going to take this to the end of the pit lane and then bring it into the garage or the paddock in the back. Indeed, it makes a hard left-hand turn through the nice holiday decorated Christmas wreath there on the gate, and past a slow sign down through the back of the paddock, and we'll assume it'll pull into one of these Formula One garages here to the left. Tons of Gas Motorsports up in the 7th. Hallowed grounds. You know, I hadn't thought of that this year. I don't think we even did that joke in 2018.
That's why I'm here. If you hear, if you have Ryan here, you have to make tacky jokes. You know, that's how you do it. I'm sorry to interrupt. I do have just one quick question. That number 111. Do we know anything about how that's prepped?
So, it appears to just have been a sort of road car based build. It's a 996 2004 Porsche 911, but it doesn't. Well. Thinking back to 2004, the only 2004 Porsches that were race prep were the RSR, which I think at the time was it was either the RS or the RSR. At the time was the GT entrant for American Le Mans and ACO sanctioned racing, and then they had the Cup, the Porsche 911 996 Cup. That ran in the early 2000s. And it doesn't look like either of those. From the camera shots we've had of cars sitting behind it, it very much looks like it's just been built up from a road-going 996 from some years ago. And the thing goes like stink. It's really, really quick car. But that appears to be...
The question I was going to have is now moot as they come into the pits just now. But it laid out a little bit longer than a lot of the other runners had. And so my supposition was going to be, is that just a Carrera S, which might have a little bit better fuel consumption, not being the motorsports-based block. But it looks like they've come in within acceptable tolerances of the rest of the vehicle. So that's that point gone.
Yes. You know, it's interesting. I think before the influx of GT4 and TCR cars, you saw a pretty wide swing at the top of the field in who went further on tanks of fuel, right? So some would pit after the hour, some would pit at an hour and a half, some could push it to an hour and 45 in really extreme circumstances. And in a lot of cases, it kind of ended up dictating who was competitive and who wasn't. And I think, at least for my money, this dynamic that we get now, where you have GT4 cars that are more stable, more predictable, more consistent, but pitting more often, actually creates a much more interesting rhythm where you're tracking, okay, this car, like yesterday, the BMW Motorsports number 72, that car went 7 or 8 laps further than any other car in GTO did, just by being more economical. And maybe the outright pace wasn't there, as we see it up into third now. The outright pace may not have been there on a lap by lap by lap basis, but it was super competitive by virtue of going longer. And then as you get through 2 or 3 pit stop cycles, everything would sort of shake out and reset, and then you do it all again. And it's just really interesting to see that playing out, even as you get this influx, or especially as you get this influx of machinery that is, by most accounts anyway, is faster, is more predictable, runs the driver's aids and all that, but has to pit maybe a little more often. It's just different ways of going about endurance racing, and it makes it more fun to watch, at least in my opinion. Pit stops for pretty much everybody else up at the top here, by the way. Sorry, Ryan. Just G-Tech Motorsports into the pits. That 111 car should be on its out lap, or is in the pits now, and then the New Light Motorsports Audi RS3 TCR in fourth there, also into the pits.
So Asken you shall receive the 72 now, by the basis of its fuel consumption, is at the lead. And it looks like we're going to shake out to have the number 02 Hammer Motorsports Audi is going to probably come through to second, I would imagine.
Third,
looks like
but
they
in
just
the
pitted
pits
as well.
Yep.
Okay.
And this is sort of my point. So these are the last 4, BMW Motorsports notwithstanding, these are the last 4 cars to make their pit stops in GTO, right? Because then it's the number 242 Tons of Gas Motorsports BMW back there in 6th. They will cycle through into second as the number 72 sort of escapes out the front. But that 72 may not be in the pits for another 6, 7, 8 laps. And they ran 37 or 38 laps on a stint yesterday. And even if it's giving up time on track to the number 242, and it almost certainly will over the course of the race, it will be making that time up by pitting fewer times over the course of the race, assuming that the full course yellows don't conspire against it. And of course reliability plays its role there as well, but at least in these opening few hours of the 8-hour races we have at Circuit of the Americas this weekend, the 72 holds a number of cards there in terms of fuel mileage, and also being there or thereabouts for on-track pace.
Yeah, it's not terribly far off the on-track pace, especially if it's getting this, especially if it's getting as much range as we're thinking it does. The pace isn't that awful. Their outright pace, yeah, they're a full second off on best lap, but just looking at the wheel-to-wheel car versus BMW, it's not the same consistency, but you end up with this, you've got 225, 227, 227, 228, 227, and then you got a 32 and a 29, and it kind of varies between that, high 26 and low 230, whereas the wheel-to-wheel racing car, as of late is sticking around kind of the same type of spot. So as it stands right now, the car that will come through in the lead, well, I guess 42, let's take a look at the 242 a little bit quicker, but how much of that is down to the driver as well? When they have somebody who's not Mike Skeen in the car, is that going to come back down to earth a little bit? So they're not that far off on pace, I think, right? Yeah, over the course of a race, sure. They're pretty close right now.
Yeah, Johann Schwartz is on board that number 72 BMW Motorsports BMW, who obviously no slouch as well. Johann, I believe I'm correct in saying, runs the West Virginia University branded cars in Pirelli World Challenge.
I thought you were going to say runs the West Virginia University. I was like, I don't think that's right.
No, but runs a BMW that has WVU slapped all over it.
BMWW, if you will.
BMW Horns down. Anyway,
boiler up.
Not yesterday. Turning our attention to some of the other classes here, we'll go back to GP1 at the moment. Edge Motorworks leads, but has just made its first pit stop, the number 37, who fell about 3 laps short of a class win yesterday, giving up the lead to Screaming Goat Racing in the sort of changeable conditions, and sort of had one fall away from them. They make their first pit stop from the lead, 30 laps complete, and will relinquish the lead to the Team LMR BMW, the number 151 there in second. Third is the Montgomery Motorsports TX, which you can only assume is Texas entry. They've been super competitive in the U.S. Endurance Championship races over the last couple of years, usually faring right up at the top of GP1 and occasionally even in the top 5 overall over the years that we've been able to be at Circuit of the Americas. PC Racing in 4th, and then Screaming Goat Racing, who won GP1 yesterday, back in 5th. GP2 being led by Choice Racing, the number 51, also making their first pit stop of the race. This Race Hero decides to do something different today. Round 3 Racing, the number 601 is there in second. The 27 HQ Autosport BMW 1 Series is in third. Rocker Renstal, who finished second in class yesterday, the Porsche Boxster, in 4th, and then 5th is the Gonepo Racing, number 145. We very much wanted to talk about yesterday, but did not have a chance to. The car is driven by Andre Clark, Ryan Keeley, Peter Anepo, hence Gonepo, and Sean Webster. That car making the haul to Austin from San Diego. So maybe, well, it's not that much further west than, or not any further west than Northern California, but probably pretty close to the furthest west team we have this weekend.
You might, that actually might be a pretty straight shot from San Diego. You might be able to take I-10 for a ways, but
an awful. I think Moraga is technically, Moraga and Fremont are probably technically further west.
Ah, that makes some sense.
Well, okay.
Where is Moraga, Ryan?
Moraga is along the California Highway 24 corridor. It kind of cuts right between
what is it, Chopper Dave?
It goes through the Oakland Hills, so the
sort
of the train point central to the actual Bay Area, if you will. Actually, a really nice, quiet community up there. That's where I would typically like to live if I had lots of money.
Great. Bullet Performance in from Costa Mesa, however you choose to pronounce that as well.
Costa Mesa.
No
one says Costa, unless you're talking about the coffee.
Or Antonio Felix Da. He's
yes,
Da, isn't he? Antonio Felix Da Costa. Or in English, Anthony Felix of the Coast.
Are you done? Tony Cat of the Coast. That's what it is. Old
Sure.
Tony Cat Coast.
Felix, Tony Cat Coast. There's no way I'm calling him anything else. Old Tony Cat Coast. Perfect. Nailed it. We can go home now.
All right. Shut it down, everyone.
We made it through
live from Circuit of the Americas.
It's Tony Cat Coast.
On the topic of future sponsorship opportunities,
it's Antonio Felix Acosta.
Leading GP3 is Corley Racing. And as we addressed yesterday, are 3 years in arrears on their donut provisions to the Driver's Eye Live commentary team, being sponsored by Shipley Donuts. But they lead GP3 at the moment by, I think, a pretty handy margin over the number 15 AOA Motorsports Mazda MX-5. Maybe the most compelling or most interesting aspect of GP3 that Corley Racing car was pit stop, by the way, so it will cycle back down the field. But the number 55 AOA Motorsports Mazda, one of the cars out of that stable, is very much in contention for the 2020 overall World Racing League National Championship. And I think, as I pull the points situation back up here, the WRL overall championship, that car, the 55, leads number 51 Choice Racing by 3 points. And yesterday, they both won their classes, which is how the overall championship is determined. It's just straight up points scored within your class. And really, they're the only two left in contention there. But all things being equal, with those cars running at such a high level yesterday and bringing home their class wins, it meant that there was really no net change other than, I think, maybe one point difference in terms of the drops that they have for the year. And in this case, 3 points is all it's going to take. If one is able to win their class and any one of them hits trouble, it could make a big change in how that championship battle plays out towards the end of the race today. So we've got to keep an eye on that number 55 throughout the day as well, and it's certainly one of the most compelling reasons to keep an eye on GP3. GP4 led right now by Team HNS, the number 43 Mazda Miata, Viking Racing there in second, and Oder Motor Group in P3.
The automatic car, that may be a new driver in that car, but they're getting a handle on their new restrictor. They've just set a PB that is an improvement of 1.5 seconds on their previous best today.
Maybe a driver change in there as well, Joseph. They did
Yeah.
make their first pit stop on lap 29.
Yeah.
That'll go some ways as well. Into the pits down in 26th place is the number 82 Faulkner Racing BMW M240IR. That car, we talked about Hitman Racing before. That car is prepped out of the same stables. Mueller Motorsports, who I noticed had shared our feed on Facebook a little earlier, down from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, with the pride of, as a matter of fact.
I was waiting for that.
Faulkner Racing, yep, it was going to happen eventually. I mean, they're really, the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania is not here this weekend, so we've got to find other Pennsylvania towns to have prides. And in this case, I think we found Stroudsburg, which is a very low bar to clear, as a matter of fact. But in any case,
certainly not Happy Valley.
It is. No. Faulkner Racing into the pits. Happy to have them in WRL this weekend. Entered in GTO with their M240IR.
And it looks like the New2 has made its pit stop. Yep.
Yes, good call, Ryan. 34 laps on this first stint. I think they can go a little further than that if they decide they want to push it, but why would you, especially on this first stint? Also, I think the pace is probably a little bit quicker today. There's fewer cars that took the green flag, only 82 today. We lost a number of them from yesterday due to various mechanical issues, accident damage, whatever the case might have been. Which means maybe a little more open track, pace is faster, fuel consumption a little higher, and a couple laps shorter on the first stint for that number 72.
This is something I had.
Be interesting to see where he cycles back out.
This was something I hadn't been thinking about, but I do wonder if the various COVID restrictions have made it difficult for people to get a hold of spares, spare parts. So when things do break down, I wonder if it's a little harder to actually get a hold of things to fix them with.
That is a very good point, actually, that I hadn't considered, and I would suspect that there is still the same willingness to donate parts, but maybe fewer people to take them from. Just owing to the paddock being maybe a little more sparse than it otherwise would be. Still plenty of cars and entrants, but maybe fewer guests.
And also if cars. I was specifically thinking about, even the spares that you might be bringing to the track. I wonder if there's just fewer, fewer resources available for that.
In my industry, it is a little bit more difficult to get car parts in general right now. It does take a little bit longer, so that could be a contributing factor as well.
Yeah, I mean, we always lose some entries between Saturday and Sunday, but it feels like a big drop-off. It's also, a huge entry list, so that's, in terms of fraction, maybe it's not as different as I'm used to, but yeah, it's slightly.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Slightly easier to keep track of an 80 car field compared to a 92 car field. Slightly.
Yeah. Motivations change as well. If let's say you are a team owner that runs sort of an arrive and drive outfit, right? Like Wheel-to-Wheel Racing is a great example. All the cars are prepped immaculately, but they're still fundamentally an arrive and drive, or at least a rental business. So if you have customers that are paying for track time, then you owe it to them to do the work on the car, repair it, to the best that you can, and allow the folks who have paid for track time, who are your customers, to get what they paid for, right? Which is that whole experience. And there are things that you can't predict, and those things are all, pretty well written out in contracts and all that. But a team that is maybe just a couple of guys who have towed their car in from an hour away, that has some kind of significant mechanical issue, may look at it and say, you know what, we had a solid day one. It's going to be a lot of work tonight, and we can go sleep in our own beds. Maybe we throw the car in the trailer and we do that instead. And I'm not saying that people care less, but I think there are various levels of motivation throughout the paddock. And for a lot of people, I mean, this is generally the end of the season. We're into December, right? It's a short turnaround to the 2021 season opener for the World Racing League at Nolan Motorsports Park at the end of January. And if there are people, or teams or drivers that have visions of mounting a more significant 2021 campaign, then perhaps it makes sense to just put the car to the side, do the prep work in the garage, get it turned around and ready to go for, a better showing in 2021. That's a guess. I don't own a team, but if I were in that position, I feel like that's maybe where I would be sitting. On board the number 110 Thunder Bunny Racing BMW through the S's, we just saw it come out of the pits into a little gaggle of traffic there, and it's an interesting dynamic when you get to the top of the hill there. COTA isn't a new track; this has been going on for years, but the blend line is essentially looked at as sort of a concrete wall. I mean, you are to go nowhere near it. You stay as far to the left as you can until you get to the braking zone. But because turn one is so wide, and you swing in from very far to the right to an apex that is maybe 60 or 70 feet away laterally, a car arriving there or coming out of the pits going much more slowly and on a very sharp angle presents a real challenge when you get up to that apex at the top of turn one. And I think the Thunder Bunny car just kind of found himself in that situation of having fast cars coming up the hill on the brakes into turn one and not being able to get to that apex, or not just not being able to get to the apex, but having to keep it wider on the exit because of how shallow the 110's entry was at the top of the hill. And you saw some of that out to driver's right from the 110's onboard there. No harm, no foul. Nobody made any contact or anything. Just a wide berth is given there, and it really creates kind of that challenging situation for cars coming out of the pits. Another pit stop for the number 12 New Light Motorsports Audi RS3 TCR. This is only 5 laps after his last. He had cycled back out in 9th, but has returned to the pit lane.
Yeah, that's a car that didn't turn a ton of laps yesterday, and so you wonder if they're working through some mechanical issues still. You're at the track, even if you're not going to be competitive, although they are in 9th right now, or were when they came into the pits. Even if you're not going to be competitive, you do have track time here, and you're going to want to try to fix the car up and shake it down while you are able. It's better to do it here than wait however many months it'll be until your next event.
For sure. And I'm actually intrigued by New Light here. I'd like to see whether this is sort of a one-off for them, or they've had... they have been in the World Racing League in the past, as a matter of fact. The Can-Am Endurance Cup, which I believe is the WRL event up at Road America, or was the WRL event at Road America. Looks like about it. So maybe not, a significant campaign for the RS3 TCR, but and I'm not sure what their plans for 2021 are.
Yeah,
they did run at Barber this year, as a matter of fact.
Speaking of TCRs, the one is on its way out of the paddock after about 20 minutes stationary.
Getting a refresh on Race Hero here, I think.
Mine's fine, so...
Oh, no, it's mine not playing ball. Very odd. 10 seconds is your margin at the top of the field as we crest over an hour and a half through the 2020 season finale for the World Racing League, the U.S. Endurance Championship at Circuit of the Americas on Driver's Eye Live. I'm hoping we're going to have a guest here in a little bit.
Oh, I should probably set
by
that
the
up,
name
huh?
of- Well, once we have a time, yes, but he's hoping within the hour.
Oh, I can set it up now.
Okay, well, we'll do that. Put it to one side and then share it once our guest is ready. Reminder that we had 8 hours of racing yesterday. If you weren't with us, although I'm sure most of you were, that it ended in pretty dramatic fashion with some challenging weather and strategy calls, and just really enjoyable into yesterday's race. It spilled over into today. 10 seconds at the top of the field, 30 seconds separates the top 3, and the top 4 all within a minute. 3 GT4s in there, the Tons of Gas BMW M4, the Wheel to Wheel Racing 983, GT4 Club Sport in 3rd, and then the G-Tech Motorsports Ginetta G55 in 4th. The outlier there is the 111 Dunn Motorsports Porsche 996, which finds itself in 2nd overall, chasing down that number 242. Not really chasing down, just looking at lap times, but the margins held pretty steady at about 10 seconds, which bodes well for the long-term future of the race. Interesting to note here, and I'm not looking at your script, Joseph, so I don't get the returned after or came out of pits messages with the estimated time loss, but the 242 BMW, its pit stop lap was a 441.5.
Which number
The
would you say?
111's pit stop lap was a 411.0. So 30 seconds gained in the pit stop by the 111 Porsche.
Yeah, let me see if I can corroborate that in some way.
I'm sure that lap time is reflective almost exclusively of the lap time, or the time spent in the pits. And we've talked about this in races here in the past, where you're not just looking at number of pit stops, but there is also a wide variation in the length of the pit stops in WRL. And that over the course of an 8-hour race, if you're making 5 or 6 stops, if you're picking up 30 seconds, and often it's even more than that, but if you're picking up that level of time on each of those pit stops, it makes a huge difference. Even more so than if you were, having to make an extra stop or two over the course of the race. It's really about total pit time more than it is about number of pit stops, which sounds obvious when you say it, but it's easy to get sucked into, oh, this car has to make another stop, this car has to make another stop, this car has to make 2, and ignoring how much time is being gained or lost by each of those teams on each pit stop.
I will make the point that the one we're on board with. They lost about 24 minutes with their issues. They're sort of. I don't know if we ever kind of got official word as to what was going on there, but it couldn't have been. You would assume not a drivetrain issue, because that would be insane to fix that in 24 minutes. But so yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it was a toe link or something like that.
Yeah, it felt like suspension. I may be able to reach out to Tim Myers here, who is not sure if he's in charge, but certainly heads up in a significant way the Hammer Motorsports effort with their 3 RS3 TCRs, and see if he's willing to share what happened to the number 1.
I do want to look back at the number 72 while you're doing that. That they're now down to a minute 24 gap, and when I looked a few laps ago, they were around like a 1:16. So they've lost another, 8 to 10 seconds or so. And again, it's going to ebb and flow with traffic a little bit. But it looks like they're losing consistently a second here or there, and that's going to make it, a little bit difficult, even if they can avoid the other stop. That being said, we just talked about pit stop times, etc., how that's going to play into it as well. So if I had Joseph's cool computer thing, I could see how long the 72 spins in the pits. If they're spending a similar amount of time as the 242 and the 111, and they can save a stop, then that would help them tremendously. And again, this is, safety cars notwithstanding, double yellows notwithstanding, such and such, as we're on board the number 90 right now.
Worth making a point, by the way, about the safety cars. The WRL makes every effort to avoid them. In certain cases, they are unavoidable, but Circuit of the Americas is sort of willing to play ball with hot poles, as they're known, which is just going out, retrieving a car under a local yellow, covering the slow vehicle with white flags, and ensuring nobody. Say this: you can't pass the EV while you're passing another car, and you need to respect the yellow flag. Slow down appropriately, take no risk. You're not allowed to pass. The normal for motorsports. But that is an exchange of trust, and as long as the drivers do what they are asked to do and supposed to do, then Circuit of the Americas will make the effort to retrieve cars without setting the course full course yellow. And that means more track time during practice and qualifying sessions. It means more competitive time. It means less disruption to the race in racing situations. And they certainly, did what they were asked to yesterday. And I see no reason that wouldn't continue this morning. The credit's due to Circuit of the Americas and to World Racing League for allowing that to be the case in their races, especially here at COTA. But the full course yellows we saw yesterday were, in the first instance, sort of inconveniently timed. It came basically right at halfway, and it forced the number 72 BMW Motorsports car into the pits from a strategy perspective, but it offset whatever advantage they had gained by running longer on every stop. And they ended up falling out of contention with another issue later on, but at the time, they had been building up to, hey, the rhythm of the race is actually kind of starting to favor us, and then the full course yellow took that away. On the converse side, we ended up with a full course yellow in the last 45 minutes of the race that was exactly perfectly timed for a bunch of really clever strategy calls. Come in, make your last stop under full course yellow, and it totally shuffled the top six. And that's how we ended up with the dramatic finish that we saw in the last 25 minutes of running yesterday afternoon. So, full course yellows giveth, full course yellows taketh away. They try and avoid them when they can. In some cases, it's beneficial to the rhythm of the race. In some cases, it's very disruptive. But in any case, here anyway, they tend to be very organic and unavoidable.
Well, we'll just have to see how that plays out. Looks like we've still got another 6 hours and nears and makes no difference. 15 minutes left to go in the race. We still have the number 242 Tons of Gas Motorsports car out front in GTO, and they are also the fast lap holder at 224.8. Lots of people in the 225, 226 range. That 224 stands, it looks like, about a second faster than else has been able to manage. Most people, that's about 2 seconds faster for GTO.
I noticed on the onboard feed we just switched over to there, Joseph, that I assume that was the 604 Round 3 Racing Porsche Boxster?
Yeah, they are, they're making a right-hand turn, which doesn't make me feel very confident, as in,
no.
So not onto the track, but
further into the paddock, maybe towards the transporter.
Yeah, that would be my guess.
I noticed the man behind the wheel did not have a helmet on.
That is correct, which is not typically how you would enter a hot racetrack.
No.
And
given that they've already been back there for about an hour and 45 minutes, I can't imagine they're going to get parts.
Yeah, I mean, it is under its own power. So,
interesting.
They thought the issue was the fuel pump, so presumably that's been fixed. Either that or they have just enough fuel pressure to make it around the paddock. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that feed, but this is looking a little bit like they may be done.
Yeah, those earlier Boxsters and even the later ones, not the easiest cars in the world to work on. Your engine access is painfully tight in there. And so fuel pump, obviously you're going to be a little bit closer to the front of the car, but even still a little bit difficult to get in there to fix stuff in a reasonable time frame. So if you've got a Boxster, you really hope that nothing goes wrong, because it's a giant headache to get anything mechanical fixed that isn't sort of suspension related. About 15 minutes,
okay.
they say. The WRL public Discord server, they think they're going to be done in 15 minutes. That's impressive. So hopefully they get that squared away. So I'll just, it's been an hour and 45, whatever it's taken them to do. So you figure it's a 2-hour repair on whatever it is that happened. At least they're going to get out there and get some track time,
No, that's fantastic, and it's another camera to run on board with, and a pretty exciting one at that. Looking forward to seeing them back on track and riding along, and getting to see the driver at work as well. Candelaria Motorsports Products, or Candelaria Racing Products. I haven't seen the logo in some time, so I've forgotten.
It is Racing Products.
But Racing Products, thank you. They have developed their camera system and are able to sort of go picture-in-picture with a camera facing the driver and a camera facing the front of the car, move things around, add some data, useful data as well. Last pit stop lap, current lap, gap 10 exit class, all kinds of really useful information up on the screen. And it really looks nice and really added a lot to our feed during the race yesterday. So looking forward to seeing that again today. Another update from round 3 there, just to get full names here. They're shuffling the drivers around in the round 3 racing camp. The 602 will be driven by Christian Maloof, James Candelaria, and Sarah Montgomery, who were in the 604 yesterday. And then Pippa Mann and Buzz McCall are going to move over to the 604 when it comes back out on track. And I assume that's to get a little more visibility in time for, James Candelaria and Sarah Montgomery, even though it's in a GP3 entry, that car having been moved down this weekend. And then the 604, Buzz McCall, former NASCAR team owner and Trans Am champion as a team owner, Buzz McCall, along with Pippa Mann in the other car, willing to cede the track time to help the other guys out, which is noble, but we'd certainly like to see both of them on track given the opportunity. The 601 is still out there. Incidentally, that car was left in GP2 this week, and they're 41st overall.
The 602.
Taking a look at the GP2 standings.
The 602
is third in class.
Yeah, I have it in 4th, but yeah.
Interesting.
I just saw the 242 drop down to 8th position. Is that something we're expecting? Did they pit?
It would be early, wouldn't it, Ryan? And they're not in the pits. I assume they're going to be salmon on Race Hero here because they've not come across the line yet. It's either that or they're...
Yeah, I have them missing now.
Yeah,
and
they're either missing...
They're about 10 laps short of a pit stop.
Yeah, there's no pit marker on Race Hero, which does pull in from the pit loop, does it not?
That is directly from the MyLapse Orbit system that they pull from the timing system that WRL uses.
Yes, and when you see the pit marker, historically here at Circuit of the Americas and races we've done in the past, you just see them go salmon on Race Hero. There's no pit marker, it's just they haven't crossed the line when they were expected, and you really don't get that information until after it's already happened. That car's already been in the pits, and in some cases come out of the pits and is on their outlap before we see them again, but Race Hero has expected them, we've expected them, and that's how we were sort of informed that there was a car in the pit lane. Now, with the use of the pit lane loop at pit entry, with the extra MyLapse transponders, what we get is an instantaneous notification when they come into the pits. So if the 242 is in the pit lane, theoretically, we ought to know about it.
Yeah, so that's
so we'll keep an eye on this, and then keep an eye around the circuit as well from our onboard feeds to see if we see a stricken number 242 BMW M4. I haven't seen anything so far, admittedly. But you know,
That does have an into the
just
lead,
talking,
and the
we were talking.
Go ahead.
We were talking a little earlier this morning, and you're going to make the point about the 111 being into the lead. This happened yesterday as well, with the 242 going just nuts at the front of the field, really good in traffic, really, really fast, probably driving a little more aggressively over curbs and things of that nature, but their pace dropped very quickly, and or they dropped away very quickly all of a sudden, and they were not featured anymore. So the point I'm trying to make is it's not all about the pace. You can go like stink at the front of the field and build up a huge margin, but the instant that you lose a lap or two because you're no longer out on track, or you have a reliability issue, or something else happens, all that pace goes away, or goes for naught. And the end result is, instead of leading, now all of a sudden they're back in 8th. Although the whole situation is kind of baffling, because they don't have any long laps logged. They are just in P8, having done 227s and 226s.
No, the thing that's curious is they have turned a lap, so it's not like they're still missing,
yeah.
right?
I wonder if... so we made the point yesterday, Joseph, and this is good for Ryan as well, that the preference is to penalize with laps, not with time.
Ooh,
or a stop.
Okay.
Right? So...
I see where you're going.
The idea is that, okay, decisions made in race control, we're going to penalize you, we're going to dock you a lap, or 2 laps, or 3 laps, whatever the case is. And the penalties get more draconian, obviously, the more significant the infraction is. It's meant to be a deterrent. It does its job. But if you can provide proof that you were not involved or you were not at fault, and that's video proof, the series encourages onboard cameras for that reason. If you can provide that proof, it's much easier to just add the laps back than it is to rescind the penalty, than it is to try and find some way to make it fair. So it sort of serves a dual purpose of making the infraction more as penalized to a higher rate, because there really isn't a penalty that's smaller than a single lap, and it allows for things to sort of be made fair and be made right if an error has been made. And I think that's a great way to handle the issue, and it is a great step forward from WRL.
We have a pit stop from the GP4 leader, the HNS number 43.
That'll be first pit stop of the day, I believe. Yes. 38 laps. And I believe is the last of the GP4 cars to make their first pit stop. Indeed it is. Wheels America did have a stop early, but that was to fix a problem. They were in the pits for about 40 minutes, came back out, and they've been running ever since, but they are 14 laps off of their class leader. That Tons of Gas car is still doing 225s, by the way. So I don't think there was a problem there. This would suggest to me either a transponder issue or a penalty for whatever reason. And I'm hopeful that maybe our guest can shed some light on that here in a little bit.
The reason I think a penalty is more likely is because if it were a transponder issue, we just wouldn't have seen a lap that was registered that was twice as long.
Oh, you know what? You're absolutely right. Yeah, that makes sense. And it was very sudden, them dropping down to 8th. It wasn't like a general, or a slow tumble down the order, or a couple of slow laps. It's just they're all at once. Looks like they've lost a full lap.
Yeah. So we'll need to keep an eye on that, or an ear on that, as the case may be.
I do have an inquiry in, so.
Yes. Okay.
Hopefully we'll find out here shortly. As Ryan was about to make the point, it
sounds so good.
It has promoted the 111 Dunn Motorsports Porsche back to the lead, although the pace has dropped away a little bit. 2:33 last time around for the 111, and a 2:30 for the wheel-to-wheel number 983. That is now only 17 seconds behind the overall leader. The Ginetta, even quicker than that, a 2:30 flat. and stays within a minute of the overall leading Porsche. And I agree with you guys. This car sounds fantastic. This car
Alright.
less so.
Oh, it was a 240. Did I see that right?
For what?
I thought I saw a 240 on the dash on this.
It is 239.8 last time around.
That is a long lap for this car.
Well, I have noticed that at one point the Toyota Supra was, right there with the Ginetta earlier in the race, and the Ginetta's now up into third, and we've got the Toyota Proving Grounds car is still back in 8th, so there's something going on.
This will have been a driver change, Ryan. Ever since the pit stop, its times have been... He did work in a 232 there, even a 231, but the majority of them, even just graphically on the output that RaceHero.io provides, you can see, a couple seconds a lap, that car is now giving up relative to the driver that started it.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah,
some of that may be indecision in traffic. It may be just
Sure.
being less comfortable with the car when it needs to be a little more edgy, especially around the second half of the lap. There are a number of factors that go into that, but the end result.
Oh, go ahead, sorry. From the lead.
That's a short stint. That is a very short stint. They were last in at lap 29. It's now 45. So 16 laps is only about halfway to when we would have expected them to be in. So our previous leader, and the car that has led most of the way this morning, we think maybe has had to serve a penalty, has been docked a lap and is now back in P7. The number 111 Dunn Motorsports Porsche is now in the pits. So that'll promote the 983 wheel-to-wheel Porsche into the lead. And again, Joseph, hashtag championship implications.
Yeah.
It needs that result. It's got 4 points to close up on the GTR BMW that now sits at 5th. It needs, especially if the GTR BMW stays competitive today, that number 99, it needs as many points as it can bring home, because that 99 won't be far behind it at any point. Confirmation, by the way, that the 242 was penalized for passing under yellow.
Got it. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was contact somewhere that we'd missed, but that also makes a ton of sense. I think there's similar penalties.
I believe they are, and those are all listed in the regulations for WRL. And I do want to have a chat about the future regulations for next year, because I know there are interested parties listening and watching this weekend that will want to know what, if any, changes are coming in 2021, and hopefully we'll be able to address those here in a little bit by the people who are very much in the know.
We do have we've got 2 new leaders. I think you've mentioned one. 983 is now over the 111, who's still, I think, in the pits. I don't know if they've left yet. And then GP4 and Team HNS, that's the number 43, is finally coming for their pit stop and have been replaced at the lead by the number 19, the Viking racing car.
Yes, we did mention that pit stop for the 43, the last of the GP4 cars to make their first pit stop this morning, almost 2 hours into the season finale for the World Racing League. So that's a quarter distance gone from Circuit of the Americas. 6 hours of racing left on top of the 2 we had this morning and the 8 we had yesterday. So still plenty to play for. National championships to be crowned today for the 2020 World Racing League. We've already crowned the Eastern and Midwest Regional Championships at their respective season finales, VIR and Hallett, respectively. But time to crown national champions today, and that's what we'll do here at 4 o'clock Central Time. This is Driver's Eye Live. Brendan Kazmarek, Joseph Woodrock, and Ryan West joining you from places that are not Circuit of the Americas, but still very invested in what's happening in Austin this weekend.
Yeah, so looking at GP1, which is technically still up for grabs, the new championship leader is Screaming Goat Racing. I think we talked about that to some degree yesterday. they're in the number 29.
So this is a championship that changed hands yesterday.
Correct. And
as
which
a result of the race finish.
Yes, and it's about what we expected. They lead the championship and they lead their class. So as things stand, they are in position to clinch. Well, everyone's clinching a championship today, I suppose. But they're in position to wrap up GP1. GP2 is settled. That will go to the 51 Choice Racing car. GP3 is also settled as of last night. That will go to the number 55 AOA Motorsports. There was some... the 85, one of their sister cars, had a shot at it, but that has now gone out the window. There's 28 points between them, and this is the last race, 14 points up for grabs. So GP3 was also settled last night. GP4 has been settled for some time. That will go to the 970, regardless of what happens tonight. But there is still a trophy up for grabs for winning tonight. So, and there's only four of you out there. So, I mean, you've got a 25% chance of coming home with the trophy. That's my advice to you. I'm sitting in my Staples office chair. I think I have the most expertise.
Stores are available.
Again, not really. And then
Office Max would like a word.
Yeah, they've got 4 of them. So anyway, GTO I think is the most interesting one. That's the one that is going to take the most actual brain cells to figure out, because that's going to come down to drops to a degree, and it's also going to come down to as things stand, the 983 is, I mean, they're in the lead of GTO right now, so I guess it's a little redundant to say they're in a good position. They're doing everything they can. The question is going to be, can the 99 hold on to it? And we saw them claw back pace in a major way, up to, with the penalties you described, Brendan. They ended up 3rd. So while that was a good result for the 983, it was arguably a better result for the 99. But that's going to be the one that's tricky. That's going to be the one that we're really going to have to make sure that we're counting our drops correctly before we project a winner tonight.
Incidentally, in terms of the overall championship, if you look at the table over on MyLab Speed Hive, Team GTR is they're 3rd, and they are ahead of the 601 there by a point. So there are interests for, let's say some of the lower positions in the overall championship, or within the top 5. But they are just, I think, outside of reach of the overall championship from the 55 and the 51. They are going to be pretty much the only 2 cars that battle that out, at least for the top spot.
Yeah, I believe they're still.
We haven't really talked about that 51 Choice Racing, by the way. They are 2nd in GP2, and are gonna need to gain points on the 55.
Yeah, it's worth noting that there are smaller prizes on offer for 2nd and 3rd in these championships, so it's not to discount these, but it's definitely easier to be thinking about the number 1 spot across 5 championships.
For sure,
speaking
and
of
especially
the 99,
when
it is. I'm sorry, Brendan, real quick. It is within half a second of the number 72. Now, granted, we have the 99's probably going to come around for a pit stop here in the next couple laps, I would imagine. Whereas the PMW number 72 probably has a little bit more time in hand. So they're very close right now for that 3rd, 4 spot. So the Team GTR is doing what they need to do. They're moving up the field at some decent pace.
Yeah, and that's we had talked about that a little bit earlier this morning, where that the 99 has its strong suit is always its consistency, and you may not see it at the start of the race. It may take a couple of hours, but by the time you get to about halfway, you look up and there's the 99 GTR BMW. The blue, the sort of dark blue M3 is always there in competition, and very much in with a shot of a class victory, almost always.
Yeah, and we had spent
it across multiple series at multiple tracks, and it's the end result is always the same. They're always right there.
And we spent a decent part of the race yesterday kind of dumping on them, saying, well, it's this is a weird race. They're not really competitive right now. And where did they finish but third?
Well, even this morning, it took us a while to really have a reason to talk about them. They started 20th.
Yeah.
And here we are 2 hours later, right up in P4. Now, granted, they've been the beneficiary of some issues from the number 111 Dunn Motorsports Porsche, who's back out on track, by the way, and has put in 2 laps since then. And then the penalty for the 242, obviously. But it's no less a testament to, exactly what we talk about, which is their consistency, their preparation, and their ability to make a car go fast for a long period of time. Out the front of the Thunder Bunny BMW at the moment, we talked a little bit yesterday about the NP01, the NASA prototype built by Elan with the Mazda engine in the back of it. This is the Gray Speed entry, I think number 994. I think I'm right in saying. Yes, the number 994. Currently back in 43rd. Go ahead, Ryan.
I'll have to ask our expert, JT, what the deal with the NP01 is. I don't think that's been as successful as NASA wanted it to be. But I always imagined that anything that you could fit the Miata stuff into, you could fit a V8 into. And I always thought that would be kind of a neat thing to have a one with a little bit beefier motor on there. It doesn't look like they have the outright pace for GTO today, but I wonder if that's just an engine swap away from being a competitive car.
Right, Joseph, what did I say yesterday about the engine in the back of the NP01?
Yeah, but that's not, like, I don't know. It feels like such a... I've heard it would be such a good car with more power, like, so many times, like with the 86, like the production 86. It's like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, but this is just a race car. This isn't a production car. This isn't something that people are going to go drive on the street that doesn't need that kind of power.
But that's the thing. It's always better with more power. Everything's always better with more. That's the whole thing. It's like saying, oh, if only we. Yeah.
Under what circumstances in a racing car would you not want more power?
All I'm saying is it's not like it's not a discussion that I'm like, yes, I'm glad we're finally talking about this. Cars never have enough power. What is the deal with cars and not enough power?
No, but that one in particular could be a hoot with about 50 or 60 more horsepower. That car could just be an absolute blast. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Top of the field, it's 983 leads G-Tech Motorsports, and I'm just sort of continually impressed by the run that Ginetta G55 is having. It didn't feature yesterday really very well at all, but it's been super consistent this morning and was within 30 seconds of the wheel-to-wheel Porsche that has inherited the lead over the last half hour or so. PMW Motorsports there in third, and that's all within about half a lap. Hammer Motorsports, the number 02, incidentally, is having a incredibly consistent run as well. They're 6th overall, 6th in GTO, and they've, for as many little problems as we saw out of some of the Hammer cars yesterday, that 02 is having a much better run today, and it's sort of, if anything, it's taken the place of the run the number 1 had yesterday, where it just kind of hung around the bottom end of the top 10 or the middle of the top 10, and then when push came to shove and we had to set ourselves up for the run to the checkered flag, it was right there. So that's good to see the second Hammer car up in there as well. I think that car was entered as an Audi R8 GT4. In fact, I'm certain it was. And that's kind of what I expected it to be this weekend. But it became apparent yesterday that Hammer Motorsports had just filled their trailer with 3 RS3 TCRs. And this is what we get.
I thought I saw somebody in the paddock, maybe this is on the entry list and I missed it. It looked like somebody had an A3 or something that they were running. I don't know if they just happened to have
there is
it.
an A4.
Okay.
Yeah, the Apicol number 177 is a 2000 Audi A4.
Well, there you go. All right.
Which I would desperately love to be a super touring car, but alas, just a road car.
Are you like aware that you're the only person on this continent who even remembers super touring?
That's not true.
Okay.
I'm sure Randy Popes remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Okay.
Super Touring.
I know you do.
One of those cars in GTO here would be awesome.
For the
I don't
5
know how
minutes
you would
that it
maintain
ran.
it. Exactly. I was going to say, I'm not sure it would be the most reliable thing, but I would love to see it on track.
Burns more oil than fuel.
I mean, sure. Sick of the tranny wine, man. Especially out of the BMWs.
So you must be a big Formula E fan. Because that's all that you hear.
That is true. I don't watch much Formula E, admittedly.
Yeah.
I don't have the patience for it.
They're 40-minute races.
It's more the following along with team names and team changes, and
Oh, that's fine.
although I am a big fan of really poorly designed street circuits, that is one of my passions in life.
Yeah.
And I feel like that is sort of a cause that has been championed by Formula E over the last 6 seasons. So maybe I need to give it a little more time.
I mean,
BMW certainly isn't.
Or Audi. They're coming to race in WRL. They're going to do a factory WRL effort.
yeah, where's maybe Schnitzer will come over here.
Who does Tony Catcoast race for?
I think it's DS Techeetah?
Oh, okay. Maybe
See-
he could come.
Okay, in a Citroen.
Yes, there we go.
I have decided I don't know if we're too deeply invested in Tony Cat Coast, but it would be Tony Cat of the Coast, so it's really Tony Beach Cat.
Tony Katsemets.
Cool.
I don't-
I didn't realize
There's a
that
connection here.
there's really not even the Continental. Well, kind of. I think
Anybody
the
else
Costa's
got anything to
Portuguese.
say about mid-2000s Formula Atlantic drivers? No? Is that it?
I really don't think anybody does.
No, I don't think so either. Anyway, 51 laps completed.
Antonio
We are,
Felix Acosta. Net worth. I really don't care about Antonio Felix Acosta's net worth.
Somebody that's actually a commonly searched phrase is Antonio Felix da Costa's net worth.
That was one of the suggestions.
Wow.
He is with DS Techeetah. I did have that right. Look at me.
There you go. I'm sure all 4 races they ran at Berlin Tempelhof were great.
6, idiot.
Yeah, there we go. Poorly
3.
designed airport terminal ramp layouts.
They were 3 different layouts. Well, okay, 2 different layouts, and then they ran 1 backwards.
World
Stunning.
Racing League runs the track backwards. I
Do
don't
they?
know if you were aware, but the Hallett race they ran back in October, which is a driver and team favorite, was run counterclockwise on Saturday, I think, and clockwise on Sunday.
The problem with you talking about Hallett is I don't know if it's actually a favorite or you're just insisting that it is because it's in Oklahoma that you have some
Why
bizarre
else
Where you
connection.
spend
45
minutes.
teams? Why else would 45 teams go to rural Oklahoma to race cars for a
It's
weekend
close.
if the track
close.
weren't?
I just want to make the point. So if you look at like Formula E results for the 2019-2020 season, it's Diriyah, Santiago, Mexico City, Marrakesh, Berlin. Like literally half of the season was at Berlin.
Yeah, sure. Well, they figured out a way to it. Formula E should go to Hallett.
No, the Supercross Championship this year actually had to do something very similar. They
They went to Hallett.
yeah, they went to Hallett and Handbastic.
Everything in Salt Lake City. Oh, that's mean.
No, they played at the
Hallett's a nice place.
if you say so, they played at the Utah Ute Stadium, or they raced at the Utah Ute Stadium, and they just
Yeah,
like
it was in Salt Lake.
yeah, and they just
Bicycles.
they just carved it up and made like a different layout like every 3 days. It was crazy.
Point being made in the YouTube chat that the lap times coming out of the 242 Tons of Gas Motorsports BMW are setting the world on fire, and indeed they have been since quite literally the start of the race.
Yeah, but they're in the
Fastest
pits.
lap at 2:24.883, and are they?
Yeah.
The 242? Wow, your race hero is ahead of mine. Or your script is ahead of my race hero.
Unless
Wheel-to-wheel 91 is into the pits.
well, we'll see. Maybe I've got some bad data, but I'm showing
Oh,
them.
no, you're right. You're right. They have not come across the line yet. They are slipping down the order. This doesn't appear to be another lost lap situation. This is cars coming across the line ahead of it. And that car should be expected. So did you get a pit notification or a missing notification?
I got a pit. Well, so I got a on my timing sheet they went purple, which for me means not fastest lap, but in the pits.
Right. So.
And they would have crossed about 4 minutes
Nah,
ago.
first
They should have been in the pits.
Yeah, no, and they are salmon on Race Hero now, and no sign. Although they would be due into the pits right about now, so I wonder if something just happened when they crossed the timing loop on the way into the pits. I mean, they didn't get sort of credit, as it were, for being in the pit lane. But they were certainly expected and have not come across the line yet. Although, like I said, their first stint was 26 laps, so we'd be basically right up to... Well, reminder, this is their 52nd lap on track, but they were docked the lap as a penalty, right? So it only shows 51, but they've done 52. So this would be right on
Sure.
schedule for being in the pit lane for them.
Okay. Crisis averted, potentially.
I would think so, but we'll have to wait for them to come back around. If we see a lap time somewhere in the mid to high 4 minutes here, I think it's a pretty safe bet that they were in the pits. Pit lane pit stop for the there they go. And now it shows them as having been in the pits. 4:58.5, so a little longer stop for them than we see out of some of the other GTO entrants, but they've been so fast on track that...
And 99 and 983 are both in the pits.
Exactly my next point, which is a pit stop for the overall leader, that wheel-to-wheel racing Porsche number 983, and then GTR, with whom it does battle for the overall, or for the GTO National Championship, is in the pits from 4th as well, which will promote the number 45 G-Tech Motorsports Ginetta into the pits, and we may not see them in for another 6 to 7 laps by my estimation, and PMW there in 3rd won't be in for probably 15. So this is, you mentioned, Joseph, when we were in sort of the first 45 minutes to the hour, or to an hour of this race, that you were curious as to what the dynamic was going to look like, how the rhythm was going to settle in, and what we were going to expect as far as who pits when, what the pace was going to be like. And I think we're finally starting to clarify some of that as we get through the second round of GTO pit stops up at the top of the field. Again, it's not just all about the on-track pace, that there's some real shuffling going around with regards to the pit stop strategy and just how long each of these cars is able to stay out in between tanks of fuel.
Yeah, we've also got the 111 in now. At least I hope they're in. They're certainly missing for me.
This is the Dunn Motorsports Porsche. If they are missing,
Time ago.
no, they have fallen down from 7th to 14th. Although this is another scenario like the 242 where they didn't log a long lap. They just very suddenly dropped from 7th to 14th, even after having made their second pit stop. In sort of having run a short stint.
Yeah, that could well be a penalty then too.
Yeah, I wonder, and this is pure conjecture because we don't have vision for it from around the circuit, or from any of the onboards we have available. One wonders if maybe there was contact. They pitted just to make sure there was no lasting damage, and now this is the resultant penalty.
Sure.
I'm probably putting 2 and 2 together to make 5, but if I were going to take a stab at it, it makes sense logically.
Yeah, it feels plausible.
Yeah, pit stop for the number 2 Team ACP Tangerine Associates, BMW M240IR. First time we've talked about them today. Did you know, Joseph,
No.
that they have announced their 2020 racing schedule?
They're 2020?
I'm sorry, 2021.
Okay.
2021 racing schedule. Do you know what is on their 2021 racing schedule?
12 hours of
2
Bathurst.
series.
Okay.
No, but you're not far off.
I better be pretty
WRL
far
is
off.
1.
Okay.
WRL is 1. The other is the Creventic 24-hour series.
Interesting.
Yes, they ran the 24 Hours of Dubai this year with the, I think with the 240. They, I think, participated in, the car is European based, so I think they were at Hockenheim and they were at a few of the other
They were at Berlin
rescheduled
Temple.
24-hour series events. They were not. All 3 layouts. But I think there's a statement there about where their, well, clearly where their priorities lie, but the
It's curious
level
because
of
there's a little
professionalism.
bit of an overlap. Oh, that didn't sound good.
next year there is. No, it's struggling to find a gear there through turn 8.
Yeah, no, there's a little bit of overlap in that Sebring and Coda, I think, will be on both calendars. Isn't that right?
Coda is not.
Oh, Coda's
Sebring
been-
is,
okay.
I think. Yes, but I think in a more general and helpfully promotional way, I think it speaks to the level of professionalism in each series. I mean, I don't think there's any question about the 24-hour series being the most accessible way to go top-level endurance racing in Europe and points further afield. I mean, they do the 24 Hours of Dubai every year, and Team ACP has committed resources to making that happen, both last year and again for 2021. But if they're going to focus their energy anywhere in the United States, it literally could be anywhere. There are hosts of series to choose from that all offer slightly different things, but I think it speaks to where WRL is at right now, that that's their choice. They're going to go top-level endurance racing in Europe in the 24-hour series, and they're going to go top-level, at least amateur endurance racing here in the United States with the World Racing League next year. They are seeking funded drivers, if anybody is interested in finding a seat in the 24-hour series, or indeed here at the World Racing League. Certainly get in contact there with Team ACP Tangerine Associates, because they've really set themselves up nicely for 2021. Nice to see the view at the front of the 02 Audi RS3, by the way. That yellow car, well, the first yellow car you see, is the number 3 Fury entry, which is listed as a Fury.
Okay.
I'm actually very intrigued on the specs of that car. That's the Austin Dillon, Kaz Grala, Tyler Reddick car. And I have to find out what the specs of that car is, because it's not really anything as far as I can tell. So they have the Model R, Fury Track Day car, most versatile model, it says. And it does have a wing on it, and it looks vaguely like a TA2 car.
Sure. Okay, I see
But
that.
This car does not really look like that. This looks much more like the Model L that you see on FuryRaceCars.com, and it is just a straight-up late model. Which is intriguing to me, and I wonder.
Appropriate vehicle to do that with. If they're trying to get track time here for having the new car at the new track, you would want something that's, vaguely NASCAR-y if you were going to spend all that time.
I've just actually clicked through a little bit further. You can get the Model R, the Fury Model R, without the rear wing. It just has a spoiler on it. It looks much more like a stock car. And it's a tube frame chassis, 2,350 pounds, pretty impressive, and a 550 horsepower LS, because of course.
Well, it's getting out-dragged by an Audi TCR car, so for whatever that means for the Fury race car people.
Interesting.
Shots fired.
I did not see that coming. Oh, well, you know what? They may have that car restricted to match power to weight.
That would make sense.
I'm not sure what it would take to get it there. With all of the if there are modifiers that are going into that that may be sort of what explains that there.
So we've got plate racing at COTA, is what we're saying.
Tapered spacer, Ryan? They're tapered spacers now.
Oh, sorry. I'm still going to call it plate racing. It sounds
okay.
good.
That's fine. G-Tech Motorsports is into the overall lead, guys. We talked about the pit stop for the 983, who has cycled back out into 4th, so should become the overall leader when the rest of the cars up in front of the field make their second pit stops. But G-Tech is still got another 5 laps or so before they make that second stop. Hammer Motorsports, the 02, is with whom you're right on board actually, is into 3rd overall at the moment, 56 laps complete, and they should be in around the same time as the number 45 Ginetta. So I think we're going to get ourselves a guest here. 604?
Yeah, it is.
Fantastic. Very, very happy to see this car headed back out on track. And remember, this isn't Sarah Montgomery and James Candelaria that we saw yesterday in this car. This is going to be Buzz McCall and Pippa Mann. And if I were going to guess, this is probably Buzz McCall.
Your guess is as good as mine. We at least have a helmet to look at.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't remember what Pippa Mann's helmet looks like, but it doesn't. That doesn't jog my memory.
Well, this should be Googleable.
You would think. I'm handling something else here at the moment.
No, at least most recently, I mean, everyone's entitled to change their helmets, especially if you happen to drive something that's open cockpit. But no,
also does not appear to have the build of Pippa Mann. Somebody that would easily fit themselves into an open wheeler.
Yeah,
not that anybody fits themselves easily into a single seater, but looks much more at home in a Porsche Boxster. It has to be said.
Yeah, it looks like Pippa's helmet is more of a pink base with a yellow band, so that's what we'll be looking for.
There we go. Yes. And as we mentioned earlier, that is Trans Am champion team owner and NASCAR team owner Buzz McCall, previous employer of Ward Burton, which is clearly the pinnacle of his career. Running a Porsche Boxster at COTA in the World Racing League, a close second.
Did Ward Burton...
Back on board the TCR number 1.
Was it Ward that ran the Maxwell House car? It wasn't Jeff, right?
You know, I honestly don't know. I do know that the McCall car was the cat racing car.
Ah, yes. Okay, I remember that one very well. Was that a Pontiac?
It was for a time. I'm not sure. I'm sure it went through a couple different iterations, but for a long time, it definitely was a Pontiac.
I was trying to play with the equalizer to get some of this wind noise out, and I had no such luck.
Yeah, it's tough. It came and went yesterday. It felt like there were stints where it was better, stints where it was worse. Certainly early on it seemed to be all right, but it does sort of just provide a natural flavor of what's going on around the circuit.
Yeah,
not
presumably,
very distracting, at least for me.
Presumably it is what you would hear in the cockpit, so, you know, I would rather hear engine note, but...
Of course.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Pit stop for the number 09 Automatic Racing Aston Martin, who at his peak has found himself in 5th overall, 5th in GTO. Again, if you missed us a little bit earlier this morning, that car was disqualified for being over power. It was re-dynoed last night because it sort of inherited a win. Found it was not checked appropriately.
To be fair,
and, went on the dyno again this morning, or late last night, after they changed the restrictor, and all happy now. Is very much legal to be in GTO.
Yeah, to be fair, the top 4 would have all been in impound anyway, so it's not like he was disqualified as a result of being elevated.
And I gather that the only reason he was dynoed was because he inherited the win, and had he finished second, which is where he finished on the road, that car's second place would have stood, because they don't go through and dyno, the top. They don't dyno 15 cars. They'll do the class winners and leave it at that, which is fair enough. Chances of catching something like that are very small anyway. This just more or less appears to have been an error by the 09, and just a little bit too much power. But they're back where they ought to be now, and still competitive. Have cycled back out of the pits in the top 10. Their sister car right behind them in 11th. That's the number 22 from Automatic Racing. That team up from Orlando, Florida. The Automatic Racing Aston Martin GT4s, previous generation of Aston Martins. It should be said. These aren't the cars that they run currently in Michelin Pilot Challenge over in IMSA, but are sort of the equivalent from 4 or 5 years ago. If you remember the Invisible Glass cars, that is the same operation.
Yeah, it's
Second
curious.
Place now in Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I always kind of assume that these teams, when they're done with a chassis, they just sell it off. Not the case with this one. You would expect. It's just they decided they were gonna hold on to it and run it in different events, which
It is surprising to think that maybe they set it aside for exactly this purpose. Like, maybe you could have made more money by selling it off somewhere, but
you've already got it, right? You're gonna lose money, probably gonna lose money on it by selling it off. So I get it.
This is true, and you can rent those seats out, right? If you decide you have gaps in your schedule, and you can sorry, just getting a message here. You can go and make some money and let maybe your crew guys go have some fun on an off weekend in an older car, no pressure. Maybe that makes some sense. A message from RJ Till, a couple of them actually. First, pass under yellow on the 242 has been overturned with video evidence.
Oh.
So
right.
Exactly what we were talking about.
And they have been elevated back up to 7th, so there you go.
Second.
Okay, that hasn't
Right,
updated for me
they've
yet.
given them that lap. They've given them that lap back. They are in second now, behind G-Tech Motorsports, the Ginetta G55. But remember that is a G55 that owes us a pit stop, or at the very least owes the 242 a pit stop. And as the race goes on, you may see the 45 be able to save time in the pits or save a pit stop before the race is over. But at least in the meantime, it's 53 seconds out in front, only because the 242 has made 2 stops, been going unbelievably quickly since the drop of the green flag.
And I do now have
17 on track. That is the Camaro, I think, Joseph. It looked like is there a black Camaro this weekend? There's a silver one, right? The Team Texas number 97. But that's on the way into the Triple Apex right-hander at 16, 17, and 18.
02 in the pits, just stopped.
Hopefully. Team Texas is missing, although they've been missing for a while, so I'm not sure that that's them. KBT Racing Chevrolet Corvette. It's a C5. Didn't look like a C5, but it might be possible. I think they actually have it on board on Facebook. See if I can pull that up here. We can't. No, that camera lasted 9 minutes.
Oh, the 01 is apparently... Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't realize the 01 was circulating, actually, because we weren't following it on camera, but it has pitted and come back out on track.
Yes. 27th, actually. They've done a pretty decent job of clawing their way back up the order after their longer stop this morning. They were 32nd when they came out of the pits there initially, and they were as high as 16th before they came into the pits this time around. They've fallen down, like I said, to 27th, and well down the order in GTO as well. Pit stop for the 02. Just about on their way back out. No tires here.
Look to your
Here we
right.
go. This is the recovery down at 16. On board, we think, with Buzz McCall at the wheel of the number 604. Oop, wide.
Or we've got a car
Over the
maybe to our
curve there in
right.
the middle of 17.
Yeah, we've got a
yes,
couple.
we do. We've got several, I think.
Ooh.
Nice little slide on the exit at 19 there.
Yeah, that's another one where the track kind of drops away from you at the apex.
Ugh. Is that the Ginetta?
It is, yeah.
One of the Ginettas. Do we have multiple G55s this weekend? We do. Oh, CMZ is the other one. That's right. Number 27. I'm
There's
not
the
sure which one
Supra.
that is.
There's the Supra, there's the kit car. And I missed the other car that went by.
Is that the Porsche?
It looks like a Porsche.
Yeah, it is. It's number 111. It is the 111. We saw a lot of that car yesterday, riding on board with the Hammer Motorsports. I think it was the number 1 at the time, or the 01 before the windshield.
I'm always.
busted. We didn't really address that today.
I'm always hesitant to try to positively ID 911s because from the wrong angle, the 370Z does a pretty good job of looking like one.
I don't think we have any 370s this weekend.
I didn't think we did, but it's just one of those cars where I'm like, we tend to see Nissans. Actually, do we have any Nissans in the field?
No, none. None. I just looked it up. There are no Nissans in the entry list this year.
Any Datsuns?
No Datsuns either.
Okay. But no, that's one of those things where I'm like, it feels more likely that you'd see a 370Z than you'd see a 911, but we have the inverse here.
Yes, especially of some vintage. Those 350Zs have been pretty ubiquitous around endurance racing for some time.
Yeah.
Club racing in general, in fairness. No, full course yellow.
Okay, well that'll ruin everything.
Numero uno on the day.
Yes.
After the 2 we had yesterday, and this one's considerably earlier than we saw yesterday.
Yeah, by
2
about
hours 37 minutes in.
Yeah.
An hour and a half earlier than we got yesterday. And I wonder if this is in response to what happened at turn 17, where they've got to get it back across the track to get it into the pits.
Let's see if
Or
we
if there is another situation here. See, that looks like a Camaro to me. I wonder if Team Texas had been, well, they'd clearly been in the pits. I wonder if they were out circulating again and trying to, resume racing and ground to a halt, having not fixed the issue.
The curious thing here is going to be who takes to the pits. We don't have a ton right now. The 160 for ART is in.
Megan Tyler checking in from pit wall on our YouTube stream.
Ah.
On Driver's Eye Live. Well, on the World Racing League YouTube channel, but hosted on Driver's Eye Live. Hello, hello everybody down in the pit lane. In years past, we've been able to say that over the PA. I am somewhat suspicious that we have any volume over the PA this weekend, or on the Jumbotrons for that matter. I did a little research yesterday, Joseph, and I was growing to believe that what we saw on the Jumbotrons across from pit wall yesterday was in fact Formula 1 qualifying and or Formula 2 racing.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Honestly, fine. I get it.
Yeah, no,
You're already watching the race. You're already here.
yeah, I'm actually kind of glad. Like, I feel like if I were at a racetrack, and yes, I'm invested in my own race and what's going on, but I am still a racing fan. Like, I think I would want the opportunity to follow along with what was going on. And if you're going to throw it on a giant screen across from the pit wall and make it easy for me, so I'm not staring down at a phone or asking people for updates, then maybe that is the best course of action.
A few more takers to the pits. 172 has pitted from 18th in GTO. That's TLM USA. New Light has also pitted. They were 23rd overall. Had just taken 23rd overall. Hitman has pitted again. G-Tech in the 45 is pitted from the lead overall and GTO. Team LMR, the 151 in this case, has also pitted. Choice, the 51, our leader in GP2, or at least pitting from the lead in GP2, also in the pits. Enduro Works 92 is pitted.
That 45 is a point to make, by the way. The G-Tech Motorsports, having pitted from the lead, came in under yellow and will have saved itself a ton of time relative to the number 242 tons of gas Motorsports BMW M4. With that being said, that is exactly on schedule for G-Tech. So we talked about how the full course yellow yesterday sort of disrupted some of the fuel strategy, and that might still be the case for PMW, but at least where G-Tech is concerned, it happened on his in-lap.
Round 3, their 601 has pitted, the Corley 11 has pitted Lethal Hands, in their 07 has pitted CMZ, and the 127 has pitted. The Fury kit car has pitted, 678 Chill Out car has pitted. Also, I'm trying to give you class positions when I have them. I don't quite have them for at least at the ready for some of these. 37 is pitted, that's Edge Motorsports, leader in GP1. So we've got the leaders in 4 of the 5 classes in the pits right now, or at least having entered the pits on their last lap. Almost everybody, like the top half of the GP1 field has pitted. I haven't seen quite the same adoption in GTO or in any of the other classes. The 1 has pitted, and I don't think we... let me pull that feed back up.
This is the number 1 Hammer Audi?
Yes.
You mentioned the GP1 leaders in the number 37 Edge Motorworks?
Yes. Yeah, all the leaders other than the GP4 leader of Viking Racing are in. Don't pass them. Don't do it. And we're
most of the GTO field, by the way, just since we're talking about pit callers, most of the GTO field has pitted within the last 8 laps or so.
Okay.
Tons of gas might have been a little before, it was about 10 laps, but probably haven't gone far enough into a stint to make a pit stop worthwhile. Just a little short of halfway through their fuel tank. And they may be able to stretch that out a little bit by just running under yellow anyway. And maybe they can work out an extra lap or 2. I haven't seen anything from around the track, Joseph, that would indicate this full course yellow being for anything other than the car stop down at turn 16 and 17.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think you might be right in that they just needed to clear a lane to be able to pull it across the track. Yeah. I'm a little surprised. I guess there's a lot of blindness to that area, I suppose. Like there's no great way to there's no great way to make that move. Looking at feeds. There's
anywhere there. Yeah.
Right, yeah,
I mean, there's nowhere...
Because that corner is blind through all sorts of distractions. The exit to 18 is blind. 19 is basically blind. In both cases because the Armco at the inside is so close there. The only place you could really do anything would be maybe right at pit in, but I would feel pretty anxious about trying to pull a car across there.
No, I don't think there is a good spot anywhere between where that car is and pit in to move across. If it were on driver's left, it would be, I think, a different story. I mean, just run around the massive runoff at turns 17 and 18, and then just keep it tight on the inside at 19, and you can pull it right into the pits. But that's just a really challenging spot to do anything from. Assuming that this is what the full course yellow is for, I think it's a perfectly appropriate way to deal with the situation. Not preferred, but given the circumstances, I think it makes perfect sense. PMW Motorsports has pitted, as a matter of fact. They were not due in for another 7 laps or so, but on their 63rd lap, they did come into the pits under full course yellow. And it looks like they're going to cycle out still. Well, got to confirm that, actually. that we won't know for another lap where they cycle back out. But it appears the top 3 is going to wind up being the 242, the 983 from wheel to wheel, and then the G-Tech Motorsports Ginetta in 3rd. GTR is 4th, having not pit in under this yellow. Hammer Motorsports will come back around in 5th, depending on what happens to this PMW Motorsports number 72 BMW.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure why you wouldn't come in for fuel. I mean, even if you just pitted a few laps ago, once the field bunches up, there's no real risk. Now, if you think the track position is that critical, which, you know, 70 cars on track, 70 plus cars on track. Oh, someone's locked up into, what is that, 15? I'm looking at a different feed, but
Oh, interesting.
it was interesting.
But
Anyway, my point was going to be.
What?
Well,
Hang
sorry.
on just a second here, Joseph. There's a big stack up here, and it sounded like the 02 was running around sort of in the marbles and the dust way offline. And I wondered if maybe there's something had happened up at, I think that was turn 6. But they're all back up to speed now, so I didn't see any.
But my point was going to be, unless the track position that you're going to lose is going to be... Oh, there's a recovery team on the outside of 9 there. We might have 2 separate incidents.
Is it at 19?
At 9.
Oh, at 9. That camera is just at such a low angle, it's tough to see.
Yeah, we're going to stick on board the Thunder Bunny car for a bit. Yeah, I don't think those crews will be going away within the next maybe minute or so. But anyway, to try to eventually finish my point, I was going to say unless you're going to lose a lot of track position, unless you're going to be shuffled, you know, from the front of this queue to the back, I'm not sure there's really any point in not taking on fuel here. You're not going to lose a lap, and the train being as long as it is tends to accordion pretty badly. So it's not like you're at risk of really losing a ton of position. I don't know. I could maybe see an argument for staying out, but if you're more than a few laps into your stint, I tend to think you'd want to just come back in.
Yeah, I mean, look, 10 laps is getting on for halfway through a fuel run for most of these cars. And it kind of feels like it would just come out in the wash. Like I don't know that there is necessarily a right answer. If you're at the front, maybe it makes less sense because you'll have clear track for a couple of laps and you can really hammer in a couple of good, you know, qualifying type laps. You know, the 225s, 6s, and 7s. Whereas if you're further back, it's really not going to matter.
We're about to see a car getting towed here on driver's left.
Yep, driver's left. Impossible. You're absolutely correct. It's being towed back up the access road to the left there at turn 11, but it was impossible to see who that was. It looked
well at the rate
red
this
and
train's
black.
going. It may pass us.
I don't have anybody salmon on a race. Oh, because we're under yellow.
It could be.
Do you have cars that are missing?
No, not currently.
Oh, here we go. Green flag on timing.
I've actually got a handful, but yeah, okay, I see the green flag also.
Our video feeds are a little behind here, about 20 to 30 seconds or so, so we aren't really in a position to see the green flags just yet, but give it some time, and we should go back to racing on our video feeds as well. And round 3 is giving it some beans, round 17.
I think the beans have been released.
They have. Up the inside at turn 19, and round 3 racing Buzz McCall on board. To turn 20, he'll receive the green flag at start-finish. That car, by the way, round 3, I know we touched on this at the beginning. If you haven't been with us, this is really the first opportunity we've had to show their onboard because, unfortunately, it's been stuck in the paddock for most of the start of this event. It ground to a halt on the outside of turn 6 at the beginning of the first formation lap. went to the paddock. They spent 2 and some change hours working on it, and they're replacing the fuel pump, I think, was sort of diagnosed as the issue, and now it sits in 80th with 6 laps complete after just about 3 hours of racing. So it's got a long way to go. There are spots to be made up, and there's plenty of track time to be had, both for Buzz McCall, who's at the wheel now, and Pippa Mann, who will be behind the wheel a little later on. But a car that I think, Joseph, you would be forgiven for assuming wasn't coming back out, and therefore credit is due for them being back on track.
Yeah, of course you always want to get as, you've already paid the fee, so you want to get as many laps and minutes, and you want to have that experience for as long as possible. So, it would be easy to just pack up and call it a day, but you probably wouldn't be putting in the effort to get here in the first place if that was your MO.
Yes. At the front of the field, cars having cycled through, completing their first laps under the green flag now, over the last 15 minutes or so after that full course yellow. Tons of Gas Motorsports leads by 11.8 seconds from Wheel to Wheel Racing's number 983. G-Tech Motorsports Ginetta G55 is in third. That car did pit under the yellow and is now only 23 seconds behind that number 242. And to your point, Joseph, you do wonder if maybe it was the right call to come into the pits even if you weren't necessarily due for a stop, because now when you make your stop, instead of being more or less in sync with the cars that are going a little longer than you, now your gap is only 25 seconds and you're pitting within 10 laps or so of going back to green.
Yeah, my calculus is just that you're putting yourself in a better position for later in the race. So even if you don't need it, it could always work out in your favor. I mean, unless you're going to lose a lot of track position and that you think that's going to cost you in time over the course of the race, then in that case, sure, there's it just becomes it's the NASCAR calculus of, do I want to pit and give up track position, have to pass these people back up, or do I want to put myself in a better position for, in this case, 5 hours down the road?
It's an interesting thought on the 242 as well. You say putting yourself in a better position for the end of the race. That car is at a disadvantage when it comes to fuel mileage, right? It can go something like 4 or 5 laps shorter than most of the competitors that are around it, certainly those in the top 4 or 5 at the moment. And you're right, it would seem odd where you're given a gift, basically, to sort of reset yourself in terms of number of pit stops with the cars around you, or at least your sync with the cars around you, that you wouldn't take advantage of that. Ooh, over the runoff in the curb there for the number 604 that you're on board with here through the S's, and that was purely, I think, to just avoid the chaos that was setting up to his driver's right there, and he falls back in behind the number 129 Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like to me. Just seeing a stack up in front of him, and that's a tricky part of the track. It's a tricky part of the track too. You're already changing direction, right? You're already pretty loaded up, so it's not like, it's not like you can just decide that you're gonna take that turn tighter. You have to kind of think ahead, like, oh, is this gonna put me right into the firing line of somebody else? And I think he made a totally appropriate decision to just take to the runoff.
We said yesterday, watching some of these onboard feeds, especially from the GP1 and GP2 cars, that every opportunity of a car being lapped, or every time a car is overtaken by a much faster class car, it always just seems like such a surprise, where we can't see behind the car or behind the driver, whereas they have mirrors and they sort of know what's coming. They're predicting what that car is going to do and sort of anticipating where it's going to wind up at the next apex or in the next braking zone. Every time we see it in the onboard camera, it just is a complete shock to us, and makes it seem, I think, a little more frantic than it actually is. Now, granted, with 80 plus cars on track, it's going to be frantic no matter what, and chaotic, and there are things that are going to catch you by surprise, but it is sort of the WRL experience through these onboard cameras, where you get to see cars like that Ginetta G55 that's just come across in front of us on board the 604, sort of not taking you by surprise, but being put into your calculus for how to set up your line into the next corner, where you're going to brake. If you're, it's better for you to try and move out of the way, or simply hold your line and let the car move around you. And I'm really appreciative of all the teams who are giving us the opportunity here, because even if we're not at the track, or we can't be a part of the action, and certainly aren't behind the wheel, it does give you the sense that what these drivers are doing is something still pretty impressive at whatever level, given all the traffic around the 3.4 mile Circuit of the Americas. The traffic density here really pretty remarkable. We've compared it to Thunderhill, which will maybe start 60 cars on a 3-mile track. We've compared it to 24 Hours of Nürburgring, which is 170 over 14 miles. This is 90 yesterday over a 3.4 mile track, and the traffic density here is just it sort of blows any of those out of the water. Really, really impressive, and especially for as few incidents as we get year after year at the U.S. Endurance Championship. To put it in that context of traffic density and pace differential between the GTOs back to the GP4s is really, really remarkable.
You couldn't run this race, I think, at any other types of circuit, at least in North America. That you've got COTA, which again is one of these Tilke-designed Formula One circuits. The road is wide, and so I'd be interested to see, sure, this is only 3 and some odd miles, but how many square feet of asphalt are there available on the track? You could be going 4 or even 5 wide in some parts of this track, whereas at Thunderhill, anything more than even 3 wide is like, ooh, I don't know about that. And same with parts of the Nürburgring are pretty narrow. So while there is more cars per length of the track, I think it being a lot wider here and having a lot more spacious runoff does contribute to that. It's 90 cars, but it's still pretty safe. In addition to their sort of no contact, it's a hard no rule that they put in. I think it's really kind of a best case scenario. I don't think you could run 90 cars on this short of a track anywhere else.
No, and I think the word, to put it in a word, it's forgiving. This track is forgiving. So not only do you have the, square feet of asphalt being a wider track, but then you've got all the paved runoff as well, where if somebody does make a dive bomb or catches you off guard, or something happens in front of you, it's not panic and decide, should I be in the grass or the mud or whatever. You just jump into the pavement and pick your way through it, find a way around it, and that doesn't really exist anywhere else in the United States either. Certainly not on this scale, and I think that's a fair point to be made, Ryan, about just having a wider track, full stop, and then you throw having all this paved runoff into it as well, putting 90 cars on a 3.4 mile track, an equivalent, maybe Watkins Glen, right? The full course there is roughly 3.5 miles. Right. Road America is quite a bit longer, so maybe that's not a fair comparison, but that opportunity doesn't present itself in the safe and forgiving and I think acceptable risk manner that a race at COTA on this scale does. So it kind of makes this the perfect venue. Plus, COTA is a big draw. It always has been, even since its opening in 2012. So it does really seem to be the perfect home for the U.S. Endurance Championship and one of the Blue Ribbon events of the World Racing League. We haven't taken any time yet to talk about the 2021 schedule, and we will do that. I think maybe we can do that now. I want to get RJ Tittle on to discuss the new Blue Ribbon event of the World Racing League that's scheduled for next October. But in the meantime, I think it makes sense to discuss the schedule, which Joseph has put on the screen without my prompting, which I'm very appreciative of. As you see in that, the 2021 World Racing League kicks off at NOLA Motorsport Park.
There are what, as you see in that?
There are 12 events on the schedule, as you see in that. Begins at NOLA Motorsports Park, just outside of NOLA, New Orleans, the end of January, which is a great way to start the 2021 campaign. Dual 8-hour races with 2 exceptions next year. NOLA is not one of them. So 16 hours of racing there at NOLA. Barber Motorsports Park in March on sort of its traditional slot in the schedule. The first weekend, March 5th through 7th, April 9th to 11th for Mid-Ohio. A little chilly up there, but always a great facility, one that is a little closer to our location here in the Northeast for Drivers Eye Live, and just an awesome place, A, to go racing as a competitor, B, to go watch some racing. I'd love to be there for that next year as well. Road America, May 7th to 9th, another classic venue, and with Brainerd off the schedule is really the only opportunity in the upper Midwest to go get some racing in for next season. Daytona, June 4th through 6th. The first visit to Florida, one of two. This is a 14-hour race, June 4th through 6th. Day into night, finishing under the floodlights at Daytona. Usually that's sort of a 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. race, but the lighting negates a lot of that. And it was a big event last year. They got 40-plus cars on track, which really blew their previous entries out of the water and turned it into a really awesome event for WRL down at Daytona. They're, I think, starting to get a lot of traction for teams that are willing to tow down to Florida, and for the local teams that are based in Florida. It was a good opportunity to go get racing last year after the COVID shutdown for most of the spring, and turned into a really successful event. You go back to Heartland Park, Topeka, the weekend after that, June 11th through 13th, was off the schedule last year. But as we pointed out yesterday, a favorite of David Starr's, I am sure, who is here at COTA this weekend. And they'll be on the circuit there just outside of Topeka, Kansas. Road Atlanta, July 16th through the 18th, another classic event for the WRL down sort of in the southeast area. High Plains, August 6th through 8th, is back to a dual Saturday-Sunday type of event as well, having hosted 24-hour racing in the past. The 24 at 5280 was a convenient option for 24-hour racing. It was a club track out in the middle of nowhere. The track was willing to play ball, and it produced actually some pretty decent racing, but it doesn't carry the clout that another facility might. Hallett, October 15th through the 17th, the last event before we get into the two big events on the 2021 World Racing League schedule. Sebring, October 29th to the 31st, for the first time, is a 24-hour race. 24 hours of Sebring, first time it's ever been done by any series, ever. And incidentally is going to occur about 2 weeks before the second ever 24 hours of Sebring. But WRL has the honor of doing it for the first time, and with what you see at the U.S. Endurance Championship weekend, you're getting the same on-track product at a classic venue in sort of a more temperate climate for Florida, but you're not going to stand there and freeze your buns off overnight. It's a challenging track. It's challenging on cars. It's challenging on drivers. But that facility has so much history. Obviously, with the 12 hours of Sebring, the World Endurance Championship is there for the 1,000 miles as well. And this is just another event to add to the list of, I think, building or classics that have been built at Sebring International Raceway. And I'm really, really excited. And kudos to everybody at Sebring and at the World Racing League for building that event and putting it on. Really looking forward to being a part of that event next year, and hopefully being able to provide a live stream from what is very much our bread and butter in the 24-hour discipline. Really, really excited for that. And then the season closes out, as it always does, first weekend in December, the U.S. Endurance Championship at Circuit of the Americas. I'm keen to pitch this idea to RJ. I'm not sure anybody cares, but the idea of a sort of 38 hours of Florida endurance challenge next year would be very, very cool. A separate trophy for Daytona and the 24 hours of Sebring. I think would be a really neat, compelling storyline. Even if there's no trophies awarded, just as sort of a side story. Very, very neat, and lots of racing to be done over the 2021 World Racing League schedule. So I hope to see some of you there, and the competitors that we've got at the U.S. Endurance Championship this weekend, some of whom are getting their first taste of World Racing League action. I think there's a lot on offer there to go take some really awesome machinery around some classic venues, mixed in with some club racing venues, and do a lot of just really compelling, really enthralling endurance racing. So, back at Circuit of the Americas, 3 hours in.
Shall we run the teaser?
We should, actually, having just discussed... before you do that, Joseph, car stopped to driver's right exiting turn 1. It looks like he's continued, but there was definitely a car that was not angled correctly on the corner exit and appeared to be stationary, but I think he's carried on. No harm, no foul there. Let's go ahead and run that teaser, Joseph, for the 24 Hours of Sebring. This was the announcement video put out by the World Racing League a few weeks ago when the event was first announced. And we'll run that. I'll rejoin you momentarily from Circuit of the Americas. Joseph Mudrak and Ryan Wester with me, Brendan Kazmarek. Just under 5 hours to go from the season finale of the 2020 World Racing League. Thanks, everybody, for your company.
They always say that 12 hours at Sebring is the equivalent of 24 hours at Le Mans and Daytona, so I almost wonder if 24 hours at Sebring is going to be the equivalent of a 48-hour race on a car. I think that'll be a really good measure of the endurance part of endurance racing. Hi, I'm Ryan West, Driver's Eye Live. We are looking live at Circuit of the Americas for the final round of the World Racing League this year. Kind of an interesting year going on, as I'm sure you have all heard. You just heard the voice of Joseph Mudrak in the background, and Brendan Kazmarek will be with us shortly as well. We'll just run down the top of the order real quick. We've got in first place overall and in GTO, the number 242 Tons of Gas Motorsports Porsche, followed closely, it looks like it's a lap down, no, just updated 16, so about 17 seconds down, the number 983 Wheel-to-Wheel Racing car. That is also a Porsche GT4 car. And then in third, we have the number 45 G-Tech Motorsports Ginetta. And they're also going to be right up there in third. I want to say they're about a minute back. We're kind of waiting for Race Hero to update on the system. The thing to look at there is those top two cars have quite a bit of pace, but the third in class and overall car can run a little bit longer. So we'll have to see how that goes over time. We're just going to pull up the GP1. So in GP1, we got the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing car is out in the lead over the number 37 Edge Motorworks car. And then finally in third for GP1, we've got the number 151 Team LMR car. Now going down to GP2, we've got number 51 Choice Racing, Choice, leading the class in GP2, followed closely about a 9-second gap by the number 145 Gone Pro Racing car, and then in third we have the number 601 Round 3 Racing Porsche. This is the team car that we're showing on screen right now. I believe this is the 604 car. Had a little bit of trouble with a fuel pump right at the beginning of the race before the green flag even dropped. They're back out now, but not quite in contention, but similar car, similar pace, that sort of thing. And then we have the GP3 class, the number 15 AOA Motorsports, locking out the 1-2 positions, and only 40 seconds between the 15 and 55, and they're followed by the number 11 Corley Racing car. They're actually pretty close, only 1.4 seconds off the second place number 55, so that'll be one to watch as well. We also have the 602 Round 3 Racing, about 2 minutes back from that battle. And then we've got GP4 to round everything out. We've got the number 19 Viking Racing Mazda out in the lead, with the number 43 Team H&S and number 970 Odor Motor Group, 1 and 2 laps back respectively. And again, we're kind of waiting for Race Hero to update, but that's kind of what we're looking at here. Joseph, where are we at in the championship?
Oh, this is the last round.
Fantastic. Where are we at for points standing?
God, there's so much.
I think we needed the 99 needs to. That's for GTO. The 99 really needs to make their way up. Is that kind of what we're looking at?
Well, GTR's got the lead in the championship, and they've got a 4-point buffer. I think they've got it on. I gotta do some counting back, but I think they might have it on count back. it'll depend on how this race goes. I think Countback may actually shift if the 983 manages to overtake the 242 and win this. But it is going to be uber close. The fact that this championship is so competitive means that the overall championship, I don't believe either one of those cars is in contention for that. No, that's correct. So we're going to have to put our thinking caps together and figure out what all the permutations are for these top two here. But you would expect... God, this combination of positions that they're in right now is going to make it awfully close. Because 99 is going to be dropping a 0-point finish. So they would pick up, we'll say 6 points. I'm gonna make up a number. We'll say they'd pick up 6 points and put them on 113. W2W, wheel to wheel, would pick up. You just on the points table it would be 12 points. It's a 12-point finish, but they'd actually just be dropping a 3-point finish, so they'd be picking up 9. And if that were the case, if it were a 3-point delta coming out of this race, that would still give it to the 99. That's how close we are right now. So
the 99 can't be much further behind than they are right now. They do really need to be in.
Yeah, they've got to.
8 or so. 3 does.
Yeah, they've got to score no fewer, I believe, than 3 points less than the 983. Those are really your two cars, other than the trophy for GTO tonight. Those are really the two cars that you're going to be looking at. GP4 is settled. I think they're... The way we're going right now, I don't believe that Viking Racing can overtake HNS for second in class. And Wheels America had a rough start to the race, so it's my projection, my personal projection would be the GP4 is just going to finish as it is, with Odor, I don't know why I keep pronouncing it Odor Motor Group taking that championship. HNS will probably finish second, and then Wheels America will end up fourth. That's all 4 of your cars that are running today. I don't believe Tomac ever took the green for today, although they did yesterday. But this has been their only weekend so far. So, actually, same for Wheels America. Excuse me, Wheels America and Tomac. This is their only weekend of the championship season. GP3 is settled for first. Actually, GP3 is settled for first and second, for that matter. The only competition they've got for third is going to be from Energy Racing. It's the number 15, which is leading that class. That has third in quasi jeopardy, but if they win it, they've got third. So that would be a top 3 lockout for AOA Motorsports in GP3, which would be pretty outstanding.
Absolutely.
GP2 is also locked up for the win, at least. Actually, GP2 is settled, so don't worry about GP2 unless it's for trophies. Then you can worry about GP2.
Perfect. Which is what we do it for at the end of the day, right? The championship's nice, but it's all about standing up on the podium, having just, bested the car track, bested the other competitors. At the end of the day, yeah.
It's a little bit of both, because you would definitely take the credit toward next year's championship for finishing in the top 3. So, it's always something to aim for. In this case, you do get a trophy if you finish in the top 3 regardless. So, I would aim for that, personally.
Fair enough. Now, Joseph, I am asking you this completely unprompted. We haven't discussed this yet.
Oh, boy.
Is it too early to do irresponsible math?
Is it too early to do irresponsible math? That's a good question. It's never too early to do irresponsible math. That's why we call it irresponsible math.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
So I would
love to see that if everything shakes out normal, kind of where we're at, because I'm looking especially at the 72 and the 45 at the front. Then we have another 09 auto. So I'm looking for things to look for and what to kind of expect coming forward.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll run the projections. I've got we're 10% of the way through our sims, so I'll pull those up for you as soon as they are ready.
Fantastic. So yeah, in the meantime, I will talk to you about, we've got the number 242 out front. They still hold the fastest lap of the race at 224. So it looks like being, out in front, had a full a little bit. Billy was able to get that quick lap in. The number 09 actually posted their fastest lap on lap 67. So it looks like, let's just click into here and see. I think they've found some pace recently. Yeah, they're kind of 28, 29, 7, a couple slow laps in there. That might just be because of traffic. They're really starting to get a handle on that car and bringing it towards the front after the issues that Automatic Racing had yesterday with their power situation, having been disqualified from winning due to having some regular, however that ended up panning out. But it seems like they're coming back strong today. Early in the race, I was kind of, they weren't doing so hot. They didn't have the pace, and now they're right up there in 5th, right up next to the number 99, Team GTR, and their BMW, and that's... So if the 09 is up there with the 99, they must be doing pretty good. You've also got the 02 Hammer Motorsports TCR. I believe that's the highest placed TCR car right now. And you have 90 TAPG Toyota Supra right behind them, and they've got the pace here and there as well to run up front. So kind of your top 8 we're looking at and seeing, it looks like, for this to refresh for a second, it looks like the 6th place 99 is just off the lead lap, but we're about to see here, hopefully we'll get stuff updated, because the 09 Automatic Racing car right now it shows is 228 off the front. Yeah, we just got an update, yeah. So number 99 is a lap down, Hammer Motorsports are a lap, really the top on the same lap, it would appear. And that, of course, is the number 242 and the number 983. Both are Porsche GT4 cars. We've got the number 45 Ginetta, and then the number 72 330 CI+++, I'll call it, are running up front. Automatic Racing Aston Martin is also a GT4 car. So kind of the story of the GT4 car here today. I don't know if you guys spoke about this earlier. I did a little bit of research in the beginning, just trying to see if there was projections available or whatever. Porsche came in GT4 cars for the 2020 GT4 America Championship. That's the SRO one. They ran at COTA, and Porsche Caymans took 5 of 12 available podium positions at COTA this season. So they ran 2 rounds of Sprint and 2 rounds of Sprint X. Now again, that's a Sprint Championships. It really showed that on pace, in GT4 America at least, the Porsche was king around COTA here. If we look down a little bit further, the 2019 24-hour series, the M4 GT4 swept the podium, but 4 of 6 were M4s. So not a whole lot of variation in the GT4 field for the 24-hour series, so not entirely certain that matters or not. And then I had some results from the 2020 SCCA Super Tour. The M240IR ran 4th here. There wasn't really a whole lot of crossover with the SCCA classes. Tried to pull in for races that happened this season or within the last couple seasons for machinery that was here, and it looks like if you're in a Porsche, you're good to go here.
I want to make a point, Ryan. You had mentioned about the Porsches doing well in the GT4, the actual SRO sanctioned championships. I think it's worth noting that those SRO series, of course, have balance of performance applied, as does IMSA, as do most professional endurance series. And this isn't something that you think I think makes it a huge difference, but there's no balance of performance in GTO. I mean, there's no obligation to run whatever the BOP is in your SRO series. If you want to throw a different restrictor at it, or whatever your other restrictions as part of BOP are, weight, ballast, whatever, you can do that in GTO as long as you meet the minimum requirement for power to weight ratio in GTO. right? So these may not even be the same spec or same tune of cars as you would get in your SRO series and the SCCA Super Tour, in Michelin Pilot Challenge, whatever it happens to be. Right? These are much more opened up to the teams and the owners to do whatever they would like to find a way to go win GTO. So that's not to say that the Porsches may have had a favorable balance of performance in GT4 America or anything like that, other than to say that BOP does not apply here, and this is very much get the GT4 to go as fast as you can. And clearly the Porsches are still strong. The BMW is right up there, and maybe that's a part of the reason the Ginetta is up there as well. But it's good to see the mix of manufacturers here as compared to what you might see on a podium in GT4 America or Michelin Pilot Challenge.
Absolutely. And it is worth noting,
Just
you know,
an
you've got the
observation.
automatic racing car, which is, you know, didn't feature very heavily in either of those races that I looked at, because the Pilot Challenge to COTA recently, so I wasn't... Actually, you can only find results back to 2019 for GS, which I thought was interesting on IMSA's page. Anyway, but the automatic racing car, it's an older car, and I would have to say, just again, as a supposition, if you will, I would want, at a track this big, to have a car that was more dart-shaped and potentially a mid-engined vehicle, as opposed to a large GT car or a sedan. So if it were me selecting from available cars, I wouldn't lean towards BMW. I probably would lean towards more, you know, Porsche, or indeed the McLaren GT4 car featured heavily on the podiums as well. But that automatic racing car, we've been racing for almost 3.5 hours. They're only about 2 minutes behind, 2.5 minutes behind, and they started way down the field. So, almost to say, I don't know what the BOP is. I don't know how much you are or aren't gaining by doing it yourself to WRL's rules versus what BOP you'd run in whatever series. But it's pretty close. I'd say 2.5 minutes over the course of 77 laps is not a huge...
No, I would agree with that. And you know, it's, bear in mind that these aren't necessarily all professional operations. You still have amateur drivers, you still have, you know, customers and rental drivers, and, you know, these aren't cars that are heavily reliant on sponsorship and TV visibility and that sort of thing to make themselves viable over the course of a season. So maybe the consistency across the top of the field is a little less than what you would see in Michelin Pilot Challenge. Not to say that it's any less enthralling or interesting to us, because here we are clearly talking about it from 1,000+ miles away. But it is to say that you might see more of a margin just on the basis of level of preparation and teams involved, than perhaps, like you say, changing the spec of car for BOP or whatever it happens to be. I think there's enough variation from other places as well that leads into, you know, the difference you see between manufacturers and teams.
Yeah, and so I think at the end of the day, it's a really good formula. The reason we're able to talk about all of this is because WRL has set up a series where it's possible to do that. It's possible to have a, you know, professionally built, but still at the end of the day, modified road car in fourth, and not necessarily on strategy at this point. The number 72 PMW Motorsports BMW is up there on pace for the most part. We haven't seen them be able to stretch the advantage yet because of their fuel economy or range or however you want to talk about it. They're up there next to a custom and a GT4 Aston Martin. They're ahead of a TCR car. It's, you know, you can really do a lot with, you don't have to go buy a $500,000 GT4 car or however much they cost now. I thought it was somewhere $300,000 to $500,000. And even a used one, if it's $100,000, you could spend half of that and build a pretty good BMW to run in GTO. And that isn't even to talk about running in GT1. You could run in GT1 with a pretty reasonable car. So you know, it's a big testament to WRL, and they're doing a pretty job of keeping the racing close without, you know, having a rule book, and they're letting people do kind of cool stuff and make their own cars, and, you know, I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's been stable over the last number of years too, which I think goes a long way. Sometimes you see big swings in how series approach car builds and what their priorities are in terms of trying to keep the racing fair and close and contained in terms of costs, while allowing teams to build racing cars. And I think that stability over the last couple of years has contributed immensely to the WRL's growth, and even this influx of professional machinery, the GT4s, the TCRs, and even the club sport cars fits nicely into that framework. So I don't think they've ever really had to make any major adjustments to make it all work. It's just sort of, it was a fair framework from the beginning. They make little tweaks here and there, and you know, your investment in 2016 is just as viable and just as competitive now as it was, you know, 4 or 5 years ago. And I think, again, another big strength of WRL is that stability that the rule book and the platform provides.
Absolutely, I'd agree.
So
with
we're
that. Just trying to. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just sort of recapping here with 3.5 hours roughly complete, 4.5 hours to go. We're at 12:30 on the East Coast, 11:30 for those of you on the ground at Circuit of the Americas, and I'm sure where most of our viewership base is, live on YouTube, live on Facebook. And happy to be talking racing again and being a part of the World Racing League. It's a big treat for us, and really a joy to be able to follow this stuff even from afar. And the race we've got on our hands today is, if anything, I think it's even more interesting and more enthralling than the race we saw at this point yesterday. Now, yesterday sort of exploded with about an hour to go through some unforeseen circumstances and situations, but where we're at now is no less interesting, no less enthralling than that. And like I said, if anything, I think it's probably a little more gripping. You've got fuel mileage at play. You've got a mix of professional, you know, GT4 cars and you know, built-up BMWs and TCR cars are in there as well. And I think this is really going to play out over the next 2 to 3 hours or so before we get a really clear picture of how things are going to wind up at the end. I heard you asking Joseph earlier if it was a good time to start doing irresponsible math. And those projections that Joseph provides, I don't know if you heard our discussion yesterday, Ryan. I know you had real-world applications, but our discussion was about probabilities and doing some of the work behind the scenes to take all of the factors that we can see into account, right? So fuel mileage, pit stops, time remaining, average lap times, variation in lap times, all those things, and projecting out within those variations a potential outcome. And it does a lot of that work for us. And that's all very, very good, and it helps us follow the race and tell the stories of the race. But it's very possible that something completely unexpected happens, and it turns the race very much on its head. And then what? And then your projections go out the window. It helps you make sense of the race, but by no means predicts the end of the race in any sort of meaningful way, because this is still motor racing, and you still get these crazy twists of fate and unexpected, you know, situations that turn races on their head in an instant. And I love going through that stuff, but there's still drama and unexpected things to play out. The 72 you were just talking about, by the way, Kent Jones personally built that car, which is what we see on the YouTube chat. He's one of the drivers in that car with Johann Schwartz, Thomas Noble, and Thomas Capizzi. And we talked about Johann Schwartz moving over from GT4 America and some of the SRO sanctioned series to come run in WRL this weekend. It's interesting to me that he's a part of that effort, and he's chosen that car rather than to bring a GT4 of his own, or a 240 or whatever it is he has been running. And I think that speaks to the level of preparation of that BMW Motorsports 330 CI. The four drivers have really been wringing the neck out of it over the last over the last 2 days, and it's very, very competitive in those hands. So for a guy who basically built that car himself now, taking the fight to the GT4s is fantastic.
Well, and we always saw when we covered Hill that, you know, apart from the big factory, you know, for lack of a better term, one-off entries that would come in and, you know, whack fair when you have a championship-winning Flying Lizard GT3 RSR come in and own your race at Thunder Hill. But for the most part, the successful cars at the top end of the field were always BMW coupes. I think that says something too, that I see more and more that, if you're interested in getting into club racing, the answer isn't necessarily, oh, well, I've got to go buy a GT4 car. You've got people who are electing, and they have probably the means to have a GT4 car or a TCR, whatever they want, are electing to go for what's on the used market right now, a $5,000 car. Now, granted, you're going to spend 6 times that at least trying to get, cage and all that other stuff. But as a starting point and something you can build up, and this is an opportunity that you get at WRL, you can start that car in GP3. You can leave the car alone, you can put the safety equipment on it, you can get a little bit bigger wheels, a little bit better brakes, a little bit better shocks under there, and you can have a competitive GP3 car. And as you win, or as you have things go better in your business life, or whatever happens, you can slowly move that car up, because it's a great platform. And I love that the platforms that are available that are competitive are, for the most part, pretty abundant, and there's a huge aftermarket of parts that you can throw at it. There's used cars all over the place. There's probably used race cars right now that are 3 Series that you could get into, and for a not unreasonable sum of money, and it's competitive.
On the topic of BMWs, into the pits comes your overall race leader, the 242 Tons of Gas Motorsports BMW M4 on its 80th lap. This is 28 laps since its last pit stop, but we did have some yellow flag in there, so not entirely unexpected that he's gone longer than he typically would. I think 26 is their normal target, so he eked out an extra 2 laps or so on this tank, and is the first of the leaders to make their 3rd pit stop this afternoon. Now, when we went back to green, that margin was about 20 to 25 seconds, and we sort of made the point that by not pitting under yellow, as was the case for that 242, they were at risk of not being able to build a margin up, and being that they are maybe the worst car in GTO in terms of fuel distance and fuel mileage, that the outcome might be some real risk there. They have expanded the gap to 45 seconds, right? So they've gained about 20 seconds or so over the last 15, 16 laps since we went back to green. And that's going to do them some good. The pace has been there all race long, so that's really not even a concern. But I think, like Joseph mentioned, in doing the math on whether it makes sense to make that stop under yellow or not, you are putting yourself at risk of A, being off sync, B, having to pit without having any of the advantage, the track position advantage, or the margin between first and second advantage. And I think that's what we're going to see here. They're still quicker, but we'll have to see how this pans out over the next, like I said, probably 2 to 3 hours before we get a real picture of whether or not A, that was the right call, and B, what the real cost of running that much shorter than, say, the PMW car or the G-Tech Motorsports Canetta is actually going to be.
Looks like
my next driver stop for.
I was just going to make the same point I think you were going to make, which is Garrett Smithley's going into the 178 in about 5 laps time, so about maybe 10 to 12 minutes.
Did you say that Garrett Smithley is a Twitch personality?
I'm 90% confident.
Yeah, I suspect you're right. There is his icon on our Discord suggests some level of simulated motorsports streaming. Lonnie Unser in the 601 Porsche, replacing Mike Gilbert. That is the 2nd place car in GP2 at the moment, behind the 51 Choice Racing BMW and ahead of the number 21 Rocker Rensstall entry. That 51 is one of the ones we're watching for the overall championship, the WRL overall championship, which is quite literally only a tally of points scored, with the same drop rules, but it is class irrelevant, and in essence boils down to the teams that were most consistent at the top of whatever their class was, in a word perhaps, dominant. And I think it's fair to say when you look at the points table that's available on Speedhive through the WRL app that both AOA Motorsports and Choice Racing, the number 51, who are the two main protagonists in the overall championship. I think they fit that bill pretty well, and now it's boiled down to not quite winner-take-all status, but near enough in the last 4 hours here, the last race of the season for WRL's overall crown.
Yeah, we made the point too that in, I think it's GP3, it's looking increasingly like that, and actually it may be locked up, that AOA Motorsports is going to lock out the podium for championship standings.
In the GP3 championship.
Yes.
Yeah.
The only obstacle they have in being able to lock that up would come from the 66, which I don't think is doing that strongly today. No, it didn't even start today.
The 66 hasn't. You're absolutely right. 67 did.
Yeah, the 67 isn't close enough to do anything. The 213 might. I did miss the 213, but I think the 213 had issues early. That would be Casey
Worth
Carton.
noting here, we're talking national championships, and that's because it's the only thing on offer this weekend. There are 2 regional championships in the World Racing League, Eastern and Midwest, and it's not out of lack of interest for those. We should mention at least who won those championships, but the USEC was always set aside to award national championships. This was always meant to be sort of the curtain on WRL's national championship title chase. And even if you weren't going to be able to Circuit of the Americas, or you live or your team operates out of let's say somewhere up in the Ohio Valley, or down in the Mid-Atlantic, or down the Eastern Seaboard, you're not compelled to come to COTA because it awards championship or points for those 2 regional championships. You can focus on getting to the ones that are within reach of you. You go and you attend your 5 races, you score your points, and that 604 dead sideways in the middle of turn 6, almost ran into the back of, I think, was it a BMW up in front of him that sort of checked up in the middle of the corner? That was absolutely wild. But again, no harm, no foul, didn't hit anything. Just ended up off track, got the car up, heart rate went up a little bit, and he carries on. Just to finish the point, there's no compulsion to attend races that are out of your reach. You can go win a championship in the World Racing League in events that are much closer to home, that are cheaper for you to attend, that you have more knowledge and experience at. And I think, again, smart play by the World Racing League to encourage teams that, you're not compelling teams to come and tow 1,500 miles to an event that, even though it's in the middle of the country, might be slightly out of reach for them and their budgets.
Right, yeah. Just another good setup on how WRL does it, and makes sure that you get your money's worth, not only competing just in one-offs, which is fun, no question about it. Running COTA is fun, and running the 24 hours at Sebring is going to be fun, but being able to get people invested in doing the whole championship because of how it's set up, I think is a pretty good situation to be in as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They awarded championships every year here at Circuit of the Americas as part of the U.S. Endurance Championship, but it wasn't always, the focus was not always on the championship. Saturday was its own sort of race title, the U.S. Endurance Championship title, as a single 8-hour win the race and you win a ring, essentially, is what it boiled down to, and a trophy, and you get the title to the next year, which is very cool, but didn't... it sort of diminished whatever contribution it was making to the national championship, to the point that the last time we were there, Sunday was purely an exhibition race, or scheduled to purely be an exhibition race. No points scored whatsoever. And they've, I think, tweaked the format here a little bit as we get our race leader into the pits, the number 983 wheel-to-wheel racing Porsche. They've tweaked this format to provide more focus on point scoring, more focus on rounding out the season in a meaningful and competitive way, and it's been a nice little adjustment to the way that the World Racing League promotes itself in a championship sort of setting. And it's added a lot of storylines and a lot of depth to our part in the USAC over the last couple of years. 242 tons of gas back into the lead even after their pit stop. They came out ahead of Automatic Racing, who has not made a third pit stop yet, and I'm intrigued by all of this. So
I also found that number 72 is now down in 9th.
Yes,
I don't know what happened there.
just noticed the same there. And again, Ryan, no long lap. Doesn't look like they had a transponder issue. It doesn't look like they were missing or in the pits or anything like that. It mostly just looks like, again, this penalty situation where the lap is deleted, and all of a sudden, instead of being in 4th, you're several spots lower than that. And that changes the situation at the top as well, because I was expecting them to be in 1st or 2nd as the stop rotation played itself out, but the reality is that now we've got the 242 right back into the lead.
Yeah, they're right back in the lead, and that's helped out this pit shuffle. I don't know if the other cars, if everybody has done their third stop yet, but now we've got the number 99 back up into 4th. You've got the Hammer Motorsports car running in 5th, and then the Toyota Supra up in 6th. So
it's a nice recovery for
a little bit of shuffling going on. What was that?
They had nice recovery for the Supra. They had been down in 10th and just sort of not languishing, but steady there at the bottom end of the top 10. And that was right after the full course yellow. They did, yes, and that's to be expected. As it is for most of these entries, I think we're about 25 laps on from going back to green from our only full course yellow of the day thus far. And it would put a lot of these cars right in that window. Certainly the 242 was. The 09 is going to owe us a stop. Is in the pits now, actually. The Automatic Racing.
Yep.
Aston Martin V8 Vantage is in from 2nd. Wheel to Wheel Racing has just made their stop from 3rd. Team GTR is going to owe us a stop here in probably 2 to 4 laps. And same for the 02. They'll owe us a stop here in about 5 laps as well.
So
52, Team ACP.
And the 983 are really. Oh, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to mention the 52, the Team ACP Tangerine Associates M2 Club Sport. It's the first time we've really had an opportunity to talk about them this weekend, or have chosen to talk about them this weekend. It's because they haven't really been. It's not that they haven't been competitive, but the 2 has generally been the more prominent of those 2 cars, or of any of the Team ACP cars. They've got the 97 in there as well. But in particular, the number 52 Team ACP is the highest placed of the M2 Club Sports. The drivers, Kevin Madsen, Ron Atapatu, and Phil Robbins are on board that car this weekend, although interestingly, I think it's listed as an M240. So maybe it is just the 240 IR. I thought it was an M2 Club Sport.
Well, I believe the M2 Club Sport is just the natural evolution of the M240 IR, I believe.
Right, so you know what? It's listed as an M2 just as an M2 in Race Hero, but the entry list does have it as the 240. So my mistake. I'll call it the M240 since that's the data we have.
Similar cars either way, and
yes.
I believe all of those using the older engine. They use the older, it's the N55 engine that went in kind of the last generation of 3 Series. It's the single turbo on there. That M235 and M240, they're built really sturdy. And so typically you don't see those having a whole lot of mechanical issues. Those are a good car that are kind of, if there's any positions available, any GT4 machineries, TCR machinery running into issues, you'll expect those M240s and M235s to be running right there with them, just because they're such a beefy, good car.
Those cars are very much Nürburgring battle tested. There's a whole class in the what used to be the BLN is now the NLS that is dedicated to the M240s. I don't know that they've transitioned over the M2 Club Sport, but I believe it's Cup 2 maybe is the name of the class. I don't follow it terribly closely,
and
but
they have
there's a full field of them in the NLS that do battle around the Nordschleife a couple times a year. The 235s, of course, have been in World Racing League for some time. Team Phoenix I remember the first year we were at Circuit of the Americas in 2017, that car was virtually untouchable. Didn't have the pace necessarily against the NP01s, but it was just so ridiculously reliable that you never really had to question whether or not it was going to be competitive at the end of the race. It was just always assumed because of how stable it was.
They also have a M240 class in the 24-hour series as well, which would make sense why they're discussing that for that now. Like, it hasn't been very well subscribed, I noticed recently in the last couple of years. At least at COTA, there wasn't a whole lot of them. So, you know, it may be that the competition's more fierce in that class overseas, but here at least they'd be running by themselves or with one or two other cars in the class. So decent chances.
I don't think there are
there, and like, hey, let's increase our.
I don't think there are a ton of them here in the United States. There's no full-time place for them to run. Maybe TC America may have a place for them, but by and large, they are sort of resigned to these endurance racing series, and they are, you know, not necessarily a step up in performance from what you could build yourself. They come as a complete car, and they're a little easier to maintain. They come with
parts.
Exactly. You're not, you know, pillaging through junkyards and things like that. So I think there's places for them, but here, you know, as we get an EV entering the track at turn 12, where there is a waving yellow flag, which suggests that whatever we're about to see around the corner is on track. There is now a full course yellow because the car is stopped to driver's right, exiting turn, between 12 and 13. So not sure what's happened there.
Have the same...
and another EV at turn 2, between 2 and 3. So question marks abound here at the moment.
This is going to throw another wrench in the strategy, I reckon, because a lot of people just pit. So there's going to be some people who've got a decision to make right now, who are probably
if anything,
about to need to pit.
It probably benefits them for the most part, right? Because their field is going to close back up. They've already made their stops. There's no, question mark. You're just right, a couple laps after your stop. I don't know that there's anybody. Team GTR is in the pits now, and I think they came in before the yellows even came out. So they may stand to benefit a little bit from this. And Hammer Motorsports is going to owe a stop as well, so they will almost certainly be in on this lap. The 0-2, who's up there in 4th overall. But I think everybody else who's in contention is going to owe us a stop. Noticing again, Ryan, the GTEC Motorsports Ginetta has dropped from 2nd to 7th without logging a long lap. Just sort of looks like
drama.
they've... this is the 604 again.
For the 604, yeah, that's no fun at all. They just fixed whatever they thought it was a fuel pump issue, and that's where you'd find the fuel pump on a Boxster, is under that hood. So hopefully they can get whatever it is sorted out. They are doing it. Looks like a
this
driver
may
change
just be a
as well.
standard. Are they fueling in the front? I don't know where the fuel.
The fuel door stock anyway is on the fender on a Porsche. So
maybe this is a fluids check or just making sure. Maybe this is a fluids check or just to make sure that everything that they repaired
Actually,
early on.
That's going to be Pippa Mann getting in the car.
Okay. It is for sure. There's the pink helmet.
That's Pippa, man.
With the shift up now, fire suit as well. Just finishing the route. Definitely now a routine stop for the round 3 car here. We didn't see too many of these yesterday, but there was initial concern because they had had such a long stop earlier on that to see the hood go up on the front, weren't sure if that was fuel related or what. But on the topic of fuel related, you're welcome, Brian Till. 242 tons of gas in the pit lane. So after deciding not to run a short stint and make a stop onto the previous full course yellow. This time, they immediately take the opportunity to jump in the pits and make that stop, which I think it would have been the right call. And perhaps now they realize that at the time, this was probably the way to go, and they're going to try and make that right now. I believe that Janetta took a penalty, says Fresh Roast Systems on YouTube, which makes sense. I haven't heard what that's for, and if only I knew somebody in a place that would be able to tell me that. Joseph, I don't know if you were with us when this all kicked off, but there's a car stop between 12 and 13.
Yeah, I don't have a playlist running, so the changing of cameras is supposed to be my sign that I'm back.
Gotcha. I didn't remember when that happened. This is mostly kind of my point there.
Yes.
This is the 02 Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3 TCR. We said it was going to owe us a stop, and this was a perfect opportunity to do exactly that, and it does so from third position. Fresh from Florida. Appears to, I think that's a NASCAR suit, isn't it? I'm
Yeah,
sure
that was.
There's any IMSA suits that look like that.
That was my guess too.
Yeah, and back out into the pit lane. Is it the Fury, number 3, who's just come out of the pits ahead of him, or is there a different bright yellow car? We haven't really talked about that number 3 today. And if we're going to bring up big names in the race today, that's probably the biggest. But they've had such a brutal time over the last day and a half. That's Austin Dillon, Kaz Grala, and Tyler Reddick. They're 46th now, so they've sort of steadily been making their way up the field, and I'm sure they're not terribly disappointed. They are competitors, but this is more, I'm sure, about getting track time before NASCAR makes their debut at Circuit of the Americas in 2021.
I do think the biggest name in the race today is Broderick Baugas.
That's maybe not even the longest name in the race today. There are a handful of big names that we've seen on the entry list in the run-up to the race. I mean, we've talked about Pippa Mann, Indy 500 starter, and certainly one of the biggest. Austin Dillon is NASCAR, not just NASCAR competitor, but playoffs qualifier for I think the last couple of years. Tyler Reddick is well known. Josh Bilicki is in the race. Tommy Joe Martins is a NASCAR Truck Series competitor. We all, I think, recognize the name Cole Ofsgaard. Aristotle Ballo, who I know is not necessarily a household name, but has been around endurance racing for a long time, has competed in IMSA, and I believe in SRO Series as well. They're here this weekend with ART Racing. Let's see here. Jerry Kaufman, we've definitely seen plenty of. Denny Stripling, who is huge in the SCCA, was due to be here this weekend. The car suffered a terminal issue on Friday, and they were not able to make the starts this weekend. We've been over the David Starr saga. Former NASCAR Crafts and Truck Series competitor is here this weekend. He's based in Houston, and in my head, I'm wondering if perhaps he's interested in finding a ride for next season, or at least at COTA next year. Or maybe he just really likes amateur endurance racing and decided that this was going to be his chance.
Hey, you know what's a fun little blurb that I just read on Wikipedia? This is cited, by the way. This doesn't appear to be vandalism on Tyler Reddick's Wikipedia page. Reddick won naming rights to his firstborn by winning the 2019 NASCAR Xfinity Series Championship.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting, and I'm glad that's on Wikipedia, I guess. Not to belittle Tyler Reddick's firstborn, but we are back to green. So another short full course yellow, a couple of opportunities to jump into the pit lane for those who needed it, and back to racing on lap 88. Wheel-to-wheel racing is out in front. They've taken the lead from the number 242 Tons of Gas BMW. asking if Garrett Smithley has gotten the car yet. I believe that was due to happen
It's due to happen
in about 5 laps. Yeah, that will have happened now. 20
Yeah.
minutes ago in 5 laps, and now we had a full course yellow. So for sure, on board the number it's 178 is his car today, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. That is the. Oh no, it didn't happen the way I wanted it to. JNR Racing. Yeah, Honda Civic. I think that is. That is his entry for today. Pass around the outside. Oh, this is dangerous. 3 wide on the way into turn 10. And a really shallow line from Pippa Mann on the way to the apex there. It all kind of sorted itself out, but she lost a bunch of time to the Boxster up ahead of her. Through comes the number 21, who I'm terrible at discovering what Porsche is what. What is that? That is the Rocker Rennstall car. That is another Boxster. It kind of zips away from her down the straightaway between turns 10 and 11. And giving up all kinds of time down the straight, actually. But it's a GP2 car, so you expect that to some degree. Certainly not taking it conservative. She ran it pretty deep into the braking zone there for turn 12. Penalties to report. Car 45, who is the G-Tech Motorsports Ginetta G55, was given a penalty for passing under yellow, which explains what Ryan and I were talking about.
Yeah.
That car sort of disappearing down the order for no reason. And the 72 also passed under yellow, so BMW Motorsports. So this is at least 2 leaders, the 72 and the 45, who have been given pass under yellow penalties and had a lap rescinded, or a lap docked from their total. A third was given a penalty and had it rescinded because they provided video proof that they were not guilty of the crime. And that was Tons of Gas Motorsports BMW.
I just want to bring your attention to this camera, where the intake hose for the cabin has come loose of the NACA duct.
It's fine under braking. And the left-handers.
Hello.
Oh, you just gotta blow it behind the camera.
Yeah, but
That's what needs to happen here. Just let it settle there. Oh!
Hello?
We can't afford this, Joseph. We can't afford to lose a camera like this.
Rip it out, rip it.
Such a sad way to lose a camera.
No, I think it's a hilarious way to lose a camera. This has been brought to you by Babar.
I don't know what Babar is. Babar Sol? The shaving cream?
No, like the cartoon elephant.
No, I don't. I got nothing. Sorry.
Okay, well, the joke is that that's an elephant trunk.
I understand. It's a very dumb joke and I didn't like it.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
I never deliver any
Power!
of those, so. Nice. That's the Fury up in front, the number 3. We're just talking about. I'm not sure who is on board. Through goes the 151 Team LMR BMW, who we still did not get an onboard feed from this morning, as far as I could tell. Very sad. Tragic, even.
Okay. You and I have different thresholds for tragedy, I think.
As do the Bee Gees.
Great. Just search for WRL and or World Racing League on YouTube. You get some interesting live results. So if anybody
The
would
WR League?
Yeah, if anyone would like me to pull in some Crash Team Racing live streams, just let me know.
Are they happening right now?
It's just no, it's one person watching.
Oh, okay.
It's not a very high volume stream. I mean, I don't know how loud it is, but there aren't that many people watching.
Right. These LMR cars, I was looking to see if they have any feeds. From some years ago, as recently as 3 years ago, as a matter of fact, raced with a clock in the car. like an actual just $3.
Oh, okay. So they're
plastic white
like sponsored
cloth.
by Flavor Flav kind of thing. You know what kind of
Yes.
person I am because
Yes.
I enunciate Flavor Flav. Flavius
well-
Flav is his name in Latin, as we all know.
Well, Flavor Briatore. Yeah, Briatore, obviously.
Yeah.
But enough about. I don't even know what happened to him. Was he involved in like legal trouble?
Probably. Statistically speaking,
Probably. Yeah, I think so.
he did have COVID recently, actually.
That's right. Classic Italian.
Statistically.
Anyway. Yeah. We are halfway through the 2020 U.S. Endurance Championships Sunday race, the season finale in the World Racing League this year, which means we're 3/4 of the way through on air time this weekend. 8 hours yesterday, 4 hours down today, 4 hours left to go. And with 90 laps complete, I know we've talked about the distance record. We equaled it yesterday with 175 laps, according to Race Hero. We could be on again today. The weather is certainly much better.
We
although
were stationary for 10 minutes yesterday.
We were, that's true. We were going to blow that number out of the water. And things didn't really go our way. Long way to go still in this one, but it does seem to be in the cards, I think we would say, and maybe even more likely than not, but lots of things still to sort of show their hand before we're able to make any sort of predictions on that one. Wheel to Wheel Racing leads. It is the number 983 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. And the significance of that car as we march into the final 4 hours of the season is that it's very much in contention for the GTO National Championship. It's up against the number 99 Team GTR BMW, who currently sits down in 6th, although they've just made a pit stop within the last 3 laps or so. They've come a long way up the field. They started down in 20th, and they've been hanging right around that 5th or 6th spot for most of the day. But Joseph, based on what we see in the drops and the points table thus far this season, I'm not sure that if the wheel-to-wheel car is able to win this weekend, I'm not sure that 6th is going to be enough for GTR.
It's going to be awfully close. We've got to figure out what the... okay, yes, you're right. So with the 983 up at the point now, that is going to change the calculus. They would have been marginal, I think, down in 6th when it was the 242 up in front. But, yeah, you're absolutely right. So, as I was explaining to Ryan, Team GTR, the next finish they'll drop will be a 0-point finish. So, this will be straight points for them. The next finish that the 983 will drop will be a 3-point finish. So, it's kind of take whatever they earn and subtract 3 from that.
Right. So basically, they are short 3 points today. Right. So they can't win by 3 points. They have to win.
They have to outscore by 7.
Not by 4. It has to outscore by 7. That's exactly it. Yeah.
Yes.
And it is 13.
It'll be 14 on off.
today.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And then just subtract 1 as you go down in the order. Correct.
Which is, it's actually going to be pretty handy because I was worried about countback, but the only options are scoring 8 or 6 points. There's no.
Okay. Very good. There's no 7. No 7 here.
Oh no, that's a lie. There's a 7.
Okay.
I'll figure it out. I'll work it out. Don't worry.
Yep. Very good. Okay. These permutations only sort of become apparent to us as the race sort of settles into that rhythm. We know more or less what needs to happen, and we're well aware of the drop situation and all of that. But these individual positions are going to make a difference, and as becomes clear who is and isn't in contention as the race wears on, what we're finding is that now it's time to start doing the math proper, because I think there's a real chance that the 983 could come away with a win today, outright. A long way to go, but it's definitely there if they keep the pace up. And I think a part of that is actually owed to the number 242 Tons of Gas Motorsports M4. Oh, you know what? I'm going to walk that back because I was about to make a very silly point about its pit its last pit stop, they did pit under yellow, and then the lap time was a 6:49. So of course it was, because the lap itself was slow. Not just the extra time in the pits. I was concerned that maybe they had a problem, but that's definitely not the case here. The car's been rock solid compared to yesterday, that Tons of Gas car, and that's been really good to see. They've been a really nice addition into this top little clump of cars that are all, sort of trading positions back and forth at every pit stop, and it's added a little more depth than we had yesterday. The Porsche has stayed competitive as well. The number 111 Dunn Motorsports Porsche is up there, still in the lead lap. 91 laps complete in third overall, third in GTO. The GP1 leader is Screaming Goat Racing. That's the number 29 that won GP1 yesterday and is now up in 13th overall. And I'm just pulling up the GP1 points at the moment. Yeah, so that Screaming Goat car is well out in front anyway. It's 10 points. It could have been on the cards for Ginger Racing if they were going to have a strong run today, or maybe something happened to the number 29, but that's definitely not the case. Really strong all weekend from Screaming Goat Racing. They, of course, won yesterday. And, actually, Joseph, I think that was 3 wins in a row in GP1 for Screaming Goat yesterday. Looking back at the results from Hallett, I think they swept GP1 at Hallett and picked up a GP1 win in pretty dramatic fashion yesterday afternoon as well.
Yeah, I don't know
if
if
it could be 4 wins to close out the season, the way things are shaping up.
Yeah, and if they do that, then it, to state the obvious, it will be pretty well sealed. The other thing that they've got going for them is the 46 is only down in 7th right now, which will definitely not be enough to make up the difference. Even if something were to happen, if the 29 were to DNF, I don't think the 46 is having a strong enough run to take that lead back.
No, and that was kind of my point, where the 46 of Ginger Racing Team was going to have a really good day and then expect something to happen to the number 29 from Screaming Goat, and that's the exact opposite has happened. Ginger is having a very average day, and the 29 has just been rock solid for what appears to be 4 straight races now.
Yeah, I mean, to even record 11 points, they'd have to finish 3rd. So they'd need to pick up 4 spots, or 3 spots plus a DNF from the 29.
Yeah. Yep. Is that it? Sorry, I just looked over at Race Hero, and as I saw the screen go past the entrance to turn 13, did I see a recovery vehicle there?
I was looking
Maybe
elsewhere.
Just staring at a monitor for some time, but should address that. If you see anything on the monitor, Joseph, for turn 13, we'll take a look there.
We'll get on board with the 110 and possibly pick whatever that is up, making their way down the back straight towards turn 12.
Through goes, I think was that the Supra that just went through there?
Okay, so there's a standing yellow, as I avoid
there
the question.
There is, yeah.
It is the Supra. Doesn't
yeah,
turn
there is the
driver's left.
it's an odd spot. Oh, it's on a flatbed. That looked like a red Miata.
A little bit of target fixation on the 110.
Perhaps, yeah. My guess, when I saw the red Miata there, my guess was going to be Corley Racing. They're down in 64th overall, and do they have GP? Yes, they do. 10th in GP3, and I'm curious. They are missing over on Race Hero, the salmon-colored bar across the timing screen.
I'm also missing the. I think this is up to date. I'm missing the 177. The Apical car.
That's the Audi A4. And let's see. I don't know that they are missing on Race Hero at the moment, so you may be preceding that. There they go, 46, and it looks like they've just come out of the pits, actually.
Okay.
It's down in GP1, and I will get you a class position there. Epic Call 9th in GP1 at the moment after a 6-minute 48-second lap that will almost certainly have been their 4th pit stop of the day. A little breakup on the Hammer Motorsports #1 TCR feed there.
Yeah, just a smidge. You know who I'm jealous of?
Who's that?
I'm jealous of the teams. They do get food trucks. There's a couple of food trucks down there on the
Is that
infield.
right?
Yeah.
I know there was the last time we were there, but
Yeah, there's a couple food trucks, and I am.
interesting.
I'm getting peckish. I gotta tell you.
Have Jess bring you a delicious sandwich.
She's hanging out with her brother.
Must be nice having a brother.
I have a brother.
That's right. Fascinating. So, the question in the Facebook chat this afternoon, as the case is now, regarding fuel capacity. So, straight out of the rule book, right? The question was on the number 21, going 48 laps without stopping for fuel. He says they're limited to 17, 18 gallons, right? The 2020 rules for fuel capacity. Fuel capacity of any GP1 to GP4 car will be physically limited to the maximum fuel capacity offered in any USDM variant of the same make, model, generation, plus 15%. Right, so I can't tell you exactly what the maximum fuel capacity of a 1998 Porsche Boxster is. I'm sure somebody can, but add 15% to that. And that follows on for that. For cars where fuel capacity plus 15% falls under targets listed below, teams may increase capacity to the minimum fuel capacities. So in GP2, it's at least 15.5 gallons, or whatever the maximum in a Porsche Boxster is from 1998 plus 15%. So, go to Google for this.
Oh boy.
15.3 gallons plus 15%. Which works out to something like 17? Yeah, 17 and a half. So your answer is about 17 and a half gallons, and to his point, they are doing 48 laps on a tank of fuel. Or so it would appear. They pitted on 48, 49, and they doesn't look like they pitted under any of the full course cautions. So to get to almost 100 laps, that is a long way to go on a tank, but it doesn't seem out of the range of possibility. You know, a little adjustment in driving style can make up a little bit of that, I think. Screaming Goats fans in the chat on YouTube here. Really remarkable, and we haven't maybe talked enough about them. I know they won GP1 yesterday, but in the context of what they've been able to do this season, as they make their third pit stop of the day, lap 92, to go as many races as they apparently have without any major mechanical issues, racking up class win after class win, is really remarkable. It's a really strong way to close out their season, and I think probably speaks to the preparation there on the M3. Their pace has very much been there in GP1. Edge Motorworks is just as quick, if not marginally quicker, but the number 29 has just been so relentlessly consistent over the last 12 hours of on-track racing. Really remarkable stuff. They've both, the 29 and the 37, have built up a lap margin in GP1 now. Bullet Performance, the 330i, is back in third in class, 151. Team LMR is fourth, and then the Thunder Bunny number 110 sits in fifth at the moment. They're all sort of within a few laps there at the top, but I think the 29 and the 37 are the clear classes of the GP1 field this weekend.
Yeah, to kind of add another point to the fuel discussion and the kind of crazy fuel mileage we may or may not be seeing, it's worth remembering that a big part of your kind of, I guess your whole MO as a car that isn't in GTO, right? Really anything that isn't top tier is thinking about how to get past, how to let people buy you without hemorrhaging time. And a lot of times that might just be a little bit extra lift and coast into, say, 11 or 12, and that's, you know, that's fuel that you're not burning because you don't have the throttle down.
That is true. That is true, and you're not going to lose a ton of time there. I mean, the car's got plenty of mechanical grip through that section. You're not losing a bunch of time by staying off throttle and sort of coasting through that section. But you can make a little bit of fuel mileage that way.
Now, is it going to double your fuel mileage? Probably not, but it'll help. It'll, you know, it might tack on, you know, even around here, at least a couple laps. Those brakes.
Sounds like the TCRs yesterday.
No, a lot like them. I kind of I kind of figured that you know, as things warmed up, you know, because we got on board with them as they were making their return, really their first full lap. There's a lot of coast going on here. I wonder if that's okay.
This is Pippa Mann.
No, I know.
I'm sure has some experience in generating some fuel mileage.
No, I was just a little concerned that maybe it was a harbinger of a mechanical issue, but she's obviously gone straight through pit in, or straight around pit in.
This is the number 604 we're on board with, for those of you not following along at home. Some of them are much more obvious. The Hammer cars have a nice little placard. The Thunder Bunny car has the number up in the top corner of the windscreen. It's the number 111 Porsche dives down the inside. Dual element rear wing on that Porsche. Nice. That's even better than a Porsche Cup car would get you. It's pretty impressive, actually. But anyway,
I do want to mention the pride of Northern California in GP1, the number 37 Edge Motorworks BMW is currently leading GP1 at the time. So they've come from the West Coast and are now at the front, right ahead of the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing car.
Yeah,
they lead by 4 seconds. That's a pretty close battle.
Yeah, I think that's a big function of that pass has just been made on this lap, by the way. But I think
it was because the 29 just pitted.
Yeah, I was going to say I think that's a function
of
the pit. I think they've been kind of going back and forth in that way. But I would still, well, it is time for irresponsible math. It's been about an hour since I ran it, and I never actually gave you guys the results of irresponsible math, so I might as well just redo it now, I suppose.
Yeah, I do want to work through some of the lower classes here. So while you do that and work up a presentation, we can.
I'll just tell you the interesting bits. We don't have to show the plots unless it's really interesting.
That's fine. I will take that.
I don't.
All right, if we're pro plots, then I'm all in.
I'm pro plot. I don't know if anybody else is. Cool is if you could show the plot and still get the sound from the on board. Right? You do that.
Oh yeah, I can do that. Don't you worry.
I want to step back to GP2. We've already sort of run through GP1 with the battle at the front with Edge Motorworks and Screaming Goat Racing. GP2 51 Choice Racing still leads, and they're another one, much like Screaming Goat and Edge. They've just been rock solid for a long time. And what we see now is a 20-second margin over the number 601 Round 3 Racing Porsche Boxster. So the sister car to the one you're running on board with at the moment. And Gonepo Racing, the number 145, back in third. Now that's a car that really didn't feature at all yesterday. We were due to have an onboard from them, but unfortunately don't have any way to see that. But as things stand, that 145 is really solidly on the podium. Rocker Rennstall still owes his pit stop in 4th, so they're going to drop even a little further back. Chill Out Systems in 5th in GP2 owes us a stop. Actually, they haven't been tripping the pit-in beam at all, which is very interesting. Very intrigued by that.
I wonder if they're just going straight to the paddock for every service, because you may not trip the pit-in beam if you do that.
You can't fuel in the paddock, I don't think.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. No, I think that was the case last time we were here, where the idea was if there's going to be a fire because of a fuel spill, it needs to be in the view of fire
a bunch of people with extinguishers. Yes.
Yes, and people who are in fire suits and equipped to deal with something like that. Right? And it makes a lot of sense. Where your in-race refueling is limited to being in the hot pits. So I don't know what the situation is there. It may just be a weird, transponder fluke or something like that. That doesn't look like it was the case for Rocker Rennstall. That they really genuinely only have made one pit stop so far. But those are 4th and 5th there in GP2. GP3 at the moment, AOA Motorsports number 55, same as it ever was. Round 3 racing is in 2nd in GP3 as well, so their 3rd car actually looking pretty solid there. AOA Motorsports number 15 is in 3rd, and while we've talked about the national championship very much involving the AOA stable, it's only the 55 that we're concerned with. Only the cars score points. It's not a team's championship as such. And when you look at the WRL overall championship, it's that number 55 that is the one that is the most significant moving forward here. So smooth around 16, 17, and 18 there for the round 3. Man, the coast, you're right, Joseph. It just feels like such a natural part of the lap, but when you're watching it on board, it just feels like they're off throttle forever through turn 19.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mean to suggest that there is a problem. It throws me for a loop because there's you drive these cars, there's a variety out there. And so they're all driven in completely different ways. I mean, we spent half of yesterday on board with a front-wheel drive TCR, and here we are with a little Boxster who I guess I don't know what the weight is, but I feel like it can't weigh anything near what that TCR weighs.
I wouldn't think so. It also doesn't have anything really near the power of what the TCR has. The TCR pushes 350.
Horsepower, you mean?
Yes, yeah.
What is it
350 horsepower.
What is it in BTUs? Do you know?
I don't, and I don't really have that conversion memorized. I never really, was exposed to the BTU conversion tables as a child.
You think there's tables involved? Is that right?
Well, I mean, anything can have a conversion table. Right? It's just a bunch of specific choices.
This is
for
horrible.
Conversion. Isn't it? I got nothing here.
So one thing that's throwing me a bit when I run my irresponsible math. And
when we talk about irresponsible math here, we should be clear. We've called it this for some time, but in reality, these are late race or end of race projections and predictions based on the data we have collected from the first portion of the race. So anything before the projections are run gets thrown into a statistical model, and it generates an output, and then we generate probabilities of finishing positions or various other factors based on all of that.
Would you say this is big data?
This is pretty small data, to be honest. So anyway, the thing that I'm a little surprised by is, so remember we had a similar situation yesterday where we were like, yeah, third place is our favorite. So third place is our favorite. So that would be the 111 right now would be our current favorite to win tonight, and then second place is it's looking like that we would most likely. Ooh, yeah, I know. Second place would most likely go to the 983 as things stand, with the 09 in contention for that. So those are your your three heavy hitters right now are looking like the 111, the 983, and the 09. Not a surprise when you look at the standings. What is a surprise is which ones you might favor to take this. So our current standings are 983, 09, 111. Consider in your mind's eye swapping first and third around. Not saying that's how it's going to play out, but don't be surprised if it does.
Now, did the 111 end up back up in third on pace, or did they have a penalty removed?
This is a good
because
question.
They were kind of quite a ways down there, and now they're back up into third. So either they've made up some incredible time, or they got a lap back.
I suspect they've, you know what, looking at the lap history on Race Hero, I think you're exactly right, that they've had a lap given back to them. Because they lost a lap all of a sudden. They lost a lap all of a sudden, dropped down from 10th overall to 15th overall. And then, very recently, were elevated from 8th overall to 3rd overall. And that's just math. That's how we know, you know.
Right. It is entirely possible. We didn't hear much about it, but and that was straight out of the pits as well for them after the last full course yellow.
We haven't been on board the 110 for a while. Let's go on board the 110 for a while.
I like the 110. That's a good car. 128i, great car to go racing with.
It does sound good. I like the sound of it. To be perfectly honest, I'm so sorry, but I like it.
There's a handful of 128s this weekend. Oh, there's two here. I thought there were more than that.
It's the last. It's like the newest BMW you can get that's still simple, like the E46 and all the older ones. So it's really the last one that doesn't have all the iDrive and all the other nonsense. And if you got the 135i, then you ended up with the twin turbo motor that wasn't very reliable. So that 128, I think, is the sweet spot of it's the newest car you can get. It's a lot smaller than a 3 Series, even the 03, 04 3 Series. The 128 is a little bit smaller. It's got a shorter wheelbase too, so a little bit more agile. Probably a little easier on tires too, because they're a lot lighter. I expect to see more and more and more of these stop existing in the private marketplace and end up moving to racetracks. I think I talked about this when we were at Mid-Ohio as well.
About the 1 Series in particular?
Yes.
They are. I mean, they've been rock solid. I mean, I love the way they look. I know that is secondary to whether or not they should be a popular race car, but I'm a big fan of the 1 Series in general. And the one we're riding on board with right now, Thunder Bunny Racing, Jim Cowan, Mike Turner, Laura Hayes, and Bill Graham, spent a lot of time riding with yesterday as well, and it was rock solid then.
Yeah. Speaking of this class, GP1. The irresponsible math calculations don't give you any real surprises compared to what you're seeing in Race Hero right now. It does look like a 2-horse fight between the 29 and the 37, so that's Screaming Goat and Edge. Does it give an edge
to one in particular? Pun not intended.
Yeah, and it actually is to Edge, as it turns out. Yeah. But it's awfully close. I mean, I would give them both, you know, it's like 1/3, 1/3, and then rest of the field kind of odds, you know what I mean? So, yeah. Those are the two to look out for. If something happens to either of those, it could be smooth sailing for the other one. GP2 is a mess right now. I'm not even going to try to predict it. I'll just tell you the entries that are kind of just in the mix there. The 51, which you would expect, since they are leading that class right now. Then there's the 601. The 678 isn't looking quite as strong as either of those two. Very good chance that they'll nestle into third. They're in fourth right now, but they could find their way up into third. And then you're looking at... Oh, wow. just a whole big mess for fourth, frankly. But among the 27, the 20.
Sorry, Joseph. Somebody just it was I think the 678 Chill Out MX-5 and one of the M2s absolutely fired it up the inside of the Thunder Bunny BMW on the way into turn 7, the left-hander there.
Just pick one. It doesn't matter.
And sure. And the 110 was pretty committed to turning in, and very last minute had to turn the wheel back to the right and open up not one but 2 lanes to his left to let the 2 cars go through in a very dive bomb sort of fashion.
Yeah, so to kind of be a little more precise with GP2, I would say the favorite here is the 51, who is currently leading. Very close second is going to be the 601. And then a very close third is going to be the 678, who's down in fourth right now. Then for fourth, fifth, and sixth, it's going to be a big old mess between the 27 HQ Autosport, 21 Racker Runstall, and the make sure I get this right, the 145, the Gone Pro car.
Gonepo. There is no R there, sir.
What?
In Gonepo, the 145.
Oh, you're right. Whoops, totally misread that.
Yeah, it's because his name is Peter Onepo.
Ah.
This is Go Onepo. Yes.
All right.
Exactly.
Well,
Fascinating, isn't it?
send your hate mail to Brendan at drivers.
You just send it on Twitter at Drivers Eye Live,
That's true.
which we don't really use because we talk about racing 2 or 3 times a year.
GP3 is another one that looks like a complete mess. It's basically as you see it. I don't even want to make a projection on that one at this point because it's so everything. The 55, the 55 looks like it's probably the favorite there, followed by, I don't know. It looks like a 4-car dogfight for the lead, to be perfectly honest.
It kind of is, and you could really even, I think, whittle that down to 2, the 55 and the 602.
You say that, I don't think you can.
Oh no, you're right. The 602 actually owes us a pit stop, and it's got to be soon. The other 3 have pitted recently, so you're correct.
Hey, it's almost like this does something. Yeah, what are the chances?
I question first. Trust but verify, you know?
Yeah, okay. GP4 is a little more straightforward. Vikings got a pretty decent advantage. It's not like a sure thing or anything like that, but they're looking pretty good, and then the 970 you would expect to be more or less a lock for second right now, barring anything unforeseen.
That Odor Motor Group, I think they were doing reasonably well yesterday, and then sort of very suddenly dropped out within the last couple of hours. We were confused as to whether or not it was Odor or Odor, and then we found out it was an acronym for Old Dudes Out Racing.
Which doesn't really... It's not informative in terms of the pronunciation, is it?
No, not at all. It's got to be Odor, right? Odor Motor?
Yeah, that's...
because
you'd assume.
You're in Texas, and the Texas Rangers' second baseman is Rubned Odor. So I feel like that...
You think they're Dominican?
I think they're in Texas.
Okay.
And they might be Rangers fans, so
okay.
I mean, I don't know.
What do you think the chances are that Texas residents say even his last name properly?
Look, man, it's not my job to make sweeping assumptions about people in the states that they live in, especially when the people who live in the
You're from
state
California. That's like all you
heavily
do.
Subscribed to this racing series. I would hate to offend someone, so we'll leave that there. I do have a note though. I do want to talk about. We're talking about the impending death of GP4, and they're really trying to get people to go up into GP3 as far as to move their cars. The number 19 Viking Racing car is leading GP4 right now. They would be 5th in GP3 if they were racing the GP3 class. They'd be right in the top 5, and there would only really be 2 to 3 laps, I think 2 laps down from the lead of GP3. So for the people that are in GP4, you don't need to find very much pace, because the 2 cars that are running and haven't run into issues They have completed 92 laps and 88 laps, which most of the, let's see, the 9th place GP3 car is at 86, and the rest of them are between 94 and 90 laps right now. So they don't need to find a ton of pace to get those cars moved up into the thing. And as I understand it, those cars in GP4 are very simple Miatas as far as build. They might only be a wing or a cam or a little bit bigger wheel or better brakes or different shocks away from being competitive in GP3, which is actually a pretty well-subscribed class, full of cars which, again, would be pretty inexpensive to run. You've got several BRZs. The highest ranked BRZ right now is the NRG Racing number 67. They are 2 laps off the lead, but again, all still to play for there. You can have weird stuff happen. That's not a huge deal. And then you've got a lot of MX-5s in that class as well, which, if you can pick one up secondhand, are pretty inexpensive. And like we talked about earlier, there's lots of parts out there for them as well. So GP4, you know, might look like the entry-level class. And it's, you know, that's going to be going away soon. The cheap class, if you will. It's going to be harder to get into GP3. It really doesn't look like it's going to be that much harder because the pace is there. They're right there. The Viking Racing car would be pretty competitive right now, top 5 in GP3.
I'm looking for clarification there as to what next season looks like for some of those GP4 entrants. We've already talked, as you mentioned, quite a bit about the incentives that are being offered for them to move up and stay in the World Racing League, even if their class specifically is no longer in existence. But like to your point, it's entirely possible that they are able to run. You know, maybe they're able to run as is in GP4, and through reliability, even if the pace isn't necessarily there, if they're allowed to be on track, then maybe they just step up, run GP3, and are able to make their results slightly differently.
I did do some.
Absolutely.
I did do some. Talking about something that's very important. I did do some research on infielders for the Texas Rangers, and he is Venezuelan and not Dominican. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Fantastic, thank you.
So what, do we think these guys are Venezuelan?
Probably still Odor, though.
Wasn't?
Not to be confused with Award, as in Pato.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna confuse them, but thanks.
Let's see. Where are we at?
I did update the title, you guys.
I saw that. I noticed.
Oh boy, pick a gear.
That's quite the
well,
gear.
any gear but that one.
Oh boy.
The
made me
number
anxious.
51 choice
That is a
racing
code
car.
car.
I just want to flick through here one more time. As the car guy, it's really, you know, you guys can talk about numbers and stuff all day. I'll talk about cars all day. That's totally fine with me. The number 51 choice racing. That's choice. Nice.
Cool, that was funny the first 8 times.
Look who you invited. Look who you invited. Come on, keep up. They would also be top 5 in GP1. The choice car would be top 5 in GP1. They're currently the GP2 leader. So again, running a pretty good pace. Both the 51 and the 601 would be right up there for GP2 into the GP1 class.
Back on
the
board the
AOA
number 1.
Motorsports number 55. 96 laps versus 99. So the GP3 car would be right around top 8, top 7 into GP3 to GP2. So a little bit of class overlap for cars running at the front. And I always think that if you're at the front of one of the lower classes and you're running within the top 5 of the next available class, you have to think you're having a pretty good day, you know?
You know, I think we mentioned this yesterday, Joseph, and I know we're still over 3 hours from the checkered flag of this thing, but normally...
But nothing could possibly change from here.
No, but I still want to make the point because we still had almost 5 hours of on-track action today, and still the top 18 cars are all GTO.
No, I know. I think that's wild.
It is, and even yesterday we were saying, oh, well, the top 10, 11 are still GTO. Eventually somebody's going to creep their way into the top 10, and I'm sure the same thing will happen later today. But it is so unusual to see GTO stacking that many positions in the overall field. Normally, as Ryan's been mentioning, you get the very cream of the crop in whatever their class is, punching middle, sort of in the middle to maybe not podium stages, but back into the top 5 maybe areas of the class above them. So a really well-run GP1 car can be competitive in GTO, or at least vaguely competitive.
Yeah,
a middle-tier GP3 can be competitive in GP2, but here the level of competition in GTO is so high, and the consistency is just remarkable across all of GTO, that even though we've got 35 cars in GTO this weekend, 5.5 hours in, we've still got 18 cars taking out the top 18 positions.
Well,
it's just incredible.
And I think, thinking about that a little bit more, I think you can chalk some of that down to just how many GTO entries there are in this field. I mean, they're a solid third of the entry list, right? So if you assume that the bottom half is going to run into problems, you've still got the top half. You've still got those 18, 15 cars. So it goes to show that they are grouped reasonably well, right? Like the power to weight formula works.
It does.
And I think that's a good sign for that. There are everyone's got a different kind of philosophy on how they should group their cars together. Some people will do grouping based off of just lap time. Some will do a BOP, where the data is available in kind of SRO homologated things. I think power to weight ratio is the simplest. Like it's reasonable. It's the least complicated option available. I really like it.
Yeah, and I think, and this again speaks to the quality of preparation, maybe over the quantity of dollars spent. You don't have to be at the very peak end of that power to weight ratio calculation or adjustment to be competitive, right? You can focus a little more on the reliability of the car and prepare and race at a very high level and still be in contention for podiums or top 5s or even championships. And again, there's a function of as I said, dollars spent, where you can go buy a full race prep car, or you can build something up that like the back of your hand and know how to run and know how to maintain and all those things. The end result is that you have cars that are competitive in different ways, but still provide a large field and a large spread within which to go racing and find people to race against and make it worth your while to be at the track.
And I do want to mention too, as we were talking about just to tie up the loose end on it wasn't really a loose end, but just one more thing about the running in different classes thing. It's not even that the big money cars are the reason why GTO is so far ahead. That the GP1 field relative to the GTO, or to the GPO, excuse me, is so far off. You've got the PMW Motorsports car and the Team GTR number 99 are both sitting at it's 105 laps versus 109 for the GTR. So they're not even close. Even home-built cars, or professionally put together road cars, if you will, are near the top of the field. It's not even that it's like, oh, well, you had all the expensive cars come through for this race, and that's why it's so far ahead. You have genuine home-built cars at the front of the field, and even if you put all the other stuff aside, that's still I think a really good deal to be at, as far as your GP1 cars are not quite. Let's see, what's the first GP1 here? LMR? No, let's see. Screaming Goat Racing. Yeah, Screaming Goat Racing is kind of the tip there, and they're at 103 laps, whereas that BMW, the GTR 99, is at 106. So they're 3 laps ahead. and it's not even a multi-$100,000 car that's ahead. It's probably a $70,000 to $80,000 car, if you will, that's running ahead.
Yeah, I think it's also worth noting GTO cars aren't in contention for the overall championship.
Correct.
Because that class is so competitive. I think we're in between the GP2 champion and the GP3 champion for who's actually going to take that home. So if you're thinking from a game theory perspective, and you're like, well, why would I show up? Because I'm just going to get run over by GT4s. That's the whole point of multi-class racing, right? Is you have these categories where you can show up and be competitive and be in competition for 2 trophies, by the way. Not just the one in your individual class, but if you do that well enough, you might come home with a national championship trophy for the overall by the end of the year. So I think there's plenty of incentives for people who just want to run the fastest thing they can find, and then also for people who are running with, say, more human budgets.
Right.
Just a peek back at lap timing here. 983 wheel-to-wheel racing still leads overall after completing its 108th lap. Probably do a pit stop here in the next 4 to 5 laps, I would say, for your overall leader. The number 111 Dunn Motorsports Porsche is not doing really that soon, but is 45 seconds off the back of the 983. And will probably inherit the lead at least briefly once that 983 makes a pit stop. 09 Automatic Racing, the Aston Martin GT4, is in third at GTO, third overall. Team GTR 99 is P4. And Hammer Motorsports number 02 rounds out the top 5. It's a sister car to the car you're on board with at the moment. Tons of Gas Motorsports is back in 7th behind the G-Tech Ginetta. Now, the G-Tech Ginetta we know dropped back because of a passing yellow penalty. And that is about where you would expect it to be. It lost a lap as a result of that, so it's about a lap off the overall lead. The Tons of Gas car just sort of dropped down after the full course yellow and hasn't made any progress at all very much over the last, let's say, 20 laps since we went back to green. Its pace hasn't really dropped off. Its lap times have mostly been 2:29, 2:30. There's a 2:27.6 in there, 2:27.8. But for the most part, the progress, or the rate of progress, back up towards the top, where it's been quite rightly for most of the afternoon, it just really hasn't been there the way that I think I would have expected. So it's just sort of mired down there in 7th at the moment, and it'll be interesting to see as the race wears on. He is going to owe a pit stop at pretty much the same time as everybody else. I just wonder if maybe the advantage has gone away from that 242 a little bit relative to the strength it had over the course of the first 3 to 4 hours of this race.
Well, remember, I don't have them in the top 3 that I'm looking at for the end of this run. So I suspect you're probably right, at least in the kind of short, intermediate term.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's just a product of not having the consistency in lap time, or if their shorter fuel mileage is now finally catching up with them, or shorter fuel window is now finally catching up with them, and they're just they don't hold the cards they held earlier this morning. And we wondered when things were going to sort of favor the cars that were maybe more economical but still had pace to match, and I wonder if that turning point is right around now.
So I just want to butt in here with a GP1 update. It looks like the number 37 Edge Motorworks car is now a minute 14 behind the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing. So somewhere there, I almost wonder if he lost a lap on penalty, or if something else occurred, because he went from being about 4 or 5 seconds ahead of the number 29 to now, they've lost a minute 30. So I'm not sure what happened there. It doesn't look like either of them had a recent pit stop, so unclear what that's all about.
It is interesting, because Screaming Goat has pitted since then.
Really, it does
So
not
Screaming
show
Goat
that
pitted.
on.
Yeah, Screaming Goat was in at 92, and Edge, well, it's 105 now, but they were last in at 85. So I wonder if you're right there, Ryan, if something happened there to the 37. No long laps, nothing lost. I wonder if there was maybe a penalty there that dropped them a lap.
I don't see anything huge, to be honest. I don't see any, if you look at the race hero history, I don't see them having randomly. I guess they wouldn't have dropped a position, right? So that makes it a little more difficult. Because there's only 19th and 20th, or sorry, there's only 20th place in between them in the overall. So it's a little difficult to use the lap chart on Race Hero to kind of ID that.
No, and I understand that, but I think to Ryan's point, where Screaming Goat was had a small margin, they pitted and
I
are
think
now
this is on
even
pace.
further ahead than they were.
I think this is on pace. If you
You
look
think
at,
so?
yeah, because Screaming Goat's been consistently running lap times that are 10
no,
seconds faster.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Yeah, you're absolutely right on Race Hero. A little tough to read, but even since the pit stop, the Screaming Goat car, 238, 237, 241, 240, 240, 236. And then the Edge car just really not even in the same ballpark. 245, 248, 249, 250, 250, 45, 44. And then just sort of settled into that 46, 47 range.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to tell.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
You never know what the cause of that could be. Could be a new driver. Could be something uneasy with the car. Damaged suspension, something like that.
I think it speaks to. Look, WRL is meant to be a series where you can show up and race without a racing license. You don't have to have gone to a racing school. You can show up with minimal track experience, as long as you're capable of driving the car, and jump in and be safe and be smart and be reasonably competitive. I think it speaks to how I mean, you have your Mike Skeens and your professional drivers that really go in and just rip off lap times, but we look at the lap times last. We look more for consistency, and we look more for pit stop trends and that sort of thing to results. And then only when we can't decipher anything else do we look at this driver just absolutely is not up to snuff. Now, granted, we don't have driver IDs, so we don't get to see that data anyway. But the quality and the consistency across most of these cars and entries is such that it is almost the least important element is having or it is maybe the most surprising thing to see a driver that is outside of the performance window that the car has already sort of established. Pit stop for the number 242. Tons of Gas Motorsports out of 7th overall. Well, I'm not going to say pit stop. He is missing. Expected across the line and has not come through on Race Hero, but not a pit stop marker on that car. Now there is. No, there was still no pit stop marker. It was just a 4:23 lap time. And
That's not long enough to be a
feel
missing.
short?
It's
And
this is the.
It's 21 laps since their last stop.
I was expecting them in about
7. It's now 108.
I was expecting them in about 6. So
Yeah.
it's on the shorter side, given how long these laps are.
It doesn't feel correct. You're
And
right.
it's not.
Without
It's not long
that
enough to
pit
be a
marker.
missing transponder passing. It's not a double lap or anything like that.
No, my question was, did he miss the pit-in timing beat? Did it just not register him as being in the pits? And that's just a pit stop lap.
Yeah,
But
and
even if it is a pit stop lap, which it is possible, it feels possible, it's a little early. That's 21 laps on the stint. They've been doing 26 to 28.
I will just note that
On
the
board the
number
604.
167. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ryan.
Okay, the 167 Bullet Performance car just went into the pits as well. They were in 4th. That happened just as I was looking at to see kind of where Edge Motorworks was. They still have top 5 pace. even though they're running a pace a little bit slower than what they are, I don't expect that the 110 would ever catch Edge Motorworks, so I don't think the 110 would catch the 37, depending on how long their stint goes on, etc., etc. If they're running these kinds of laps the rest of the time, they're still going to be top 5, generally speaking, no matter what happens. The 151 was hauling, and so was the 167, but as I just said, the 167's about to, or just came into the pits. But the 151 is running in kind of the high 30s, low 40s range, so they last pitted on lap 84. So they're on roughly the same pit cycle as the 37, and they're 39, 39, 38, 39, 36, 37, 40, 37, 37, 41, 36, 37, 38, 38, 39. So they have the pace to catch that Edge Motorworks car. They are about 1 minute behind. Yeah, the Edge Motorworks car pitted on 85, and the other car, the LMR 151, pitted on 84. So they're roughly on the same strategy, I would imagine. So Edge has got to watch out for them. Again, the 167 just pitted, so that'll be kind of interesting to see. I don't know when we're expecting the 37 or the 151 to come in, but we're going to see a top 3 shuffle here, I think, pretty shortly. And so I want to keep an eye on that for sure. The Thunder Bunny number 110, I just don't think quite has the pace, and they haven't really all day. They've got that consistent middle 40s, and even then they had a stint that was in the low 40s, but they have not cracked into the 39. And on this stint, they're closer to the high 40s, low 50s. So that's kind of it, but I do think that the 4th through 1st is going to get a little shuffle in GP1.
You may be right, and like you said, I think more than anything, that is going to depend on how long the 37 is at this pace disadvantage that we identified a couple of minutes ago. There's a lot to play out there still in GP1, but the end result is more or less that the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 is right where it's always been, which is up at the top of the field. And with the point situation, the GP1 National Championship being what it is, Ginger Racing was really the only one that was going to be able to challenge the Screaming Goat, even mathematically. But practically speaking, that was always going to be a tall order, and it doesn't look in this case like that is really a realistic possibility anymore at the moment.
Yeah, that Ginger Racing car has fallen down to 8th, and they just pitted in as well. So you assume that that 8th is a pretty real 8th place. So yeah, we'll just have to see. It looks like the 160 just went past the 110 as well. We'll take a look at the ARC Racing here and see what's going on. That is a BMW 330, and they last pitted on lap 90, so they're a little ahead of the strategy, and they've been in the low 40s as well. So they're 3 laps off the lead, and they're about a lap or 2 behind 3rd place, depending on how the timing catches, of course, with the 167 in the pits and stuff. So there's still life in the podium for the GP1 class, for sure.
We'll kind of wait and see how all that pans out. Car stopped to the exit of turn 19 on driver's right. Now that's very bizarre, because you would think if there's a car with, oh wow, track limits Pippa. Really no regard for track limits on the exit of turn 20 there.
No regard for human life.
Decency, certainly. Track limits, decency.
No, 19 has been. If there hadn't been a car there, I think 19 would have been in big trouble.
Well, I think they're enforcing track limits to some degree at the exit of turn 19. I would have thought so in 20 as well, but it's not the case.
I don't think.
I do recall last time we were at COTA, turn 20 had those sort of sleeping policeman curbs that do not appear to be there this year. It's just the plain painted tarmac. What do you call them?
No, it was what the circuit called them. So when they put them in, it was Max Verstappen's either rookie or second year that they put him in, and they titled them the Verstoppers.
Huh.
It was on Twitter.
That sounds very well at the time. Wasn't COTA's social media department the big thing?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But anyway,
I'm curious as to who that car at turn 19 is. Sorry, Joseph, I don't want to cut you off, but the number 111 is missing on Race Hero. That is the Dunn Motorsports Porsche that was
that
in
was
second place.
that happened some time ago. I kind of
would've been
assumed that
2
they just
laps.
pitted.
It would have been 2 laps by now, and they keep going down. I'm
It was
curious.
12:51, so that would be 8 minutes ago
Yeah,
was
8
their
minutes.
last
Yeah, that's about
passing.
right. The most curious thing about that to me is if a car, let me say this, if you had a problem at turn 19 and your car was dead stick, or let's say you lost drive or something like that, would your attempt not be to get to the left side of the road to try and make it into pit lane? The car's gone now. I think that car might have been in the gravel. Whoever that was, I'm not convinced they didn't make it all the way to the gravel trap out there. It looked pretty far to driver's right. That wheel-to-wheel car, by the way, the previously leading number 983, is back out of the pits in 3rd overall and within 36 and a half seconds of the overall leaders that have not pitted. Automatic Racing, the 09, and the number 99 Team GTR BMW is going to owe us a stop here in
That car's up against the wall.
probably
it's
10
not.
laps or so.
It's not in
Oh,
the
is it
gravel.
still that far out?
Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder. Trying to figure out how a car would get that far away. Maybe it snapped at the apex and sort of overcorrected, or started to slide on the exit, and there was an overcorrection there.
There's car drivers left now as well.
Yeah, they're dropping like flies.
I am curious about that 111. It doesn't seem to be a pit stop. He hasn't been seen in some time, and now this car, as far as we can tell, has been there for at least a couple minutes. The EVs have certainly been there for a couple minutes, and I'm sure the car was there for even longer than that. Take a look at it here. The car's gone now, right? I think it's been towed out. Oh.
All right. Back
No,
to
I don't
110
I don't think
we
it
go.
is gone.
You think it's still up against the wall there?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty confident.
Interesting.
I think it's just it's a black car, and so with the feeds that we have that are a little lower resolution, it's really easy to miss a car that's up against the wall there. I, with my 4,000 pixel monitor,
Is that right?
I mean it's a 4K. Very handy for this,
I
by
was
the
gonna say
way.
4,000 pixels doesn't sound like that many.
4,000 rows of pixels.
Oh.
There
okay.
we go. How many colors? 256?
I count at least 4.
The paint is red. The sky is blue.
Yeah, the cage is white and the dash is black. That's, I don't know.
There we go.
Yeah, that's 4 colors. I
Curbs
got
are red and white, so they've already been used. The paint is blue. The other paint's blue.
a 4-color
we're set.
monitor. Yeah.
4K. 4 color.
Really good refresh rate though.
Yeah. No, it's incredible.
Your hertz are 25 times your colors. Remarkable. Oh, has this camera shifted?
No.
Maybe not.
If it has, just by a smidge, a smoosh, a
Yeah.
smosh, a skosh.
Skosh.
Okay, let's
There we
look
go.
right
Should be
here.
a better look at the exit at 19. I don't think that's a car, Joseph. Oh, come on. Couldn't just do us a solid, Pippa, and take it out to the track out point. I think that car is gone, Joseph. And I would not be surprised if it does turn out to be the number 111, and they just brought that car straight into the paddock from where it was. Although that is a tough place to get across the track. So, I'm not sure. Through goes the Ginetta, past the number 1 Hammer Motorsports Audi. We haven't really talked about the number 1 situation very recently.
There's not a ton to talk about.
That.
to be frank, because
No,
they
that's
had
true.
problems early, if I remember correctly.
No, I was just sort of intrigued on what their recovery was going to look like. They're still 43rd overall. They did drop to 71st when this all kicked off, and had some trouble making up positions over the course of the race. But they've gotten their way up to 43rd, so they've still made progress, but their lap times haven't really been there. They've been in the 235, 237, 240 range. And certainly really not in the same competition, or even the same, let's say, effort range as what's been going on up at the top of the field, where they ought to have, or would have otherwise been competing. Pit stop for your race leader, the number 09 Automatic Racing Aston Martin GT4. Team GTR 99 in second has not yet pitted and should assume the lead this time around. But Willow is pit stop here in the next handful of laps.
The number 151 Team LMR car has now closed to within 20 seconds of the number 37 Edge Motorworks car. That's going to be probably 2 laps, I would say, 2 to 3 laps before the 151 is within range of making a pass on the number 37.
This
car
is for second
them,
in GP1, to be clear.
Correct. Yes, and then the car behind that, the number 160 Art Racing, I'm pretty sure is still a lap behind third, but is running at a kind of a similar pace of 10 seconds a lap. So we'll have to see what kind of goes on there. Yeah, and this next time by LMR goes down to a 14-second gap to the Edge Motorworks car, but the Edge Motorworks car just put in a 243, which was a little bit faster than they had been running recently. So maybe starting to feel the pressure, not wanting to give up that much time. Let's start to put the hammer down type of situation, getting a feel for the car after it's been, probably worn tires on there as well. So you figure there's a little bit of traffic involved with that too. So doing their best, but ultimately I still think that number 151 will probably make the pass on the number 37 here pretty shortly. And then after that, yeah, it's the number 160 is, yeah, they're about 2 laps adrift of that battle, 2 to 3, depending on how the timing cuts. And then the 5th place, number 110, the Thunder Bunny Racing car, is 40 seconds behind the 4th place car. And they're running about the same pace as the 37. So it hasn't shaken out too much, but I do think that we'll see a pass on track for the 2nd place in GP1.
I would agree with that. And all of that is just allowing that screaming go-kart to scamper away at the front of the GP1 field.
Absolutely.
To
Battle
trot
as well.
away,
And a very similar situation in GP3 with the number 602 Round 3 Racing Porsche Boxster and the number 15 AOA Motorsports MX-5. That's the sister car to the one that's in championship. Ooh,
someone
that is
spun.
That
oh,
car
no, that's not a spin.
blowing
That's
up stir.
yeah.
Yeah.
That is Jensen
see
Button
that
at
all
Melbourne.
the way down the back straightaway. Oh, and he's not. He has not pulled over and stopped. I think he's going to try and get that car back to the pit lane, and I hope that smoke is not indicative of fluid. Was it stopped there to driver's left on the way into turn 12? I missed it.
Oh no, I missed it too. I was refreshing.
I was trying to follow the smoke all the way down, and sort of lost track of it there. But it looked like maybe it had made it into the gap on driver's left here. No, I don't see any cars. Interesting. I can't imagine any other reason that car would have been trailing smoke, whoever it was, other than there was some sort of mechanical issue exiting turn 11. But it has disappeared as far as we can tell.
Yeah.
Team LMR is now within 4 seconds. They took 10 seconds out of the number 37 in GP1 that last lap, so 4 seconds adrift of the 2nd place for Team LMR. It looks like the number 37 will probably hold on to 3rd for at least some time because they're still couple laps ahead of what's currently the 4th place car. So I expect that next time around the 3rd and 2nd place will have swapped in GP1.
Whole collection of pit stops up at the top of GTO. 99 GTR is in. Hammer Motorsports number 02 is into the pits. Automatic Racing number 22 is into the pits. The number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates M240 is into the pit lane.
Kingpin is in the pit lane from 19th in the Porsche Cayman. And I guess this makes some sense, right? Because this will have been the first stop after our last full course yellow. So those that were on more or less the same rotation or fuel range are going to end up naturally into the pits at the same time. So this all makes some amount of sense. Ryan, incidentally, that 37, that Edge Motorworks car, that's your Moraga-based team, is it not?
Yes, it is. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
Kevin, not what you want to see. Your hometown boys going back down to third from what was a strong first place at one time. Like to see him bring home the hardware.
Kevin Moore, Eric Moore, Andre Eisenbach, and Anthony Zwain, who I am certain we have talked about at the 25 ever before.
I mean, that seems geographically likely.
Even just memory likely. I'm certain I have said that name into a microphone before.
Okay. It's a very specific kind of memory, but if you say so.
No, or at least seen it on an entry list for a race we've been in attendance at. And Edge, I think Edge Motorworks. Stretch my memory a little bit here, but I'm fairly sure we saw them in maybe E0 or E1 a couple of times at the 25. I'm not sure. But again, not to gloss over the fact that, and not to gloss over, I mean, we're not going to pretend that race doesn't exist, but this weekend, that race doesn't exist. Right? I mean, this is an opportunity, as we lose the feed there on Super a little bit. This weekend, this is the opportunity for World Racing League to expand its offerings a little bit. The race may look the same, but the footprint of entered teams stretches quite literally coast to coast, and names that we recognize from other series or other events, particularly the 25. I think the series will have expected a boost in entries or a boost in quality of entry, and I don't think it's unreasonable to say that, okay, maybe they would have been at the 25 this weekend if that event were still going on, but it's not. They've chosen to come to Austin and to experience what WRL has to offer. I think the race is richer for it, and I think from a growth perspective for the World Racing League, there's a real opportunity here, and I'm glad to see that it's turning out the way that it is. That Edge car is well prepared. The pace has dropped off a little bit, but the end result is still going to be, well, as things stand, that car on the GP1 podium.
Having trouble getting into gear there for the round 3 racing car.
Yeah. This is the 604. Pippa Man has finally gotten out of that car, and well, now I'm intrigued. Maybe this is Brad McCall, or maybe Brad, Buzz, and Sarah Montgomery were in the 602 originally. Just to recap everything that's happened at round 3 racing this weekend, they switched Sarah Montgomery into the GP2 car, put Pippa Man back into the GP3 car, which became the 602, became the GP3 car with Brad, Buzz, and Pippa. The 602, or the 604, had problems this morning, so they put Sarah Montgomery and her teammates from the 604 back into the 602, and now the 604 you're riding on board with is Brad, Buzz, and Pippa. Absolute musical chairs at round 3 racing this weekend. But my guess is, having seen Pippa Man in this car, through comes the number 172. My guess is that the driver we saw first was either Brad or Buzz McCall, and this is the other one of those two. One of the few cameras we have that has a driver-facing view. 172 initially was not on our entry list. It's not on our final entry list either. I think that was one of the cars that came up through the reserve list. We had a couple of cars that weren't going to be able to make it this weekend, whether through COVID restrictions, mechanical problems, parts not arriving in time, plans just sort of falling apart, whatever it happened to be. And that 172 did not make it onto the list, at least with a number that I can tell. But I can say through Race Hero, if I grab a hold of the correct mouse, that it is TLM USA. And,
Who were scheduled an entry in an
honestly.
N3, but it also says review on the entry, so...
For TLM.
Yes.
Perhaps it's because that car didn't have a number. That makes sense. See, that looks like an M2. Or maybe it's an M3 with...
It was definitely a 240i or 235i.
The wing specifically, the rear wing specifically looked like what ships on the M2 Club Sport, the M2 CS.
Okay.
I can't say it definitively because I don't, I'm not seeing that car in person. We don't have the opportunity to ask anybody, but it certainly looks like it's an M2 Club Sport. And in any case, they are down there in 24th overall. It's a GTO car, but they're still out circulating, and really only 4 laps off the overall lead, which is another point we should make. We've talked about GTO occupying now the top 15 positions before you get to the GP1 leader, but it's not just that. It's not just the number of cars occupying those numbers of positions. It's the fact that they're so tightly bunched from top to bottom. I mean, to have those 15 cars within 3 laps and some change is pretty impressive, and not at all what we would normally get here. But as the quality goes up, so too does the gaps grow smaller between the cars within the class, and this is what we get. I think there's some conversation going on board that round 3 number 604, and he's definitely not on pace. I can't tell if that's just because he's taking it easy, or there might actually be a problem for that 604. Through goes the Supra. Through goes the 242 BMW M4. That's an on-track battle for those 2 spots, by the way. And up the inside for 8th overall and 8th in GTO goes the number 242 BMW M4, and that change takes place on track at turn 11.
Yeah, it's fantastic. That's more of the enigma that is that Supra. Ebbs and flows with its pace, really, and that could be driver dependent. It could be, a number of other things, but we've seen it as high as, I believe, 4th, and then now we're looking at it down in, sort of the 7th, 8th type of range. So we'll have to see kind of what becomes of that. They ended up being very relevant at the end of yesterday's race, as I understand it. So we'll have to see where they end up. We've still got a few hours to go, and the only thing that I don't think will be a factor is the weather. Looks like it's going to be pretty sunny, pretty mild from here on out.
As you were saying that, Ryan, that's exactly where my mind went, was, well, but we don't have quite the number of curveballs that we ended up with yesterday. We know at the very least that the weather is not going to be a factor. Not a cloud in the sky around Austin, Texas. And I'm sure it's a much more pleasant experience all around, even if it's maybe a little more predictable for us, at least in terms of, what we expect to see around the end of the race. But even so, I don't think, if you think about, let's say, a professional race, I think into the pits comes the 604, and I am concerned now that there is a problem on this car. What you think about professional endurance races, and in a lot of cases, there's a very obvious favorite or a collection of favorites. And I think there are as well here, and we have a day's worth of racing to sort of gauge that from. But I don't know that you could pick any number of cars in any number of positions, whether you're trying to pick a winner or a podium or a top 5 or whatever. I don't think there's any way you could even make a reasonable attempt at trying to pick what the results of a race were going to look like, just because by its nature amateur endurance racing is so unpredictable.
So what you're telling me is you're not going to offer me any action this weekend?
Oh no, there's no action for me this weekend, college football or otherwise. It's been a quiet weekend for me.
Well, this is a nice view of getting to see a E46 pit stop here. I think this is the third jug of fuel.
It is, but I think
issues with the valve on there.
No, I think what they were going to do was just top it off, because as soon as he plugged it in, it spat back through the overflow. And away he goes.
That car departs.
72 PMW Motorsports missing at the moment. I wonder if that was that car, actually. Though I don't know that they'd be expected just yet. They were in at 88. This is 117. And that's, I mean, they've been going 35 plus laps, 38 laps. Being at 30 would definitely be early. Move over to the 110. Maybe we get a chance to see that car come through.
The 110 having just
do
done
have
a pit
concern.
stop as well. They are
Yeah, I do
down
have-
to 6th now.
Yeah, I have concerns about the 72 car now. Falling down
I'd
the
say so
order,
as well.
last seen in 7th. And it's definitely
It's really
early.
gone from
Pit
bad
stop
to
for the
worse
number.
to them. They were... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to call a pit stop for the number 511 Choice Racing BMW, which, after all kinds of problems yesterday with a broken, we think a broken toe link, but in any case, a bent steering and bent suspension, they really struggled yesterday to find any meaningful position, and now, even though they're making a pit stop here, having found themselves in 62nd early on in the race, after a stop at lap 5, they are now up to P6. This is a fantastic recovery for the 511. Seeing them in the top 10 is actually is nice to see. A brace of W2Ws behind them, the 981, the 982, and the 985, all sort of in lockstep on the Race Hero timing sheet, even if they're not necessarily front to back on track. G-Tech Motorsports, by the way, jumped from 5th to 2nd a couple laps ago, and now even having had their penalty earlier on in the race, they now sit 2nd overall.
So they're kind of the continuation of, at one point we thought the 72 would be in contention on fuel strategy, etc. I think the 45 has a similar advantage, but
They
not
do.
to the same degree. So that'll be something to look for, at least. That was kind of my hope at the front of the field, was that a car that's ultimately a little bit slower maybe, or can get there on strategy, could get to the front. But it looks like they've run a faster overall time, potentially anyway, than the wheel-to-wheel racing 983. And then we've got
No,
that
and that's-
automatic cars
that's-
up into 3rd again as well.
That's
And
just
that's a
the
real
thing.
3rd too for automatic.
It is. That's just the thing for the 45. We kind of stopped talking about them because they had that penalty and they dropped out of the top 5. And in general, were just very obviously a lap down because that's what the penalty caused. But the pace has been there. And much like the PMW car, they have that advantage on fuel. We were curious to see if that was going to matter, and I don't know if that penalty was rescinded or whatever the case was, but they did lose a lap briefly, at least for a pass under yellow penalty. They now find themselves up in 2nd. They have the pace that PMW has maybe occasionally lacked. They've got the consistency, and now they have the fuel. And in looking towards the end of the race, because we're now sort of in that window, 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. If you're going to split the race in half from here, if you're going to make your last stop, like right now, you have 1 hour and 20 minutes per tank of fuel to make it to the end on one additional stop. And in my head, I'm thinking that the 45 can do that, right? So they still have 2 more stops to make. They've got 1, and then they'll be able to split whatever the difference is into 2 stints, 1 last stop with 1 hour and 15, hour 20 to go, whatever it happens to be. All things being equal, of course, yellows, that sort of thing. Whereas a lot of these GTO competitors, GTR, automatic, the 983 wheel-to-wheel car, I think even the Hammer car, tons of gas, all pitted 6, 8, 10 laps ago. And if you back that time up, now you're asking them to do almost 3 full hours, and possibly in some cases even over 3 hours, on 2 tanks of fuel, which is 1.5 hours a stint. And at no point today have any of those cars done 1.5 hours. So in back timing from where we are right now to the end of the race, it looks, where I'm sitting, like we're starting to finally realize what fuel advantage the 45 actually has, that Ginetta GT4, and that is
that now it's going to be able to do one less stop. Now, it won't be full pit stops for everybody at the end. It may just wind up being splashes within the last, let's say, 30 minutes or so. But that's still the time you're not spending in the pits. That's still time that maybe your car refuses to restart, or you have an issue in the pit lane that results in a penalty, some kind of fuel spill or something like that. And I think I just get the feeling that now, with it sitting 23 seconds off the overall lead, even though it owes us a pit stop, before we get to the end of the race, that car is going to be able to take advantage of what it's been building up to for the last 5.5 hours.
I also just want to take a look here and see what the recent pace has been for that car. So they're running in the low 30s, high 20s. That wheel-to-wheel car is running in the... See, they've been in the low 30s, but not into the 20s anytime recently, at least, since the... let's see, the last time they had a 20... does not look like they've had a 2-minute 20 anything in the last 60 laps or so. They did have a 30.860 on lap 80, and then a 30.282 on like lap 97-ish. So the wheel-to-wheel car doesn't have the pace either, with the G-Tech Motorsports car being near about 2 to 3 seconds a lap quicker. They are still down a full lap, or at least so it would seem if I wait for it to update on timing here. I thought it was closer to a minute or so. But they may not even need the strategy to win. As long as G-Tech runs cleanly, they have the pace in hand to do it. So even though ultimately the wheel-to-wheel racing car can run a 227, they haven't run in the 20s, again, like I just said, of course, in at least the last 60 laps. Looks like the last time they ran a 29 was back in lap 50. So if they're going to get their hot shoe back in, they're still at a potential to be 2 seconds a lap off the pace of the Ginetta. Now, like, granted, the Ginetta did have a stint where they were in the kind of the mid-30s for a while. So, you know, still all to play for, but I would say that the Ginetta in general is about a second or two faster and has everybody pretty well covered as far as that goes. Now, I do just have the Automatic Racing go into second, and the G-Tech Motorsports now reading a lap down, so I don't know if it's Curse of the Commentator and they've had it off, or what happened there. Well, I was expecting them to come around for another lap soon, and they haven't, and the Automatic Racing car has gone into second. So if anybody, either Joseph or Brendan, wants to look into that, I'll start talking about the 09.
The G-Tech car is due in, Ryan. It was last in at 87. It's 122. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's pitted, but we don't have the marker on Race Hero this time, which has happened a few times today. And then now it goes Salmon on Race Hero. So it hasn't lost any laps, you know, owing to a penalty or anything of that sort. But it looks like it will, well, it certainly would have been expected into the pits around now, with about 2.5 hours left.
So I'm just going to see here real quick what Automatic Racing has as far as pace. And Automatic's a little bit less consistent, I would say. There's a wider range of lap times that they run. Anything from so the last full stint from laps, 84 to 116-ish, they were anywhere from a 239 to a 232. So about the same pace as that Porsche up front, which is what one would expect with, GT4 machinery versus GT4 machinery. They may make their lap times in different ways, but, oh, fantastic. That's a great view.
You love to see it.
Yeah.
But they don't... They just don't quite have the pace either that the G-Tech had. And then if we look at the 99... the 99's got about the same pace that the G-Tech car has. So I think, and we'll have Joseph back this up for me or not, I think the 99 and the 45 are going to be kind of what we have to watch here as far as being at the front. Because unless they change drivers, I don't see the 983 having enough pace, per se, at least consistently, to stay up at the front. But they do have a little bit in hand as well.
I have... I've worked out the numbers, the permutations on some points things, and I think I've got this right.
Okay.
As far as the overall goes, okay, we're still looking at both the 55 and the 51 will drop 9-point results. with a strong finish today. It's so good. I love to see that. My favorite. So they're on level pegging in terms of drops. So the 51 is going to need, if they want to take the overall championship, they're leading right now. I'm assuming that they're going to just take the win. It's the easiest way to take this for now. If they win their class, GP2, they need the 55 to finish third or worse today in GP3 to overhaul them.
Third or worse.
Which is not looking likely.
No, either on pace or it's got overlap margin.
So it's looking good for the 55 right now, for the AOA 55.
Right. In GP3, but for the WRL national overall title.
Correct.
Yeah.
GTO is a little trickier. The 99 will drop a 0-point result. The 983 will drop a 3-point result. We've talked about that a couple times. What that means is, if the 983 finishes in first, where they are now, the 99, as far as I can tell, has to finish 6th or better. They are there now. They're 3rd currently, so they're in a position to retain the championship, or retain the championship lead, I suppose. If the 983 ends up 2nd, then just drop that 2 spots. So the 99 then has to finish 8th or better. If the 93 finishes in 3rd, then the 99 has to finish in 10th or better. So 983 in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd requires a 99 Team GTR finish of 6th, 8th, or better to hold on to the title.
Right. So absolutely, GTR 6th or above will be a GTR title,
as
regardless of what wheel to wheel does.
As I read the point standings, that's right. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, we've had no reason not to trust you in the past, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do want to check back in with GP1 real quick. Both Team LMR and Screaming Goat Racing just made pit stops. Edge Motorworks, it looks like, this has been their longest stint in the last 2 stints. So they've gone, it looks like 2 or 3 laps further than they have in the past. So I almost wonder if they're running intentionally a little bit slower to try to do some type of fuel economy strategy type game, because they have run substantially longer than they did before. Just using the scroll bar as something to go off of. So they pitted at 60 and then at 85. And we're now at lap 125, and they've been setting this kind of 247, 244, 251 sort of lap pace, and they are now at the front of the class. But they do still owe us a stop, but their stop's coming a lot later. So I don't know if they think they can do it on this 1+1 more, and maybe the other 2 teams need 2 stops still. I don't know what the thinking is there, but they're all on the same lap. The number 151 is a minute 26 adrift of the number 37, but again, like I just said, the 37 does still owe us a stop, but they've been running a lot longer. And that does mean that the number 151 has passed the number 29 Screaming Goat car. So that Screaming Goat car had about a full lap lead in hand over 2nd place, depending on how the timing trips, obviously. But they have gone down into 3rd now, and then you've got the number 160 Art Racing down in 4th, and the number 28 and 110 in 5th and 6th, respectively. So I think a little bit of a strategy situation there for the 37.
Yeah, if in looking at the lap time history for the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing M3, 3 laps ago, 425.306, which would be indicative of a very short pit stop lap, but probably a pit stop lap nonetheless. But their lap after that was an 830.9.
Interesting.
Which
okay.
would suggest to me that they came back in and had to address something else. And I don't know what that something else is. I mean, unless they had an off somewhere, but I didn't see anything that would have suggested that. That's where they lost all that time. It was, even if you assume one of them was a pit stop, they lost another 6 to 8 minutes either in the pits or out on circuit, and that's what dropped them to third. Edge, you're absolutely right, is going to owe us a pit stop soon, although they're showing a hand they really haven't showed so far. But I think what that's going to do is fundamentally promote Team LMR into the lead. They've had a little bit more pace than Edge Motorworks over the last little while. Lap times in the 237, 238 bracket pretty regularly, whereas Edge has been stuck in the 245s, 6s, and 7s. It would feel like things are shifting towards Team LMR here in GP1. Now, we don't have an answer on what happened to the 29, but we know it's lost a big chunk of time somewhere, and it's going to have to find that if it's going to, catch back up to the 151. But it took a long time to build that lead up, and they lost it basically all in one fell swoop. So,
and it's starting to look like
interesting
here,
goings
number
on there
29
at the
might
top
be
of
they might be a full lap or two down now at this point. I thought they were all on the same lap at one point, but now, again, waiting for timing to refresh, they could be up to 2 laps down, the number 29. So that's kind of...
Yeah,
it go from a
matters
lap
less
ahead
to
to
the
2 laps
37.
behind.
We know the 37 is
that?
still actively losing time. We know the 37 is still actively losing time because of their driver situation at the moment. We know they owe us a pit stop. So that will become a clearer situation over the next couple laps when the Edge Motorworks BMW makes its stop here sometime within these last 2.5 hours. It will probably owe 2 before the end of the race.
Again.
I think they've got a problem there on board that number 29.
So
either that or the long laps they registered were indications of something out on track. But it would feel more reasonable that they've had a problem now and they've been trying to rectify it. It's just not fixed.
So are we ready for irresponsible math?
Sure.
Okay. I'll hold on.
So while you're doing that, I will just notice that the number 37 just set a 244, which has kind of been the fastest lap of this stint. The only other fast lap like that was back on lap 94, as we had a little bit dicing between the two Porsche Boxers. That's one of the quickest laps of the stint for the number 37. And then at the same time, the LMR car, let's see, had just set a 248. So both the lap before their pit stop was a 41 and they just set a 48. So Edge may still have a little bit of life left in addition to whatever strategy call they might be doing.
We'll have to wait. Oh, no.
I know, it's a mess.
Fantastic. Let's see it.
We might need to lose a few on-screen graphics.
I'm working on it.
Not fast enough.
I can see it. Alright. So this is a mess. This is a real kerfuffle. Okay. So I'm going to break it down a little bit.
I like that one a little bit better.
Yeah. So 983 is looking like our strong favorite for first now. That is in part because the 111, if I can find them, whatever became of the 111, they had some problems.
Purple or blue.
Yeah.
Cyan.
Yeah, so they had issues, which I don't know if we ever identified, but they did fall down a lap. There we go. They did fall down a lap. And so they're really in the mix for kind of that 5th, 6th, 7th now. They're not really looking like contenders for the win anymore. The other kind of next best after the 983 is looking like the 09 again. That's about what we expected. So these were the two cars that we had, in addition to the 111, that we thought were going to be kind of buy-in for top spot here. There's also a kind of an appearance from the 45, as you guys have been talking about. I'm comfortable thinking of these guys as our kind of as our top 3, as it were. But consider the balance of power to basically be in favor of the 983 right now.
And so that doesn't give a whole lot of love to the 99, who is currently running 3rd and has good pace as well. But that's still going to be good enough for them to hold on to their title.
Yes, that would be fine. So they wouldn't come home with a trophy, but they would come home with a championship and entry credits for next year, which I think you know, I think they'd still be pretty happy with.
Yeah, I think so as well.
So then we'll
So, I
move-
mean-
I'll go back to GTO if you're still curious.
No, I'm just intrigued a little bit by the GTO situation, and I understand that the 45, maybe hasn't had the pace, and even since he came out of the pits now, he's been sort of stuck in the 233 4s and 5s. I'm just intrigued that they don't really feature in that top two, because I mean, I'm not questioning your projections here, but it would feel
Sounds like you are.
Well, I'm just intrigued by the fact that I feel like they're only going to need one more stop. It looks to me like they need one more stop. Everybody else is going to need two.
It's a possibility.
Pretty much across the board. And I feel like that would be the difference maker. But maybe it's possible that their pace is such that even with one shorter stop, it's not just going to put them into the lead. It's going to put them into, maybe second or third.
Yeah, I mean, remember, they can be getting better fuel mileage and still not be able to get a stop in hand over the other two. So we'll have to kind of see how it plays out. But I would still consider these three to be our kind of big three. I'm open to the 99 kind of sneaking something in here. But I wouldn't expect it. I'd be a little surprised if we saw the 99 fighting for the lead at the end of this. So we'll go down to GP1.
The lead, certainly not.
Yeah. So we'll go down to GP1, and I think as you guys were talking about, it looks like as things have progressed, the 37 has kind of come out as the kind of, you would expect them to win this in GP1.
I don't think it's cut and dry, though, which I think is supported by this graph here.
Okay, it's pretty cut and dry. If someone's going to contend with them, it's probably going to be the 151.
Right.
And then you're looking
at 29 still in the pits now.
Yeah, so the projection assumes that we're halfway, when somebody goes missing, it assumes that we're halfway through that, because we have no idea how long a mechanical is going to take to fix.
Right.
So they may still, they may yet fall further down the order, and that would elevate the 160. But if they were to come out like right now, they'd have a pretty decent shot at competing with the 151.
And if the Edge Motorworks car keeps this pace up, or lack thereof, as they just click off a 248. Now again, LMR hasn't been running that great of a pace since their pit stop either. They have a 48, a 45, and a 49. So maybe Joseph's computer does know what it's talking about, and I'm just an idiot. Because at one point it looked like the Edge car wasn't going to have the pace to do it. But I think that's going to be driver dependent. I think if the quality of pace in the number 37 stays the same, and Team LMR puts another driver in for their last two stints,
that's a big part of it. So we're going off of the information, which is all of the drivers that we have so far. Somebody comes in and starts doing laps that are 5 seconds faster. Well, we can't really account for that yet. So that's always something to have in the back of your mind. Okay, so that's what the picture in GP1 looks like at the moment. GP2 is still a mess, but you'd give a little bit of an edge to the 51 here. With the 601, you'd expect to be in close contention, as well as the 678. I think we basically have the same kind of 4 in contention that we had earlier, although the 21 has fallen back a bit.
I'm intrigued by the 51-601 battle, because it feels like the 51 has just been in absolute command, even though they did have a sort of a bonus pit stop a little while ago. But without that, they'd be 2 or 3 laps out in front.
Yeah, I mean, that's really I think that's going to be the key, is pit stops. If somebody's able to, this is one in particular where if someone's able to pull one fewer, I think that might do it. Again, that's for all of these, it's a wait and see. So GP3, pretty straightforward. No, not really. It's we'll see. So it's looking like a dogfight between the 55, the 15,
15?
Yeah, the 198, and the 602. All 4 of those are kind of in with a shot.
602 is second in class right now. But there is a lot of sort of pit stop chaos
Yeah,
play out before the end of the race. I think the 55 is pretty solidly there. They just pitted, came out in a minute and a half ahead of the round 3 car. But the rest of the pit stops, as you go down the order, the 15 AOA car, the 198 Patriot Racing Group car, their last stops and their pit ranges are all over the place.
Yeah, the next time we run this will probably be at about half an hour to go, and we should start to see things should really tighten up then for pretty obvious reasons. And then
number 37 just hit the pit. I'm sorry, in GP1. So that is their longest stint by far. They went from lap 85 to lap 125.
Ooh.
So that's substantially longer than they had run before. If they run that kind of distance again, they may only need one more stop after this as well.
yeah, that would change our projections, because that's a longer stint than we've seen them run. So again, we'll have better information in a couple hours time. GP4 looks pretty straightforward here. It looks like the 19, assuming nothing negative happens to them. It'll be the 19 and then the 970, and that one seems pretty straightforward.
Perfect.
And this is the mosaic of the race.
It's a lot more digestible. Well, it's completely indigestible as is, but it's a lot more digestible when you break it down by class, and you can isolate the primary players there.
Right. Anyway, cars on track. The important thing.
Yes, indeed. I think we were on board with the Supra there for most of what that was going on. There were a couple of really solid tire squeal moments.
You got to break up the plot with something.
This is on board the number 604 round 3 racing Porsche Boxster.
That Screaming Goat number 29 is now down to 7th in class. So they've had a lengthy pit stop so far. I think that's going to put them pretty squarely out of the running. It looks like they're at least, let's see here, they're at least 4 laps behind, if not 5. So we'll have to see there what happens with them. But that puts them pretty square out of it, as Joseph just talked about. So we're looking like we're going to come between the 151 and the 37 is really going to be the battle to watch for GP. And that Edge Motorworks car still in the pit, but we do believe a scheduled pit stop taking place there.
Yes, I would think so. So with pit stops now having, I think we're in the clear here for at least another 10 laps or so in GTO as far as pit stops go. The end result is well, G-Tech sits in 4th. That's the one we sort of have the question mark over, although Joseph Script believes that they are not as in contention for the win, but still very much in contention for a podium. The 242 will probably be our next car into the pits. They're back in sixth place at the moment, overall in GTO. From there, there's really not too much else to talk about as things begin to count down. Much of that GTO field are on the same strategy. And it'll come down to consistency over the last little while here, and maybe to extend the length of the final pit stop. We assume it'll be 2 more for everybody. And like I said, I think that G-Tech car is the only outlier there that may be able to do it on just 1 more stop, but we'll have to wait and see.
Just looking at the lap times here, it looks like the automatic racing car is a little bit less consistent. But as a, kind of a double weirdness there. They're less consistent, but I would say on average they're about a second a lap or so faster than the wheel-to-wheel racing car, who are setting, 30, 33, 34, 33, 29, 32, 32, whereas the 09 automatic racing Aston Martin is in kind of a 29, 29, 28, 28, 30, 27, 31, 27, 28. So they've got the pace, and you have to assume they're on Yeah, they're within 3 or 4 laps of each other on strategy, so I think that's going to come down to just a straight pace race there for between the 983 and the 09. Keep on calling it the 009, which I swear it ran as that at some point. Probably that car specifically. They're 39 seconds adrift, and so how many more laps do you think we have? Anybody total in the race?
Oh, I'll just do the straight. I don't project laps out anymore. So I'll just do the straight kind of average lap time projection, which I think
I think we're going to get to about 180, maybe a little further than that.
That's where we were projected at yesterday until somebody decided that they wanted to. Until someone decided they wanted to meet the Armco, and then that.
So Nears makes no difference. About 50 laps remaining, give or take.
48 to 50.
Okay. The automatic racing car is 39.6 behind. So if you assume, and these are big assumptions here, that both of them have the same length of pit stop, and that both of them are on the same strategy, which again it looks like they are to within a couple laps, as far as stint length, etc. It's really going to come down to pace between the two of them, and right now the automatic racing car does have the pace, so we'll have to see there.
Yeah, even a second a lap at that rate would be enough to close that margin. Now, I mean, these laps have a pretty wide variation. Traffic makes a big difference. And these cars aren't always the easiest to drive, so you do get some, a pretty wide variation in lap times. But I think the end result is that, that what we've seen out of the 09 so far would put it very much in contention with that 983. And Joseph's script would seem to corroborate that, at least at the moment.
And then just for fun, I wanted to look at the number 99 too, because I was kind of interested in that. The 99 also appears to be on the same strategy as the other top two cars, and they are running in the 30, 34, 32, 30, 30, 31, 32, 29, 34, 34. So I don't think the number 99 will get anywhere higher than they are right now. The only chance they have is to kind of hold on to a podium. Exactly.
It doesn't need to.
You want to get a third place if you really are out here. You want to do
You're
that.
going to get way more out of a national championship.
Well, they're going to get. I mean, you'd like to take both, no? They're going to get the national championship and the discount either way.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think they're going to put anything on the line, but
right.
I do think, the G-Tech pace is there. So I do agree with Joseph's projection now, just having looked at the lap times. The GTR probably does end up 4th, and at that point, let's see, is the 02 close? Yeah, they probably keep 4th, again, just looking at lap times, etc. So not quite there, because the G-Tech Motorsports Ginetta, I think, is going to get them on strategy. So
yeah, just in looking at
pretty well tied up.
In looking at it, it seems like maybe the least strong entry here is the number 983 at the moment. The automatic car has the pace. It's on the same pit stop strategy. And even if the G-Tech car is, let's call them even on pace, I think that G-Tech has enough in hand in strategy to be able to make up the difference. Even if not on the 09, probably has enough to make up the difference on the 983 wheel-to-wheel car. And that sort of leaves them as the third best, and it leaves GTR a little bit out in the cold, because they don't hold any cards there for the podium.
Right.
They don't have the pace, they don't have the strategy.
But they're a minute back, and they've got a minute.
Yeah.
So the wheel-to-wheel car would have to fall off very quickly for the number 99 to have a shot at a podium at this point.
I really like the way the G-Tech car has played this. I know there's some question marks about strategy and the full course yellows. They pitted at the tail end of our second full course yellow this afternoon, but they were able to stretch the fuel out and basically put them in this window now where they aren't going to have to pull any sort of magic to try and make something happen here. They've got a lot in hand with that fuel mileage in their back pocket. So we'll wait to see how that all plays out. After the GP1 pit stops, Ryan, Team LMR emerges in the lead, as we sort of expected. The gap back to Edge Motorworks is only a 46.4, and immediately that car has dropped its pace down to a 239 flat
on its first lap out of the pits. And I wonder if this is them putting in their shoe, or whatever you would like to call him, for the end of the race. It'll be basically a stint and a half to get them home, I think, with just over 2 hours remaining. And with the Screaming Goat car being stuck in the pits and by all accounts out of contention, it just sort of leaves those two cars up at the front. And if you're going to take it down to a pace battle, at the very least for right now, that 37 having dropped its pace feels like it's maybe in the catbird seat here. LMR's pace at the same time is up into the mid 48s, or the mid to high 40s. Last up was a 253.
I do want to point out here real quick, just for a second. I think we were indirectly pretty dismissive of the driver who just put in that extra long stint about, the pace wasn't quite there. And while the pace wasn't there, there's two variables here. And the first one is their slowest lap, that I would say is a little bit of an outlier, was a 53.9. Now that was an outlier, so if you take their second slowest lap, they were at a 52.9. And then the quickest lap from whoever that driver was, that stint, was a 44? Perhaps a 43.6. So you're talking about a 5 to 6 second gap as far as consistency. You're also talking about a car that's in the second fastest class, so you're passing and also being passed. So you've got that combined with they eked out what appears to be at least a 10 to 15% longer stint, actually much longer than that, probably 20%. And they only had the one outlier lap of 53.940. So as much as it's like, oh, the pace wasn't there, they really did the job they needed to do from that driver. So a 5-second variation in lap time, but it looks like they saved fuel and kept the car clean the whole time.
No, and
that's
that is
a good
true.
Result for whoever that driver was. 100%.
No, that's true.
A great result.
And
they've done exactly what they needed to do to get this car in contention.
Guys,
I did not consider the fuel mileage as a part of that.
We've got something of an incident at 19. We're gonna come up to it soon. But I've been monitoring feeds, and over to driver's right here.
Oh yeah, at the entry. No way you're getting a number on that. It's tucked in behind the EV there.
So
just past the flag point.
Yeah, and so don't be surprised if, we might be running into the same issue we had before, where they've got to potentially they've got to cross the track with that car. So there's a chance we could go full course yellow for this. Just be aware.
We'll keep an eye on it, and Race Hero will let us know immediately. If you're not already following along with live timing, you've missed a great resource for the last 14 hours of racing over the last couple days. The racehero.io. Just click on the launch web app and find the WRL COTA portion of the selection list, and it should take you right to today's results. Now you can sort by class, sort overall, position, name, number, any of that. And you'll see exactly the same timing data that we're using, not just as a display, but also for our on-screen graphics and the projections and the script that Joseph is running behind the scenes. So thanks to everybody again at Race Hero for all that you do and allowing us to follow. I mean, let's be honest, there's no way we'd be able to follow this remotely if it weren't for what we have access to through Race Hero. No chance.
Absolutely.
We've commentated on races without live timing before, and it hasn't been pretty.
It's been like that.
Whoa. It's been a lot like that, actually. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, that Edge Motorworks car, it's metronome-like. 239, 239, 238.4. So they've only had about a 1 second variation in lap time. Now, we're talking about 3 laps here. But the pace of that car has quickened substantially over the driver who put in the last stint. So now, to go along with that, I don't think they're going to be able to make it on, well, we've got 2 hours left. They probably make it on one more stop. It wouldn't surprise me, though, if running at that higher speed, they had to do one more stop plus a splash.
And which car is this, Ryan?
And if they don't have to do the splash, that would be because, yeah, this is Edge. That would be because of the long stint. So I think that's going to be what they try to do, is that one long stint they put in probably means they can make it to the end with one more stop. But we'll have to see. Yeah, I can't quite tell. If they're putting in this pace, I can't imagine they can do the long stint again.
No, they probably can't, but I'm sure they could do it on at most one more stop. Probably not even a full tank of fuel. I mean, even 30 laps is going to get them to an hour and 20, and they pitted with probably about 2:10 to go. And that's even running full pace. And I'll be honest with you, I do wonder a little bit if, from where they sit right now, that long stint is what's going to put them sort of over the top.
No, it's kind
I'm
of
not saying that they did that intentionally, but
towards.
yeah, I'm not saying they did that intentionally, but I wouldn't be shocked if either, okay, maybe it was a slightly slower driver, maybe on the other hand, it was intentionally run to a pace or a mileage number to try and extend them so they didn't have to make the extra stop at the end. I mean, they went over 40 laps, or exactly 40 laps, wasn't it? From 86
yeah, now they're down to a 36
to 126, and now they can just go hard to the end, use the ultimate pace of the car, and whatever they lost by running, you know, in the 240s, they're going to get back now because they don't have to even think about fuel. They just go as hard as they can, fill it up again as soon as they get into their window, and set it on its way.
Yeah,
additional pit stops for the number 2. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I just to finish up, I do think that stint might have been intentional. I really do. Just looking at the numbers, looking at how their pit stop is going to fall to be able to do it with one more stop, it's got to be intentional. There's no way they lucked into happening to make what's going to end up being exactly the perfect strategy here at the end.
Yeah, I agree. Pit stop for the overall leader now. And this is 25 laps exactly. 26 laps, excuse me. In at 136, they were last in at 110, which is pretty standard for most of the GT4 cars we've seen. It's a pit stop from TAPG as well. Pit stop from Tons of Gas Motorsports last time around, and the number 22 automatic Aston Martin is down in the pits as well. I think that Aston is here early. That number 22. That feels and looks like after only 20 laps, maybe it's not due in yet, but here it is. The Supra is in after about 26.
Is that early for the automatic racing so that the 09 can pit at its preferred times? Kind of put the 22 off of cycle.
No, the 09
they don't have
isn't.
to overlap.
I don't think so. The 09 is probably not doing for another 4 or 5 laps.
Okay.
Maybe a little longer than that.
That's
even.
the thing. If the 22 came in 4 or 5 laps early, you know, then I don't know. It's a possibility. It just popped into my head.
It feels unlikely.
Okay.
But we'll have to wait and see. Back to the incident that we think we had down at turn 19. I don't think we ever saw a car. There were a handful of cars that were missing on Race Hero. The number 3 Fury was one of them. And yeah, that shows us in the pits, but that may have been the case. He may have left where he was and brought it right into the pits. I think the other one we were missing, it's back now too, I'm not sure. Well, we'll leave it there. I'm not sure we have an answer for you. I'm not convinced it was the number 3, but we don't really have any positive identification of who that was down at turn 19.
I'm just looking here.
Under
It looks like the Hammer Motorsport. Oh, go ahead.
I'm just gonna kind of bring everything back up to date here. We're under 2 hours to go in the season finale of the 2020 World Racing League. This is the U.S. Endurance Championship on Driver's Eye Live, the Sunday race. We did 8 hours yesterday, 8 hours today. Something like 1,200 total miles of racing by the time we're all finished up today. And it's a big number. We've been at this for quite some time. We'd have loved to have been in Austin watching cars go round and round this weekend, but sitting at home and being able to talk about it and share it with all of you is a solid, close second. On board the number 1 Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3 TCR at the moment. We've got a couple other onboard cameras we've been following throughout the day and the rest of the weekend as well. And thanks to all of the teams who have provided them. I think we can name them pretty much all offhand. Team Ginger Racing, Hammer Motorsports, Round 3 Racing, Thunder Bunny Racing, and a few others we weren't quite able to pull in. Choice Racing had a few of them as well. And they've been awesome resources for us to be able to follow along from this weekend as well. So thanks everybody for that. Big hello. Somebody else has made a point to mention in the YouTube chat is a special thanks to Dave Foreman and everybody in race control. They acknowledge that this is gratuitous rear end kissing, courtesy of Team Zima, but I think it's not unreasonable or not unwarranted, because there are a lot of people both in race control and around the circuit as quarter marshals who have put in a lot of time this weekend and a lot of energy and a lot of long hours, sometimes out in the elements, to make sure that 90 plus cars can go racing around a world-class facility this weekend. And yes, okay, it's a track rental, so they paid for it, but all the same, it's a tremendous amount of effort put in by everybody to make sure that we can go racing, first off, at all, especially under the current circumstances. And second, that we can do it safely and we can be efficient in the way we handle some of the little hiccups that come through naturally in the course of an endurance race. Everybody's done a really fine job with nothing but professionalism across the board. And everything, as far as we can tell anyway, has worked pretty much exactly like it's supposed to. Race control has been on the nose. They get the reports in from trackside, and if something isn't right, they make sure they can rectify it. And that's happened a couple times today already. And you can't ask for much more than that. If something happens and you can't get it right the first time, you have the ability to make it right afterwards, and the competition isn't affected too much by it. So a huge thank you to everybody out there, and hello to all of you if you've had the chance to listen. Or if you're listening in from the pit wall down at Circuit of the Americas. Now, I was intrigued here because I thought maybe we had an incident at the exit of turn 11, a car way off into the barriers straight ahead. Indeed, you can see the EV with a car sort of pitched sideways, perpendicular to the
Are we
Tech
sure
Pro.
that that's an EV and not a two-car accident?
I am fairly certain it was a white truck and then a black car that was perpendicular to the Tech Pro behind it. And I thought I saw it last lap, but I didn't want to say anything because I didn't see a yellow flag. Or I didn't notice a yellow flag, but as soon as I heard the car back off coming out of 10, it became very apparent that something had indeed happened, and that's exactly what we see. Missing cars, Patriot Racing Group, 2010 Mazda MX-5, Team LMR, who's been missing for a little while, so I don't think it's them. That's a white and red and blue car anyway. J&R Racing, Honda Civic.
I'm missing the 15 and the 22. The 15 is the AOA. The 22 is the automatic.
22 is listed as in the pits, and they came into the pits early.
Okay.
AOA, I don't believe is a black car. I believe that's sort of a. I don't know how to describe it. Do you remember the Mazda 3s that ran in Continental Tire that were yellow and green and red and blue?
I do not.
Okay, well, they look a lot like that, actually.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got nothing else for you there. But well, no, AOA is listed as in the pits as well.
Okay.
Early, but having tripped the beam. So I would not be shocked if it's the Patriot Racing Group 198 here up at turn 11.
Yeah, that would
That's
be the other
fourth at
suspect.
GP3, incidentally. And they've been missing now for about 4 to 5 minutes, according to Race Hero. So.
They last trip timing at the top of the hour.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
I do just want to point out here real quick, the G-Tech Motorsports Ginetta, the number 45 in 5th place for the GPO lead. Well, that's for 5th place in GPO, not for the lead, obviously.
I assume this is
they were
GT.
passed on track by the O2, and it looks like the O2 is only about 40 seconds behind the number 983. I still haven't looked at that, but I've been kind of watching that a little bit. The G-Tech, in theory, still has the strategy in hand, but we'll have to see now. I didn't expect that the O2 was going to catch them. I thought the O2 was a little bit further back than they were. I thought the O2 was back as far as 6th at one point, so we'll have to see there. what happens. Again, I still very much expect that the G-Tech car will come out ahead on strategy, but I don't know...
Ryan, that pass happened on track. The 0-2 pass
Yeah,
to number 45 on track about 6 laps ago.
That's why
And they've pulled away now.
I noticed that while you were
seconds.
talking about the corner workers, etc., and it was kind of a weird one for me. And they are running, it looks like 3 seconds a lap on that last lap.
Yeah.
I'm just going to kind of look here and see 30, 31, 29, 32 for the Hammer car, and then the G-Tech 33, 31, 34, 38. So the G-Tech car had a slow lap. They had a 2:38 on lap 135. So about 5 laps ago, they had an outlier lap for sure. But they've just not quite the same pace as the O2. The O2's got about 1 second or so in hand, and the G-Tech car is now about 13 seconds behind them. So, and they're both, give or take, 2 minutes off the lead. So, can G-Tech really make up 2 minutes worth of pit stops, or even a minute and a half to get them on the podium?
Well, that remains to be seen, and this is why we're going to run the last hour and 50 minutes, I suppose. All these questions still to be answered, and I don't want to give too much credit here, but Joseph Script may have something to it. That 45 just very, very slowly slipping out of contention, not being able to hang with the pace of the 09 and the 983. 983 should be in great shape here. Go ahead.
99 just went up into second, it looked like, on track, unless the automatic pitted and then it didn't know. So the 99...
No, automatic is still out in front. The 99 took second a couple laps ago by virtue of the pit stop from the 983 wheel-to-wheel racing Porsche Cayman. And it will owe us a pit stop, as will the automatic car, but that was kind of going to be my next point. So the wheel-to-wheel Porsche is actually looking really solid here when these cars make their next pit stop. I don't think any of them are going to be early enough for them to be able to go to the end, which is kind of the point. Unless they back the pace off, but the pace has been so relentless at the front that I'm not sure I see that happening anyway.
It looks like Wheel to Wheel did a little bit shorter stint last time by probably 3-ish, 2-ish laps, something like that. So just a hair shorter stint from Wheel to Wheel. I don't know if that was to position themselves better to maybe take a splash at the end as opposed to a full stop. So we'll have to see on that too. But again, that's what you were saying. That's why we run all 8 hours instead of calling it after 6. Let's see, what else do we have here? Let's go down to GP2. We'll see what's going on there. You've still got the Choice Racing car way out in front. Again, we're going to wait for Race Hero to update, but it looks like they're about a full lap ahead of the number 678 car. What speed that was. The Supra
was ridiculous.
Going right by that car.
Like a rocket ship down the back straightaway. We saw it top 144, 145 in a straight line yesterday, but with that gaggle of cars, genuinely they were just standing still, and one of them, I think, was a GTO car.
I think so, too. And I think that GTO must have checked up, having seen this gaggle of cars. Oh, so close there with the Supra. They know right where the front bumper is on that thing.
I think that's the 55 as well. The AOA Racing GP3 class leader. Oh, it's just got so much.
Okay, he got past him. Okay. Let's see. The number 51 is 1 minute and 5 ahead of the number 678. So let's see what we've got on pace here as well. So the number 51 just pitted 4 or so laps ago, and they're currently running the low 140s, whereas the number 678 still... Oh, they're not getting the pit timer to work out right, but it looks like roughly they're due for a pit stop here pretty shortly, and they're in kind of the 38, 37, 39 range. So the 678's got pace over the Choice car, but the Choice car just made its pit stop, and the 678 still owes us one. So even though they may not have the ultimate pace to go to the end, to catch them by the end, because the 51's got so much time in hand, it looks like at this point. GP3 for 55 AOA Motorsports, and they pitted around 15 laps ago or so. They're in kind of the 46s range, mid 46s. And we've got the number 602 round 3 racing Porsche. They just pitted about 5 laps ago or so, and they are in the, well, they've only been up to speed for about 3 laps. They did set a personal best on their out lap, was at 240. It looks like 0.619.
Crazy lap time.
And then they, of course, after that went down to a 245, 243, 241. So maybe a little bit of pace in that round 3 car still to come. That would be substantially faster if they could hold up that 41, 42. That is a lot faster than the 55, but we'll have to wait and see when it trips timing where we're at as far as gap there. And if we look down the order a little bit, those two I predict to be on lap 129. The number 15 AOA Motorsports car is down in 3rd. They look like they're pretty squarely going to be in 3rd there. But if we look for the battle for 4th, you've got the number 129 TBD Racing car and the number 94 Team Zima down there in 4th and 5th. And they appear to be, 5 seconds only in hand for the number 129. So that number 94 Team Zima car, that's a BMW 325 IS, which I believe would be an E30, versus the TBD Racing Mazda MX-5 Cup car out of Minneapolis, which is my other home city now. So we're hoping that they can hold on to that just for the pride of Minnesota here, to hopefully stay in the top 4 just off the podium. So we'll have to see there. I do think both of those cars are squarely out of contention for a podium unless something weird happens as far as reliability or crashes. But there's a little battle for 4th there yet. And then we've got the in 6th place as well. They're about a minute 40 back, the number 85 AOA Motorsports car. So a little bit of shuffling to do there for 1st and 2nd. We think now they're showing about 2 laps. So I think that the number 55 has at least a lap in hand there for real. So the closest battle in GP3 is that 4th and 5th, with again a 5-second gap. And it looks like Team Zima just hit the pits. And so let's see, what was the last time TBD pit? TBD also owes a pit stop. So that'll be close again when they come out of the pits, hopefully. But it did look like Zima had a little bit of pace in hand by a couple seconds. So we'll have to see what happens there as well.
News from RJ Till down in the pit lane. Who is on site this weekend, of course. But he reports that the number 22 Automatic Racing Aston Martin GT4, which we saw drop out of it was the top 10, I think. 7th place it was when it came into the pits, is now down in 20th. Had a long lap, 15 minutes, 17 seconds. It was in the pits to replace a wheel bearing, which they did in 11 minutes, stationary.
That's fantastic.
Really good
wheel bearing. So the next time you have a classic car that you need a wheel bearing done on, they tell you, oh, it won't be done until 5 tomorrow. You just show them this video and let them know, hey, 11 minutes, they can do it on an Aston Martin race car. So, to add to that on the automatic racing front, the 09 just pit in as well for what I believe to be its 2nd to last stop. So they'll still have 1 stop to go.
Yes, almost certainly. 143 laps complete. They'll probably make it up to, let's see, when were they? 116. It's 27 laps. So they'll probably make it up to about 170. And then that'll leave them about a 10 lap or so run to the checkered flag. Incidentally, I want to share an anecdote here. A friend of mine who is also a quarter marshal and has been involved in racing, particularly in the Southeast for years, as a marshal and as a flag chief and all sorts of various specialties within the SCCA, was involved in a road car accident some years ago. And the police showed up and they bring an ambulance and all that, make sure he's okay. He's got a little neck pain, but whatever. He wants to wait with the car just to make sure everything's okay, and they load it up on the flatbed and they're going to take it away. So he's sitting there up against the guardrail with the police officer giving a description of what had happened. And, he said, after he took his report and everything, he said, all right, so how long do you think it's going to be? And then police officer said, till they get everything loaded up and cleaned away, probably about 45 minutes. And he looked at the officer and said, for what? Incredulous that it would take anything longer than 5 to 10 minutes to clean up an incident. Cars already, or the flatbed's already there. They're loading the car up. There's a little debris to clean up or whatever from he got rear-ended, so car clean up from behind. But I think it's funny how sometimes racing and looking at racing incidents, when that is what you do as a hobby for your weekend, is basically watch people clean up after race cars, how much that skews your sort of real world road going perceptions of what is reasonable and what is to be expected. And I think car repairs are no different. You can change a GT4 Aston Martin's wheel bearing in about 11 minutes and then ask somebody in a garage to do something like that. They may not even have the car off the ground in 11 minutes.
Right.
It's just very humorous how different the expectations are between the two. But here we are. And that car is a race prep car, right? It's the GT4, so maybe a little more serviceable than you get out of a road car. Meant to do things like this. But it does take
so.
A talented and knowledgeable group of individuals to be able to make those sorts of repairs in that amount of time. And these things happen a lot during endurance racing weekends. But 11 minutes is really impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I was a little incredulous, a few weeks back, or might have been a month or so ago, when the entirety of the F1 paddock was so impressed with how quickly they put Max Verstappen's car back together. Oh, there's an emergency vehicle on driver's right there. Just
was there a racing car there?
I did not see one, but it might have been obscured by the truck. The truck was definitely near the racing surface, and the lights were on.
We're missing the 982 wheel-to-wheel racing Porsche Cayman. And the Ginger Racing number 46, but I don't know that we have that feed anymore, Joseph, do we?
No, we don't. We lost them during the first hour.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was incredulous that people were so impressed and like they had never heard it before in Formula One that they rebuilt the front of that car in an hour or whatever the hell it was. And it's like, we've been doing that in endurance racing for 20 years. Like, how is this a new thing? And when I saw that they had put the car back together so quickly, my initial thought was, well, gee, I'd hope so. Like, that's the expectation that they've set for, racing, all the racing that I consume at least, is that, like, yeah, of course you can put the front of the car back together pretty quickly. So,
and especially
I was less impressed with...
You're talking about suspension bits in an open wheel car, right? So it's not like you're moving around other parts of the car, or have to reach over or under things. If you're just ripping damaged parts off of an exposed corner of the car, then theoretically putting them back on ought to be, reasonably easy at least.
Yeah, but
one would think anyway.
In an open wheel car, the struts are buried in the nose cone and in the in the crash structure.
That's true.
So it's a whole thing.
They're buried in a LMP2 car as well, or an LMP1 for that matter. It's the same type of crash structure. You can't get to everything.
Yeah, but it's not an Audi R8 gearbox. It's just a different component.
Fair enough, I suppose.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just want to check in with. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say not any necessarily more complicated or less complicated inherently. Just they're just situated in different places, and it's just different procedures to get to them.
GP1, the number 151 Team LMR car, has now pulled into the lead with the Edge Motorsports car. It looked like just a moment ago was 5 seconds back, and of course the timing just updated. Now 3.5 seconds back, and they've got a couple seconds in hand as far as lap time is concerned. So that 151's running mid-40s pretty consistently and has the occasional slow lap. Whereas the number 37, the 37's kind of all over the place. You had those first, 5 or 6 laps that the 37 was running that were pretty quick, and then they had a 2:57 on lap 134. So they lost that lead on what appeared to, it was a 2:47 and a 2:57. So they lost like 30 seconds in there due to something, and then, yeah, three laps, 47, 57, and then 53. And now it's back down into the high, or to kind of the low 40s, whereas they were running in the high 30s. So they lost a position with 3 slow laps, and then do not have the same pace they had before. So I don't know if that was a lock up and slide, and maybe they've got flat spots now, or whatever, but that's given a little bit of life to the Team LMR car, but I think overall, probably not quite going to have the pace. You can see that LMR car, after they passed the 37, got way more consistent, almost as if like, hey, we're in with a shot now. We're not 10 seconds a lap down. Let's put the hammer down. Let's get the car going to try to stay out front, because they were running, you know, between 48, 45, 49, 52, 48, 46, 53, 49, and then roughly since they passed the number 37, they've run 3 245s in a row, and they were within half a second of each other. We have a 44, a 44, a 47, a 49, and then 3 45s in a row. So they've really upped their game like they've needed to, and you know, they took advantage, it looks like, of what Edge Motorworks had, was a race of slow laps there.
99 pitting from the lead overall in GTO, and that should give it back to, it should give first and second back to the 983 and the 09.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, even if 99 hadn't pitted, it was going to relinquish the lead there within probably 3 or 4 laps. The pace of the 983 has been such that it's been clawed. It has clawed back almost that entire margin on track. It was down to 13 seconds when the 99 made it stop. I think there is an well, no, probably not. Unless the 99 intentionally plays a fuel strategy game here, which is possible, to be in with a shot against the 983 and the 09, but there's some risk there, I think. And again, in talking about the championship implications here, why would you take that risk?
Yeah, I don't
finish P6 or better, and you're good.
Yeah, I would be pretty surprised if they tried to gamble on fuel to take a win at the risk of losing a whole lap, because they do that and they're in, you know, potential trouble. So I don't expect that that'll happen. I think, and it's also, I think, it would be out of character for them as a team, right, to do something that risky.
No, that's very true. Are we doing front tires on the RS3 TCR here?
Well, we
sure sounded like it. Oh, no, is that a torque wrench? I think we did do tires, and this is them just torquing the nuts, make sure it's, that's exactly what we're doing. So, when they were in strife at the end of the race yesterday, we suspected that they maybe had an old set of tires on. It looks like they've decided not to let the same thing happen again today, although this car is much, much further down the order. Down to 37.
It's really not in contention like they were yesterday.
No, they did throw new tires out of here.
Or a new tire. Well, I guess we don't know.
No, they did. I definitely saw them lean down on the left front and do it before the guy ran over to the right side into the right front.
Okay.
So I suspect they just did the fronts.
Now, the rule is 5 tires over the wall at any given time, right? 5 total tires.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep, including the ones that are mounted off the car. So on the car. So theoretically, you know, you would just take the 2 off, put them over the wall, and then grab the 2 new ones and bring them over.
Right.
Right, rather than do 1 and 1 and, you know, repeat.
Yeah, you would.
99 GTR back out of the pits, and it's a short stop. The out lap was a 4:09.1, which is 30 plus. Automatic did a 4:04, so their stops have been really good. But compared to what we saw earlier in the race, we were seeing a lot of 4:30s and 4:40s for pit stops. This is the 6:04.
Yes, and just as okay. Oh, okay. Maybe we've lost this feed. Well, we're at least going to watch the stop.
I wonder if they shut the car off.
Yeah, I
I mean, shut the power off.
Yeah, and that was the last little snip we got. So we'll pick back up on that soon.
So what are we down to? The 110 and the 2 hammer cars? Oh, and the Supra.
Yeah, we've got the Supra, but we've got the same issue pulling that in as we did yesterday, where it likes to lose the video every so often. It loves the audio, so I don't really know what's up with that, but you know, the audio will keep going even if the video doesn't, which you know, we've heard, or you've heard. So That's actually why I ran it when we were looking at plots, because it's it's a good engine note.
Oh, it's great.
.602 has just done their fastest lap of the race, and the fastest lap in GP3. At a 2:39.958. So I think they're the first GP3 this race to break into the 2:30s. 2:39s, if you will.
Right, Joseph. It's come at an opportune time, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be really... I mean, that was one of those... That was one of those classes where it just looks like a madhouse trying to figure out who's going to win that. We'll do another projection in about an hour's time, but until then, it's yeah. I'm curious to see how that plays out, because I think they're definitely going to be competitive. I mean, they've been competitive the entire race, but I think it'll really be neck and neck at the end of this.
It certainly seems like it's going to be, and even though the margin is significant between the two, they're pretty close on fuel strategy, right? 124, 116, so 8 laps between them, and that may not be insignificant. And a roughly 6 second per lap pace differential, and getting quicker all the time for that round 3 car. There's an opportunity here, I think, for the number 602, and that is the car now that features Sarah Montgomery, as well as James Candellari and Christian Maloof.
I think we've just had a change for the overall lead on track between the 09 and the 983.
I think you're right. Yeah, the math bears that out. Wheel to Wheel was briefly in the lead. Their automatic has gone through into first, having started this race in 36th. 148 laps later, now finds itself in the overall lead, and that is legitimate. I mean, it pitted later. It's clawed that back on pace and made the pass on track with just under an hour and a half to go in the season finale for the 2020 World Racing League season. G-Tech, the Ginetta, is back up into third now, with GTR having made its, what we assume is penultimate pit stop. And that G-Tech car just doesn't have the pace of either of the two leaders right now. Being 55 seconds behind, it's sort of running through mental math here. I think you'd expect the last stop to maybe be about 1:20 for the other two leading cars, the 09 and the Wheel to Wheel car. And it's not too far from being that full gap back, basically a full pit stop back from the two leading GT4 cars.
Yeah, so that's, I believe that was one of the cars we were talking about. Well, maybe they're saving enough to do it on one fewer stop. It's Sarah Montgomery in the 602,
yeah,
which I think was the point you were going to make.
I thought it might have been. I was waiting for some confirmation there, but I knew that crew had transitioned over to the 602 based on what happened with the 604 earlier this morning. And once the lap time started coming in, you kind of wondered if that was maybe the situation. And really, really impressive times coming into the 602 now, trying to chase down the number 55 AOA Motorsports MX-5 for the lead. By the way, Joseph, I don't know if you can query this or you have this on hand, but do you have the actual time margin between the 55 and the 602?
Between the 55 and the 602. Yeah, if we let it, I can't query that immediately, but it'll come through in the tower if we let it cycle through. Might take us a few minutes to get there, but yeah, we'll be able to get it.
And that'll just be on the interval?
Yes, or gap in this case, because
right.
One of them is, in fact, the leader of their class.
Oh, hey.
Did not do
So
that
this
manually.
is the data. Oh, you did.
No.
What a nice young man.
I said I did not.
Oh, you did.
No.
All right. So 602 is the one we're looking for. Oh man, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No, they're split between the two towers. So now.
No, I'm aware of that, but we're gonna want interval anyway, or at least we're gonna want to wait until we see the class individually. Because I did catch the 55, but I was gonna have to do mental math, which I'm not up for.
Right. Amazing to look on that tower at the number of cars that listed as off.
Yes. Yeah.
We've lost a lot of cars, and we expected that this was going to happen, where cars that end up in strife today end up probably not back out on track, where they just they put the car in the transporter and say, look, it's going to take us 2 hours to fix. There's 3 hours left. Let's just be done.
Get home by Sunday.
Which is fair. Yeah. Here's GP2. 50. We want GP3. 251.2.
So that is your actual honest gap.
Yes.
That's so instead of just getting number of laps difference, which I don't particularly find very useful.
Never.
Yeah.
So that's 55 to. I just got to pull this back up here because Race Hero is not cooperating at the moment. 55 to 602. Last lap was a 244.5 for the AOA MX-5. It was a 242 flat for Sarah Montgomery, but there may have been traffic or something else involved there because the last 3 laps had all been right in the 239s. So 3 seconds a lap here, and with just under an hour and a half left, you'd think we'd probably get about 40 laps in. Maybe not quite that many.
Yeah, I was gonna say for a GP3, maybe not that
Ooh,
much.
TCR car stopped on the outside of turn 10. That is one of the Hammer cars.
I found it.
The 02. That car has ground to a halt between turns 9 and 10, just to driver's right before you slide sort of down the hill at the apex of.
Nothing.
There's no interest in turning over.
And they were in 6th. Still may be registered in 6th, so they actually may have fallen down from that.
They are, but the PMW car was a minute 44 behind last time around, and TAPG was 30 seconds behind that. So if we check the TAPG stream, I think there's a chance that we're going to see that that'll be the 02 dropping down into 8th. And that should all happen this lap. I think the EV is pulling up behind it there. Oh, it's already gone through. This is turn 11.
Roll? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna tow you and stay on the brakes.
God, yeah, you can hear the. All right.
What pit? You're in what? 4, 5, 2, 13, 1, 3. 1, 3, got it.
Shouting numbers. It's like us trying to guess the number of a car in an incident around the track.
Uh-huh.
What car? Could be 1, 5, 2, 13.
Thank you, Hermie.
Yeah. Isn't he a spotter now?
I don't know. That's another bottom split thing where somebody does a Hermie Sadler impression. It's actually not bad. It's pretty upsetting.
All right, so the number 72, I think, is making what's likely its last pit stop here from 6th place. I still don't think that they're going to be in with a shout. I was looking at GP1. While I was gone, the number 37, it looks like, went back into the lead, and they still appear to have some pace in hand over the number 151.
The 604 had a pretty extended pit stop for whatever it's worth, so they ended up losing about 5.5 minutes, which is somewhere north of about 3 minutes longer than you'd want at a routine pit stop.
So far down the order. They're 13th in GP2. 83 laps completed compared to the leaders, 142. 60-some laps down. Pit stop for the number 72 PMW Motorsports car, having just taken 6 away from the 02 Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3 that we're seeing towed back towards the pits now. That wind noise is even really something at 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that. I don't know if it's just because of the mic auto-gaining or what. Alright, well, we're going to be able to see approximately nothing with this, so...
Yep, nope, pointless. Here we go. This is a different driver in the 604. Haven't seen a silver helmet in there today.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually.
Yeah, number 37 has now taken out 30 seconds over the of the second placed number 151 Team LMR car. So that, if they can continue that sort of pace, is probably that. But then again, they did have whatever happened 10 laps ago or so, where they had the off that cost them 30 seconds. So they ought to be a minute ahead right now, but they had whatever happened there. So if we keep it the same all the way to the end, because they're both on roughly the same pit strategy, I think Edge Motorworks is going to end up coming out ahead in GP1.
You've been keeping an eye on that battle for some time, haven't you, Ryan?
I have.
Edge and Team LMR, yeah.
And it's
An LMR car.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just taking a look at the pit stop rotation there in GP1. One pit stop to go for each of them, we think?
Yeah, I believe so. I think that's what we're going to end up seeing. And that ART racing car, they're too far behind, I think, to make a play for anything other than third. And they've got to keep Thunder Bunny, who just pitted just now, who probably still has one pit stop to go, whereas Art Racing is due a stop. So Thunder Bunny may still be in with a shout for third place. I'll start keeping an eye on that, because it looks like before they pitted they were 33 seconds behind the Art Racing car.
They're doing a driver change now, we can see.
Thunder Bunny, yeah. This should be their last stop.
Yeah, with 80 minutes to go, yeah.
Good thing at GP1, yeah.
And like I was saying, Art Racing or ART, whichever one it is, they still owe us a stop. So when the gap comes for GP1, you know, as soon as we get everybody back on course and circulating, we'll see what the gap looks like, and that'll kind of tell us where we've got to go. That Thunder Bunny car has been extremely consistent in lap times. There's not a whole lot of outliers. They are pretty solidly, well, on that last stint, they were in the 2 stints ago, they were in kind of the 150s, but other than that, they've been in kind of the mid to low 140s most of the time. So I don't think they have outrageous pace available to them to do something. Oh, well, they've got the 36, 38. Their first stint, they were on fire hauling. So if this is that same driver, then I would say the number 110 is way in with a shot to get that third place out of the way. Because let's look and see what the 160 can do. Let's see, the 160 can do similar lap times. That's going to be a really good battle to watch, I believe, depending on what driver goes into the 160 after the pit stop. This looks like their slower driver in the car right now, doing the mid 140s. But they were in the low, or I'm sorry, mid 240s. They were in the low 240s, high 230, 239, 238s more consistently than the Thunder Bunny car was. So I'm very interested to see what's going to make the difference there. We've got a 330 Ci BMW versus a 128i, which I believe are the same engine. So you've got the short wheelbase versus the long wheelbase BMWs there. Otherwise, I do expect that it will finish 1-2, number 37, number 151. I think those two spots are probably sealed.
Yeah,
as far as
I would agree.
Pace.
Pivoting back to GTO, automatic racing and wheel-to-wheel racing, after that lead changed hands in favor of the Aston Martin, that gap has stayed within just a couple of seconds. It's 6.4 now, and even just a lap ago it was just, I think, 2.9.
So the wheel-to-wheel Porsche hasn't let the 09 get away. It's definitely been quicker, but they've still stayed pretty much there or thereabouts, within shouting distance anyway, and by no means did that battle be settled. The number 45 G-Tech Ginetta, having taken third from the Team GTR 99, which pitted a couple of laps ago, is about 25 seconds out in front of that, but itself only about a minute behind wheel to wheel. So these top four, all of whom I think owe us one more stop across the board, are within about 2 minutes. And then a minute behind that battle is the number 242 tons of gas BMW M4, which I would not be shocked to find out Mike Skeen has gotten back aboard for the finish. I don't have confirmation of that, but it would seem to make sense that if you've got somebody to go chase down, Mike would be your guy.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that there. If that's the case, if they are putting Mike Skeen in there, they may end up moving up the field just a little bit. That might be what G-Tech's looking at as well, as far as where they're going to be position-wise. It looks like the number 99 just went up into third place. So they passed the G-Tech Motorsports car. Did they pit? No. Did the GTR pit? No. So
Yeah,
45
GTR
is in
pitted,
the
but
pits.
G-Tech, 45 is in the pits, Joseph says.
Yes.
Which we don't see
Okay.
on Race Hero just yet, but it would make
we do
sense.
not.
With an hour and 15 to go, this should be the last stop. Well, this is almost certainly the last stop for them. It'll be the last stop for everybody now.
Just a little bit of housekeeping in the GP1 championship battle. Screaming Goat is still in the pits. We don't have an update on them, but
I would assume they're done for the day.
that'd be my guess too. Recall that they're currently leading GP1. Ginger Racing is second. Ginger Racing would have to finish, I believe, second or third to take the lead back.
Regardless.
Yeah. Even if Screaming Goat just is done for the day. Ginger Racing isn't in a position to take the championship back. So the 29 could end up winning the championship in the pits.
It's a 10-point margin at the moment, Joseph, I think. And I think I'm right in saying, too, that Screaming Goat has been on a three-race winning streak in
Yes.
GP1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, not...
No, that's
yeah,
right.
Screaming Goat. No. I'm thinking of a different class.
No, it's
GP1. Screaming Goat's not in the championship, but they did win yesterday.
What are you talking about?
Now I'm confused.
We're talking about the GP1 battle.
Yeah,
Which
that's what I'm looking at. I'm also looking at... I'm looking at the points as well.
Look at the very tippy
Screaming
top.
Screaming Goat took the win yesterday from the 37-inch Motorworks car. Right.
Yeah.
Yes, within the last couple of minutes. So they won the race yesterday. There was no streak before that. They are just the defending race winners from yesterday. They did not score.
No, they have
Doesn't look like they scored.
they have a streak from the last weekend in October.
Oh, I see what happened. Okay, for some reason I ended up on the Eastern Championship. I'm not sure what happened there.
Oh yeah, well that's not it.
Very bizarre. No, I don't understand what happened. So I was correct. Yeah, they had a three-race winning streak. I've been sitting in front of this computer now for 15 hours over the last 2 days, and I'm just starting to lose it a little bit.
So-
no, okay, 3-race winning streak, but now stuck in the pits. Ostensibly, their day is over.
Most likely, but the point being that because they took the win yesterday and Ginger Racing scored points but not enough points yesterday, Ginger Racing would have to finish third in order to take the championship back, which does not look on right now.
Right. Yep. Question from X1 Flyer in YouTube about the number 90. That's the TAPG Supra that finished first on the road yesterday. Is P6 at the moment. Still owes us a final pit stop. And if you're wondering where it is on track, it's at turn 19. We're right on board now with the Supra, based out of the Phoenix, Arizona area, up at the Toyota Arizona Proving Grounds. A team, crewed entirely by engineers and employees out there at the Proving Grounds in Arizona, and a really solid run yesterday. The
Do you think
They
they can,
ended up 6th after all was said and done.
Do you think they can charge for this time?
Probably
Almost certainly.
not, unless this is a Toyota project.
Yes.
So when this car was at Thunder Hill last year, and I got to see it in person, it was very much being unloaded from what I would call a clubman's trailer, if you will. It did not appear
and that's
to
kind of
have
what I expected.
Factory anything going on.
Yeah, but that's
That's
not
kind
very
of what I
funny,
expected
so.
their situation was, yeah. Also, if this were
Which-
a Toyota project, surely they would just be running a GT4.
Maybe. I mean, if you think back in the past, there's been lots of times where the companies have run stock-ish cars to, you know, prove a point. Just recently at Baja, Ford ran a pretty stock-ish Bronco.
That is so unnecessary. A stock Bronco at the Baja 1000?
A Stonko.
The new Bronco,
That's
not
fair.
an old one.
They paint it white?
I have no idea. I doubt it.
I mean, if you're in the desert, I would. I get
have to wear
why
gloves.
you think you're
Anyway.
being funny, but
Yep.
renting a dirt car in Arizona was probably the worst decision I've ever made in my life.
Wait. What color car?
Dark.
A dark car. I thought you said dirt car. I was confused. No, I absolutely understand. My sister is in the Tucson area and owns a blue Jetta.
With
And
paint
tons of
rapidly
gas
bubbling.
Yeah.
Tons of gas just went by the G-Tech Motorsports car. I'm gonna look and see if that was an on-track. Well,
Nope. It's a
on-track
pit stop from
ish.
G-Tech, Ryan. I think
Well,
Joseph had caught that on his script before it even came up in Race Hero.
Are we
They're
sure
back
about
out
that?
on
'Cause
track
they've
now.
been
Last
out on
time.
track for 2 laps.
Yeah. No. It's just reflecting what happened post-stop for the 45. Now that everything is cycled back through,
Right.
that margin is substantial, but the 242 is going to almost stop here before the end of the race anyway, so that will go back the other way, but the only reason it is what it
Right.
is because G-Tech had to make their last stop earlier than anybody else was going to have to. So this
Do
is
we
done
think
now for
the
45.
Do we think the number 99 needs another stop or no?
Everybody needs another stop, except for G-Tech. Everybody needs another stop.
It's going to be
see, except maybe PMW.
99 will have to pit on lap 175, so they'll have to basically do a splash and go.
And my thought was whether I did have a little question mark as to whether or not they would run an intentionally slow stint to avoid having to make the stop. But I think you lose more time than the stop is worth trying to get whatever your fuel number is.
To be fair,
And I think in this case they're better off just going as hard as they can and making a short stop with a splash at the end.
nearly everybody here is in the same boat where they're going to have to make a stop, like a pretty small stop with about 10 or fewer to go.
Yes.
Realistically, if I'm in their shoes, I'm probably going to run. Like, I'm not going to stop early because if a yellow flag happens to come out between now and the end of the race, or when I would need to take my pit stop, it would be self-flagellation to take it under a green flag. So I'm sure. I'm sure they're just.
So let's talk about that. You would wait to make that splash until the last possible moment?
Absolutely, yeah. Because if a yellow happens to come out, it totally changes how much time you lose. You probably lose in the ballpark of a minute less, depending on how packed up the field is.
Well, so I would say that the normal pit stop laps, a good stop is about a 4:10, which means you're losing about a minute 40 to come down the pit lane at 35 miles an hour, make your stop, take fuel, change the driver, and go. Without doing any of that, my guess is you probably lose something like 45 seconds for a splash.
I
Maybe
think
50.
It's probably the 99's running way wide in another monitor. On the way into 6. Yeah, he's collected it back up, but definitely a dicey moment.
The Team LMR car just came out from what I believe will be its last pit stop.
It should be
look
for
to
everybody
see
now,
what
yeah.
What kind of lap times they run after that. Edge Motorsports does still owe a stop, but they've been putting in the work, as they say, with their 39, 39, 40, 38, 41, 37, 39, 39, 36, 40, 39. So they're doing what they need to do to stay ahead. We'll wait and see what the gap is going to look like when we come around next time, but my expectation is Edge has enough time in hand that they can make the pit stop and come out ahead of the LMR car, unless the LMR car just had a hot shoe put in the car. They do have drivers capable of sustaining high 30s, even into the mid 30s lap times over the course of a stint. Yeah, actually pretty likely that they have a driver in there now who can run in the mid 30s. So I want to say it's over. I really do, because because I want my local boys to take home the trophy, having driven all the way to Texas, which, if you live in Moraga, is going to be quite the culture shock for you, going to Texas. But they can run, if they put their driver in, who was the first in the car, in the number 37, back in for the last stint, they will win comfortably, because they can run in the low 30s, whereas the other car can only run in the mid 30s.
I'm going to keep an eye out on the overall listing here, mostly so we can see cars as they come into the pits all across the field, whether it's GTO, GP1, or GP3, which is the last sort of class with anything to play for. We had talked about Sarah Montgomery being on board the number 602 Porsche Boxster, probably into the end, is going to owe us one more pit stop, we think. I'm going to have to do the math on that, actually. But the leader is in. The 55 is in. Its last lap was at 2:49, and with Sarah doing laps in the 2:40s, this gap is coming down hand over fist. And with the AOA car now making its final pit stop of the day, I think this might end up sort of head-to-head. Let me do some quick math on the 602's last pit stop here. 94, 123. No, it will have to make another stop within the next 10 laps. So, last stop for the 55, one more to go for the 602. The gap is a lap right now, but coming down by about 8 to 10 seconds a lap, which is, or at least over the last couple laps, it's been that much, and still kind of leaves that door open over the last hour or so for something to happen on the run to the line here in GP3.
Correct. GP2, I think, is still pretty much sewn up. We've got the Choice Racing number 51 is 5 seconds behind the number 601, but the number 601 does still owe us a stop. So I think that's going to shake out with the number 51 followed by the 601. That looks pretty well done, unless something strange occurs.
Expecting a pit stop next lap from the number 242 Tons of Gas BMW. They are going to give it a fresh set of Yokohamas and a Mike Skeen and send it on its way, and let's see what happens. Which is exactly what we said about 5 laps ago, where if you have a Mike Skeen and you have something for him to go chase, a proverbial carrot, you might as well give it your Mike Skeen, and they're going to throw some fresh tires at it and really just hope for the best. They're going to lose 4th for sure on this exchange because G-Tech is done with its stops, and that'll put them up into P4. And then the last question marks to be answered will be what has to happen between the remaining top 3 cars, the 09, the 983, and the 99 GTR BMW.
Yeah, the 99, I'm just trying to look at the times here. It's feasible. Well, I got 41 seconds there. They have tons of gas. Did they already pit? No, they have not. So I do think it's feasible that the G-Tech car will go up into 3rd on pit rotation, but I think it will stop there. And even then, they may not have the pace to hold everybody off the rest of the time.
Yeah. And
in which
in
case,
fairness, that is
Joseph's
where
thing was right.
Exactly.
exactly going to be my next point there, which is where I think it was sort of projecting they were going to end up. But we'll have to wait and see. And whenever that first sort of domino falls from the top 3, I think at least they'll get the 99, like you said, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Right.
242 needed to get to lap 159 to 160 to make it to the end running their fastest pace. So another 2 or 3 laps there for that 242, and that'll allow them to run absolutely full tilt for the last 1 hour.
And they did just go red on the timing screen, so that may be
did.
them pulling into stop.
Into the pits. 22 laps, I would think would be enough. Like they'd be able to make it through those last 22 to get to the checkered flag. We're just about to come up on our last hour of racing at the 2020 U.S. Endurance Championship. So we'll reset here in a little bit. But for the moment, it looks... no, they're back out. Tons of Gas has been in and out. 4:11.7 that last lap, and with any luck, that'll be the last stop for them. 1:01 behind the G-Tech Ginetta, and they're both done on pit stops. So that's Mike Skeen's target. Can you make up a minute in an hour around Circuit of the Americas in your BMW M4 GTR versus the G-Tech Motorsports Ginetta G55 GT4? Don't know that I would bet against Mike Skeen.
Down our young man at over a second.
I don't know if I bet against Mike Skeen.
I don't think I would either.
With 22 laps, I mean, it's 3 seconds a lap, but he is so ludicrously consistent that even if he's got a fresh set of tires, if he can do 225s and 6s through the end of the race on a lap with, or on a track with much less traffic than he saw first thing this morning when he was in that car, then I think they're still in with a shout here.
Absolutely.
Possibly even for a podium.
It is worth noting, I am trying to keep track of the GP1 here. That number 37 Edge Motorworks car is running long again. I don't think they have to run as long as they did last time, but they are running longer than kind of their stints were earlier in the day. Before they were doing about a 25 or so lap stint, and then the last one was, you know, also quite out there. So we're hoping to see them. They can pit basically any time now and go to the end. And I wonder if they're just going to kind of run out the car they've got, run until they've got an empty tank, fill it short, and then send it to the end, because it looks like they've got some time in hand. The way they've stacked their pit strategy is interesting. I think they did it for, you know, it may have coincided with the yellows. I'm trying to see here what they did here. Yeah, they did a couple short stops because their first stop was short because of presumably because of the first 1 or 2 laps under yellow / the safety car, and then they pitted on or around both yellows the second time. So they may have always been able to run this type of stint, but they chose to be opportunistic about the yellow flags, and now they've got all of the room to play for as far as being able to go as far as they need to. They're already close to a, let's call it a 30 lap stint here or so for the Edge Motorworks car, so they're good to go on stops whenever they need to be.
There's a car off to driver's right, just after the entry to turn 11. Not sure if I know who that is. We are missing the number 3 now, so it's but it won't be them.
Car would be bright yellow, yeah.
No,
Chill-out systems perhaps is missing at the moment. The MX-5, the black and white car.
It could be.
Tons of Gas, Joseph, pitted while you were away. Probably their last stop, but reports are that it's going to be awfully close running at full pace to whether or not they can make it through the full final hour without having to come in for a splash.
I'm a little surprised by that. I don't quite buy that, if I'm honest.
So
well, it comes from somebody who's been feeding us information pretty well throughout the course of the weekend. that 160 was their target. They only made it to 158.
I'm a little surprised by that because they've been doing 26 lap stints pretty reliably, 26 or 25 lap stints, and I don't think the race is going to go that long. I don't think the race is going to go long enough to put them in jeopardy. I mean, good to budget, but I think they should be okay. I'll double check.
Yeah, Skeen is in the car to the end. Which I think if you're going to ask anybody to balance fuel consumption with on-track pace, you ask a pro to do it. I mean, they have that sort of skill set, or they wouldn't be employed as a professional driver, frankly.
Yeah, we still got a standing and then waving yellow at 11.
Okay, pit stop for the second place car, the number 983 wheel-to-wheel racing Porsche Cayman GT4, 23 seconds off the overall lead when he came into the pits, and he had lost about 5 seconds even just on that lap alone. So things slipping away a little bit for the 983, not necessarily through any faults of their own, but the pace from the 09 has been absolutely remarkable at the top of the field.
It
Should be the last stop here for the 983, and will be owed one from the Automatic Racing Aston Martin as well.
Could be the 25 that we're missing.
Oh, he's way off.
Yeah.
25 shows is in the pits on
Okay.
Race Hero, and there were 3 pit stop laps in a row, which suggests to me that they were trying to work out a problem, and this is just, they weren't able to sort it.
We're missing the 27, but I think that might be a little too late to be our issue.
Yeah, my money's on the 678.
27
here,
is
but I don't really have
good,
any
too.
reason for that. The 678 had to put a new driver in and has had a bunch of
Okay,
really slow
final
laps
stops.
since
The
then.
09 and the 983 are both in.
Yep, 983 has been in. He should be emerging from the pit lane actually reasonably soon. The 09, like you mentioned, is now into the pit lane 1 lap later on his 162nd lap, and had pulled out another 4 seconds. So this margin is now probably up to something like 25, 27, 28 seconds between what are currently anyway the lead 2, the 09 and the 983. I think the 99 is going to come through and at least pick up second for the time being, but we'll need a stop, like we think, probably in the last 5 to 8 laps for a splash of fuel. G-Tech is done on stops. We think they're good to go to the end. Tons of gas. Very, very close with Skeen in the car to the checkered flag. TAPG, the Supra, back in 6th, will almost certainly need a stop. Will definitely need a stop. PMW Motorsports, 1 more stop we hear with Johann Schwartz behind the wheel back there in P7. GP1, Ryan has reasonably chalked up to Edge Motorworks here, assuming nothing very unexpected happens. If they can keep up any reasonable pace, they should have enough of a margin in hand ahead of Team LMR, regardless of the pit stop situation there, although Edge does owe us that last stop, so we won't know for sure until they come in and make that final pit stop. 52 minutes to go in the... Nope, go ahead.
So the GP2, I just want to finish that, kind of run down the order. The number 601 Round 3 racing car is holding on to first by the skin of its teeth.
And that's because the 51 pitted Ryan a couple of laps ago.
Exactly. The 601 is barely ahead, and they still owe us a stop. So I think that GP2 also is pretty well tied up. The only thing we got going for us here is the fight for the last step on the podium between the number 145 and the number 21. I believe that's all we've got for this class. And the timing, of course, just updated, so now I have to wait. I want to say it's around a 30-second gap or so, which you have to think we're kind of running out of time to make up a 30-second gap, especially in those particular cars where you don't have tremendous outright pace. Yeah, they both look like they're about even on ability to run quickly. And then down to GP3, the AOA Motorsports car just completed its last pit stop and is in the lead by a comfortable 8 seconds. And the 602 still owes us another stop. So I think GP3 is pretty well tied up as well. Again, you have to think if something weird happens, if somebody has an accident or an engine lets go, we are at the end of 16 hours of racing, plus whatever testing these cars did. So your reliability may start to be a concern. I do think we'll start to see lap times fall, but they're all going to fall relative to each other. So unless something really strange happens, I think the bottom 3 classes are pretty well sewn up. Again, the only kind of question mark I think is first and second for GP1, and even that I'm pretty sure is going to stay where it's at. The Thunder Bunny car is in with a shout on the podium, though, for GP1. They're only 5 seconds behind HQ Autosport, and I believe do both still owe a stop. Thunder Bunny might be good to go to the end. We will have to see. If not, both of them owe us a stop. So that 5 seconds on track is very much a real 5 seconds for the Thunder Bunny car to deal with against the number 28 HQ Autosport car. Both of them, HQ Autosport hasn't been around the top most of the time, but that is a battle for California, and that is also a battle for 128 eyes. So we'll have to see how that pans out. Their paces, let's just take a look here. The HQ Autosport, their quickest lap is 2 seconds a lap slower, but they're currently running in kind of the low 40s, whereas the Thunder Bunny car is running, they're getting down into like the 38 range. So the Thunder Bunny car does have about 2 seconds of pace in hand, and assuming they both owe a stop, that 5 second gap isn't going to mean a whole lot. So that's going to be a battle right down at the end as well.
At the top, pit stops have pretty much all cycled through now. Automatic Racing in and out, only lost a minute. 3:31.8 was his pit stop lap. Comes out 43 seconds ahead of the Team GTR BMW that has not yet made its final stop, as far as we can tell. Wheel to Wheel Racing, the number 983, comes out in third. 50 seconds is the margin up to the 09 Automatic Aston Martin. 30 seconds alone of that came in the final pit stop. G-Tech Motorsport sits in fourth, so even having made its final stop, it doesn't look like it's going to wind up in contention with that 983 wheel-to-wheel Porsche Cayman, and it still hasn't come across the line yet. It just shows us 1 lap down, so we have to wait for that to update. But I thought for sure it was in with a shout for a podium here, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Its only hope is if the GTR 99 needs a slightly longer stop as its final stop, and that'll promote G-Tech up. Although, has Wheel-to-Wheel done a full lap? Yes, they have. 1:25. I don't even think G-Tech is in with a shout for a podium here.
I don't
They
think so,
are...
and
No. Man, they are 2 minutes behind GTR right now?
Trust the
By the
process,
looks of
Brendan.
things. Yeah, no, I do. Just amazing. Doing all sorts of maths sitting here.
That's why I make the computer do it. I give the computer the information. It does all the maths. I don't have to do any maths. My maths is done. I haven't done any maths since high school. That's not true.
So, Joseph, we talked about doing potentially one more irresponsible math. Do you have that readily available, or are we still too early to do our last irresponsible math?
I want to do that. I want to do that at the 30-minute mark.
30 minutes, okay.
And then that should give us a pretty stable view of what we should expect.
Now, my thing is, I think by 30 minutes, it will be pretty well figured out. It'll be very obvious. I'm curious to see what happens between the two, the 99 and the 983. So,
Okay.
that's kind of where I'm looking.
All right, then I'll readjust just for you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Wow,
I
there's
call the
smoke.
shots here,
There's
so.
smoke pouring down. Hey, how's it going? I don't. It almost looks like it was like
That's
bonfire
smoke or clouds.
It wasn't clouds. I think it might have been bonfire smoke drifting from the where you would expect campers to be. I don't know.
I thought somebody was barbecuing.
Okay. No, I'll run it in. I'll run it soon here for about 45 minutes. I'd like to run it a little short, just because that gives us a little bit of leeway if someone's gonna just extend their fuel a bit.
Okay,
I
I see.
have to address this here. For
Please.
those of you who are watching on Facebook, and there are about 25 of you, I have to end the Facebook stream because we're going to have the same thing happen yesterday.
And make a new one,
That-
right?
Yes, it will be right back up in the World Racing League Facebook page, and it'll just be titled, 2020 U.S. Endurance Championship Sunday Finish. Unfortunately, Facebook is limited to a maximum of 8 hours, and while we had other things going on during the day today, I didn't want to step away from that, but we've got to do it now. Otherwise, you're not going to get to see the finish on Facebook, and you'll have to move over to YouTube. So give me about a minute to get that back up on the Facebook side. We'll stay live on
One
YouTube.
Mississippi,
Joseph and
two
Ryan will carry
Mississippi,
things
three
for a minute.
Mississippi.
Nope, you can't start counting yet. I wasn't ready.
Oh, okay.
It's not fair, man.
Joseph, the good thing is there's
but
two
just
clocks we have
hang out-
access to.
Just hang out on the Facebook page and over on WRL and on the Driver's Eye Live page, and it'll be right back up here in just a moment's time. Or you can transition over to YouTube to carry you through before things are back up on Facebook. So I'll let Ryan and Joseph handle things for just a moment here, and then we'll be back right up on Facebook.
Joseph, I don't know if you noticed, but when the O2 came into the pits after their little issue, they went ahead and taped your hose back up for you.
Oh, I did
This
notice that.
lovely
Don't
shot.
worry.
Okay, good.
No, it was great. They did it while they were in the paddock, right after they'd been pulled back. So I'm a big fan because this, for whatever reason, this camera's been a lot more stable than the camera on the one.
Right.
I don't know why. I think that's the same cameras they had on the 01 yesterday. But
Gotcha. I do want to take a look at the Tons of Gas Motorsports car. I'm starting to think they may be in with a shot to catch the 45. They're running a little bit quicker lap over lap by about 2 to 3 seconds. And if we think we can get 10 more laps out of this, which should be something like that, right? 10 laps?
what lap are we on? I don't even know.
We're on 165 with 45 minutes to go.
I think we'll get a little more than 10 actually.
A little more than 10. So the 242 has a shot at catching the 45. And again, as we talked about, I don't think the 45 is going to be anywhere near the podium as far as how the number 99, 983 thing is going to play out. Now the 983 is within 9 seconds of the number 99. So I'm interested to see there, too, if the 242 can somehow, they're an issue between someone on the top 3. Like, they're in 5th right now. And it's like, oh, well, you're in 5th. It's top 5. You're still good to go. But if any of those top 3 cars have an issue, or, the number 983 has an issue trying to get past the 99, something like that, that 242 car could go from being what looks like a pretty stable 5th position to on the podium, because I am starting to look and see that I think they will catch the number 45, further proving Joseph's models to be accurate.
Okay, well, so we don't have Brendan here to observe.
I'm
Well-
still here.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Oh, yeah. I just,
great.
Doing stuff and things. As you
yeah, I had to focus on the tech side, but
Well, then I have. Actually, can I just do this? Oh, get
yes,
in.
you can. Oh, that was good. Get in there, Joseph.
So this
we're
is
gonna
what
keep
we're.
this one quick.
Yeah, I know.
We had
So
some opinions last time.
all right. Well,
Well then.
it helped us with the next 3 hours, so they'll
Oh,
be
for sure, for
they'll,
sure.
They'll be fine. Okay. So this is the Mosaic. It's a lot less mosaic-y now. So we look at GTO, and we're favoring the 09. Make of that what you will, but we're favoring the 09 over the 983 right now. And then
And we are favoring the 983 to go second. Is that what that looks like?
that's right.
Yes. Yep.
And then third would be Team GTR, followed by the 45, followed by the 242, followed by 72.
So they don't think the 242 is going to make it.
I don't even know where the 242 is right
The
now.
242 is in 5th right now. So we don't think the 242 can catch the 45.
No, that's
Oh,
correct.
yeah, correct, right.
Okay.
Whether that owes to the 242 having to pit again, although your script shouldn't think that, even though we have information from the pit wall possibly thinking that.
I
And
mean,
then the 72 we expect not to catch the 242, so it just kind of locks the 242 there in there in fifth, right?
yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So that's GTO.
The-
GTO
The,
looks...
the 90 is in the pits now as well, by the way. It's just come in.
Okay, great. GP1 also starting to look
The
a little
Edge car
settled.
just pitted.
Is that off
They have
schedule?
a full lap. No, that's we were waiting for them to do it. It's off
Okay.
schedule insofar as they went long again, and again they have a full lap in hand, so that should be pretty cut and dry.
You see, we've gotten closer to the end of the race, and so these bars are getting a little higher, right? We're narrowing down the probabilities into where we think everyone's going to finish, which makes sense. The 37 looks like they're in a really good spot to do to finish this one out, and then 151 looks like they'll end up consolidating second. It's a little dicey. I think you guys were talking about this. The 110, which we do have an onboard of.
Correct.
They're looking okay. They've got a
And
decent
they're
shot
in
at
third
third.
right now. They're in third right now because the 28 just pitted, and again, I still think it's a question mark whether the 110 needs another stop or not. They last stopped on lap 140, let's call it 2. So I don't know if they can go to the end or not. The HQ car can definitely go to the end now for sure because they just made a pit.
I hope
I
so.
expect that will be a quick stop. So we'll have to. I don't know if the Thunder Bunny car can be caught because they run so much quicker than the HQ car. That HQ car has kind of come out of nowhere for GP1. That they've been pretty quiet all day, and then as the race has come down to the end, it's they're in contention for a podium. So
It's going to be
very
close.
interesting there to see what the lap times are going to look like. And looking at this chart, it doesn't look any better for me trying to predict it because they're pretty. Looks pretty tight.
You would expect the edge to go to the 110. That's how I would characterize it. You would favor the 110 here. All right, GP2, it's neck and neck, boys. It's going to be the 51 or the 601. We'll see how it plays out, but the edge is you'd give the edge to the 51.
I still think the 601 owes us a stop is the problem.
I don't think they did.
And again, they might both owe us a stop. Like the 51, the 51 might be able to go to the end, but I do believe the 601 owes us a stop still. But they're only 3 seconds behind the 51, so that's kind of a close one as well. But I lean towards the 51 there, just looking at it on race here.
And then GP3, still pretty close, but you'd give the edge to the 602. The 55 has fallen back a bit recently, and that's kind of where you'd expect them to finish. With the 15, that's the 15, their team car in third.
So the 55 AOA Motorsports car is running about, let's call it, I hate it when it does that. Oh, wrong class. That's awesome. Okay, so the 55, it looks like is running about 4 seconds a lap slower, give or take, compared to the 602. So if we keep that up to the end, there's no chance. It looks like AOA is going to lock out second through fourth, whereas it had looked like at one point that they might hold on for the win.
Yeah, it looks like the 602 is really snuck in there with Sarah Montgomery at the wheel. It looks like they're in a good place to basically steal GP3 away.
And they did tell us on the Discord page that the 602 was being piloted by Superwoman, and that she was their fast driver, and that this was going to happen. So
yeah,
props on them. You know that has occurred. She is conservatively 3 to 4 seconds a lap faster, and in most cases more than that.
And then GP4 looks pretty straightforward. We won't dwell on that, but that's looking like it'll be the 19 over the 970.
Perfect. Awesome. Thanks for going through that, Joseph. We're back on board with the number 1 car, which had the problems early on, so they're not really in contention now. It's kind of an unfortunate turn of events for the Audis out there. Both the 02 and the 1 running into issues when they were running pretty good pace. You know, as TCR cars being here, you'd think, hey, they're at the front, but it just goes to show you that these are TCR cars, which traditionally are ran, you know, in a sprint series, and they've had a couple hiccups here, in the late going. Working on 16 hours of running on both of these cars. The 02 had a little hiccup. The 01 had a hiccup the 1 had a hiccup this morning after 8 hours of running. So it's not something that we're not used to seeing here at Drivers Eye Live. It used to be even at Thunder Hill. The old Cup cars were designed to run exactly 25 hours of service life. And so when you have a car that's originally envisioned for sprint car racing, you do start to get to the end and you have the little hiccups happen here and there. And I really think that that's a sign of the times, really, for the TCRs not quite showing as strong the second day as maybe they did the first day. And I do think that goes to show that, having the GT4 car seems to have been a little bit better decision there, both between the 09 and the 983. You got the 242 as well in the BMW. So good run there, but not to ignore the number 99, the Team GTR 99. We've been talking about the whole race. They're consistent. They've run consistent lap times. As I scroll across here on Race Hero, their lap times have been very consistent, within kind of a 4-second range between sort of the 232 and the 228 or so range. So they've had a pretty tight tolerance there, and that's really what's gotten them into the second place running in a road car that has been modified. And that's the same thing with the number 72. They had that unfortunate issue with the passing under yellow, I believe. If the 72 hadn't had that, they'd be a lap up, and I think that would have them in the top 3 or 4 still. They'd be right there in lockstep with the number 45 had they not had that penalty. So, two cars that are not high-dollar machinery, still built to an incredible standard, I'm sure, that were really competitive, and one for a penalty for passing under yellow, which you got to play by the rules, but otherwise on pace are doing exactly what they need to do. Same with the Toyota Supra. Again, largely a stock car, is running up there in 7th, only a couple laps down. Doesn't have the ultimate pace, but also doesn't have all of the cool wizardry of being purpose-built and them trying to kind of show off what a stock car can do. It's got a wing and some safety gear and stuff as the number 1 comes down the pit lane here. Yeah, it's been an interesting race all the way around. I don't think it's as boring as I thought it would set up to be at the beginning of the race. There was a little bit of stuff in GTO that I thought might shuffle out, and despite it being dry and we've had a couple of yellows, I think we've had an entertaining race all the way through that's only just now really starting to shake out and settle. So, and that's what 8 hours of racing will do. We've got about 30 minutes to go, 33 minutes to go here. The 09 is in the lead. We don't think... The 09 doesn't have to... Everybody's done stopping, right?
No, GTR is the only one that there's still a question mark over. And as things stand, the gap between that first 3 is 50 seconds, and the top 4 are all left on the lead lap, with G-Tech sitting back there another minute and a half behind. I think that the GTR, like we said, is going to have to go about 35 laps on fuel, which it hasn't really done today. It hasn't really even made it to 30 as far as we can. It is pretty much right at 30, but that still leaves it 5 laps short at the end. Well, it's up to 170 now, so probably get a splash from the GTR, and that should drop it down into 3rd. But I think that's really the only question mark left in GTO.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that.
A reminder, this is the conclusion to the 2020 World Racing League season on Drivers Eye Live. I am Brendan Kasmarek, Joseph Mudrak, and Ryan West joining me. And with another half hour on the air here before we get a checkered flag on the season and a checkered flag on the National Championships for 2020, a quick review of where we head next season. The 2021 schedule for the World Racing League is a beauty, if I say so myself. NOLA Motorsports Park to kick off the season at the end of January, the weekend after the Burlington Ford Daytona, I believe, or right around the same time. Barber Motorsports Park, March 5th through 7th. The second round of the season, Mid-Ohio, April 9th through 11th, to kind of kick things off north of the Mason-Dixon line. For a handful of events there. Road America in May, and then we really get rolling through the summer. 14 hours at Daytona, June 4th through 6th. Heartland Park Topeka to follow that up, June 11th through 13th. Road Atlanta, July 16th through the 18th, and High Plains August 6th through the 8th. Those are all dual roughly 8-hour events, or maybe a few 7s and 9s mixed in there. VIR September 17th through the 19th, and then we move into the final trio of the season. Hallett October 15th through 17th, which I think will be closing out the Western Championship like it did this year. Sebring 24 hours October 29th through the 31st, excuse me. A huge event being put on there by the World Racing League and Sebring International Raceway. First time ever, 24 hours continuously around Sebring. We have Sunset Bend. We're about to get Sunrise Bend down at Turn 1. And I've said many times before that there's no sunrise like a Sebring sunrise. I absolutely cannot wait and invite everybody, whether you're a part of this weekend or not, you're just watching from home, if you have the chance to come be a part of it. 24 hours of Sebring next year, October 29th through the 31st. We are immensely looking forward to that. And then we round out 2021 the same way we round out every season. COTA, USEC, December. Dual 8-hour races to close out our 2021 season there. And looking forward to all 12 races next year in the World Racing League. It's bound to be a heck of a season, just like we've had at the conclusion to this one. 30 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And thank everybody for joining us. A little spike of viewers here at the end, which is really, really nice. Thanks everybody for your support and your time this weekend. Doubts in the YouTube chat that the 99 can make it on fuel? We don't think so either. Probably just a splash, and their pace certainly hasn't indicated that they were going to try and wind things back a little bit.
Just as you say that, they go into the pit.
Yeah, perfect timing with about 30 laps left, probably a dozen or so laps to go. They were picking up a little time on the automatic racing Aston Martin, but this is the last chapter to be written of our Sunday race here, the final 8 hours. And once the 99 emerges from the pit lane, it'll all to play for on track between 983, 45, and 99. I don't know that the 45 is going to be close enough to the GTR BMW here as things stand. However, the gap has quietly closed between the 45 and the 242. It's down to 14 seconds. And didn't we say, Ryan, when that car came out of the pits, the 242, that we were going to be looking at something like a minute for Mike Skeen to chase down in the final hour of the race? He's already closed in 45 seconds of that. 3/4 of that is gone. And I wonder if they're telling him to just, push as hard as he can, whether or not he's going to be able to make it on fuel, because even if he can't, there's a chance that he can build up enough of a margin to come in, get a splash, and be done. We don't have a pit lane delta, but at 35 miles an hour, if I were going to guess, it would be somewhere in the area of 30 seconds without a stop. It may be slightly less than that because you don't have cars going like Formula 1 pace up the front straightaway, but I would say half a minute without a stop seems pretty reasonable there. Another maybe 5 seconds of fuel to get yourself to the end, and it's a lot of work that Mike's going to have to put in to try and get himself up into P4, but if there's anybody in this race who's up for it, it's probably him. We look back to GP3, the 602 round 3 racing Boxster, the 55 AOA Motorsports MX-5. I was dealing with other things while you were projecting this, but is the projection for 55 to be up ahead of the 602?
Give me just one moment. I'm going to come back here, and I was looking at... Yeah, so we're thinking the 50... let's see.
I think it's going to be pretty neck and neck.
So we think
one of them still owed us a stop.
Yeah, 602
the gap has widened substantially.
Yeah, but the 602 is a lot faster.
Right, but I do think the 602 owes us a stop, yeah. So the AOA only has to hold on. What did we say the delta was? A minute?
No, we think it's without a stop. It's, well, driving through the pit lane, my guess is it's about 30 seconds, plus however much fuel you're going to need. So maybe add another 10 onto that to bring it to a stop, get the can in, pull it out, and go.
AOA really needs to be careful, because as it sits right now, when the 602 stops, they'll be ahead. If they keep giving up too much time, that's not going to be the case. Now, the last lap, the AOA Motorsports car was a full second faster than the 602, so I think they know that, and they're trying hard to hedge against that, but it was much closer earlier than it was now. So maybe is AOA worried about fuel, and they've slowed down a little bit to try to make it to the end? I don't know.
That is something you address with at the beginning of your last stint, not in the last throes of the last stint.
Right.
I get your
Which
point,
you say that, but also
unless they realize
there's no
that we're
other
going to be
reason they would
close,
have
and they
dropped
said,
off.
little traffic, yellow flag, something of that nature, have to pick their way around an incident. It could be a number of things, and there is a little variation, although 2:48 is a lot slower than we've seen Sarah go over the last couple of laps. And the laps before
Right.
that were 2:44s. So I wonder, see, I think this is the wrong move here. I don't have all of the information, but we have a lot of information. And given how much quicker Sarah has been than that 55, I think I would push. I wouldn't risk the fuel. I would push, like, bearing in mind the 55 is still in contention for the overall points championship, the WRL National Overall Championship, and they're not going to take any risks. I think if I were I were that 602, I would just push, and take the stop.
I'm projecting the 602 in 13 laps. Do we really think that they have to run more than 13 laps?
13?
Yeah.
That's a long way. They did go. They went 47.
They went 46, and then they went another 46 for their first two stints.
I looked at them as 29, but I think you're right. They may be good. They may be good. I didn't realize they had gone that far in the first stop. Oh my gosh.
I think that third
46 laps.
I think that third stint is because was that maybe curtailed by a yellow flag?
You know, no, but you know what, Joseph? It may have been them pitting early because they knew they were in their window to get to the end. They wanted to get Sarah in the car, put their fastest driver in for as long as she could be in there, and then just run it home from there. That makes sense to me.
In that case, I think
I'm glad you brought that up. That makes a lot more sense to me. And she's just done another 247. So either that car is nursing something, or they've told her, you have 30 seconds in hand, just back it down and bring it home.
that's my suspicion. My suspicion is
Yeah,
that
that
they're
makes a lot
in a
more
good
sense.
place.
99 comes out of the pits, and once the G-Tech Motorsports number 45 comes across the line this time, it's 21 seconds is the gap from 99 to 45, but I don't know that 45 holds much of a pace advantage over that BMW. It's
Also,
occasionally been a second or two a lap, but with, what are we down to now, 24 minutes, I don't know that there's enough time for that 45 to catch the BMW.
there's a pretty peculiar situation. Whoa, all sorts of crossed up. There's a pretty peculiar situation actually going on in GP3 for the overall
Real quick,
championship.
I don't want to pretend I didn't see this. The 242 is catching the Ginetta much more quickly than it's becoming, than the 45 is catching the 99. And I think within about 3 laps here, the number 242 tons of gas BMW is going to be up into 4th. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to make the point that the 51 and the 55 are in an overall points battle. The 55, I believe, would lose the overall points if they finished third or worse. The interesting thing about that is that the two cars behind it in GP3 are its stablemates. And so you have to go all the way back to Team Zima, who is 6 laps behind them, to find a car that would potentially pass them. So what I'm suggesting, basically, is if something were to... there's no challenge for the 55, right, for this championship. If something were to happen to them, something minor, it would be pretty tempting to just to park the 15 and the 85, to be frank, to make sure that they didn't pass the 55, because if the 55 falls back to third, I think they're in jeopardy of losing the championship.
You might be right. I don't know what the drop situation is there. I know
The
you've
99 is spun on the
done
inside of
legwork
1.
on that. Oh, the 99?
Yeah.
Oh boy. That is the Team GTR BMW, and when the 110 Thunder Bunny car gets there, we'll see if it's been able to recover. There's still a waving yellow there. Oh, you know what, Joseph? He's not spun. I think something happened, and he's pulled off to the left and just nosed forward to get into the grass and off the apex.
I mean, that could be pivotal.
No, it's huge.
This is crucial. So do you remember, Joseph, when I spoke about the 242 potentially catching the G-Tech, and then if something happens to one of the top 3 cars, they could be what appeared at the time to be a safe 5th, now in contention for a podium?
Well, as soon as he gets past the G-Tech car, it will be effectively a podium, if not, that pass already being done. What on earth has happened to the 99?
In the dying minutes, in the last 25 minutes, there's a risk of a huge change in GTO.
Well, and
now, so if we assume the 983, the 99's already fallen down to 5th. If the 983 holds station here in 2nd, in order to hold the championship, the 99 has to finish no worse than 8th. If they fall back to 9th, they're in trouble, and I think they've lost it.
Unfortunately, Joseph, they only have 3 laps before that happens. The 10th place car is on lap 170, as is the 9th place car. That last little chunk is at 170, and we've certainly got more than 3 laps left. If that 99 can't continue on its own, I don't know if we have any other feeds that would show that car.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. They've pulled the 604 in, so that's going to be done for the night.
Okay. There's other. Now it's gone salmon on Race Hero. So 72 PMW Motorsports is going to come through. 242 is all over the 45, which we expected half a second roughly between those 2 cars, and we would think that this is going to be 242 tons of gas onto the podium within the next lap. That G-Tech just will not have the pace to hold Mike Skeen back. Also worth noting, the last lap time for automatic racing, 234, 235, 237, wheel to wheel is still clicking off 30s and 31s, and that gap is now 29 seconds with 20 minutes to go. And I'm sure they're telling the automatic car to back off a little bit, but I think 6 seconds a lap is a little bit too much.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that there.
Hearing rear suspension failure of some type on the 99, so that car will be done and dusted.
That'll shift GTO all the way over to the 983.
This is not just GTO in term. We're not talking on track here. This is the GTO National Championship.
Yeah,
exactly.
Which GTR came came into the last half an hour, holding a 4-point margin on. And with the drop situation, Joseph, they don't have any sort of bonus rounds where they could be scoring points, right? I mean, points are points for them.
No, yeah, my calculus here is assuming that is taking that into consideration. So
yeah,
the 983 is going to drop a 3-point result here, so it's not going to be quite the point swing you'd expect. It'll only be about a 9-point advantage. Yeah, if I'm doing my numbers right, I don't think the 99, if they stay stationary, I don't think they can come away with the championship.
The other question mark here is, what do they do with the car? It's not necessarily in a dangerous spot. At the same time, you'd have to tow it. Well, I guess you could get it, but you'd have to get a flatbed to it more than anything, because if it's got a rear suspension failure, that car won't tow on a rope. And you'd hope that we don't have to go full course yellow here in the last 18 minutes. But it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do with that. They've made every right call today in terms of full course yellow and being able to do hot pulls, and you'd hope that this would be another one. I see no reason it wouldn't be. There's a challenge here for the Dakota track crew to get this car recovered and back to the paddock, or decide to leave it, however they decide to handle it.
Well, they certainly haven't decided to leave it. There's at least 2 vehicles on the scene.
Okay, very good. Tons of gas, 0.3 of a second now behind the G-Tech Motorsports Ginetta for the final podium spot in GTO and overall. Joseph, 19 seconds for the win for the 09 and the 983. No, the 09 has given up another 10 seconds on that last lap alone, a 241.3.
Yeah, I had seen them give up a lot of time. The one that I've been following, the number one that I've been following, I got around them pretty easily coming through the S's. So I had noticed that they were off pace, but that is, as you say, kind of too off pace to be able to hold on to this.
I wonder if the 09 doesn't have enough fuel.
Do you think they misfueled him?
I don't think they misfueled him. I don't think they've done a stint that long.
No, they definitely have.
They have,
yeah. I expect them in. If this were a normal stint, I would expect them in another 15 laps.
But
so it's not fuel.
But to make the point, their pit lap was only a 3:31, which is a good 40 seconds shorter than you would normally get, right? I mean, 4 minutes flat, 4:10 is sort of a good pit stop for a GTO car, and that was 30 to 40 seconds slower than that. I wonder if they did a timed fuel based on some calculation, and those calculations are, well, either the calculations are wrong or they didn't get enough fuel out of the cans into that car.
Well, they needed to do it that way either way, because if they had taken the extra 20, 30 seconds, whatever, they'd be in second place right now anyway. The difference is...
I don't know that that's true.
They'd be in second place, but able to fight.
I don't know that that's true. In looking at it, 242.7, yeah, they've got a problem. Either that or they've got a problem, which is entirely possible. I mean, they could be stuck in a gear, they could be missing a gear, you know, something to that effect. That's
Look to driver's left here.
More than one. Yeah, so they've got... Oh, it's already
on the
up on the flatbed.
Wow, what a turn.
And it's not done yet, because we've still got to answer the question for the overall lead. And honestly, I think this is going to happen within 2 laps. I think within the final 10 minutes of this race, we're going to get a change. I can't believe it. Genuinely cannot believe it. But I think inside the final 10 minutes of this race, the lead in GTO and overall is going to change hands.
I mean,
on top of the GTO National Championship changing hands in the last 25.
Well, and what a reversal of fortune on both sides for the 983.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the beneficiary of both of these situations.
Both? That is absurd. Throw it back to GP3 here just briefly. It's 18 seconds on track between the 602 and the 55, and this one isn't done yet either. 245s for the number 55 AOA car, 250 last time around for the 602.
I do want to do a quick update in GP1 for that third place battle between the two 128Is. The number 110 has kind of stamped its authority on the third place position. That HQ Autosport number 28, you know, as I kind of predicted, did not have the pace to hold on, and they're actually now back in 5th to the number 160 Art Racing car. So they were not quite able to hold on to that 4th spot either. They just don't appear to have had the pace, so that's going to bring them home likely with a top 5. It looks like the next car is 8 laps adrift. So GP1, again, barring the same type of issues we have in the lead class right now, Edge Motorworks has this pretty well tied up to the number 151 Team LMR car. So
yeah,
it looks like it's a pretty good outing if you have a BMW for GP1, and in general, that's what's in this class for the most part. Most of the non-BMW runners in this class either didn't take part today or are way down the order. So in the Spec 3 series, if you will, that's not Spec, you're seeing the BMWs come to the front, of course, there. And then I'll just check back in on GP2 real quick. The thing that we talked about most, which was the choice racing versus the round 3 racing, 51 versus 601. The 601 has made its final stop, 3-minute 30-second stop. So choice racing now has, I believe, a full lap in hand. Let's see, 116, so half a lap in hand for the number 51. We do believe that they'll be able to go to the end on the fuel that they have in the car. And they also are running about 5 seconds a lap faster than, not quite. This last lap for the 601 was an anomaly. So at best, they're even on pace, and at worst, the 51 is quicker. So that 116 I expect to grow. Go ahead.
Yeah, further developments at the top of the field, Ryan. 10 seconds is the margin now, but that's only because the 09 Automatic Racing Aston Martin is back into the 34s. So all those laps he did in the, well, he did a 41 and a 42, but a ton of laps sort of in that mid-35 range. And it let the wheel-to-wheel car close in considerably. But now, with 11 minutes to go, and let's call it probably probably 5 laps, maybe 6. The rate of closure has slowed down considerably, and that 983 now has a question mark. Now, as we mentioned, with regards to the GTO National Championship, if wheel-to-wheel finishes second, GTR has to finish worse than 8th, and that is the case now. GTR has dropped to 9th on its 173rd lap, now to 10th, and it will probably drop down probably pretty close to 20th, actually. Well, maybe even a little further back than that because of the cruel luck that befell it here in the last 25 minutes or so. So second will be enough for the wheel-to-wheel car to win that national championship in GTO, but you'd love to have the race win to go along with it, and especially when what just happened to the 09 has happened and you're able to grab, you know, giant chunks of time all at once. You don't want to let off. If you don't have to, you can go chase that win with 5 or 6 laps or whatever we've got left remaining. Moving over to the 02 for our camera car at the moment. I think the incident is gone at turn 1. I think they've been able to successfully remove the 99 from the apex.
I'm looking pretty forlornly down at the number 72 BMW Motorsports car. Again, without that 1 lap penalty, they're right.
It was
up
rescinded,
there.
Ryan.
Oh, it was rescinded.
It was rescinded. Yes, we found out just about 35 or no 15
car off the
minutes
driver's
ago.
right.
It's looks like a silver BMW.
Actually, I'll switch back over to the 1 here.
Not convinced it's not one of the choice cars. I hope it's not one of the choice cars because there's a 51 leading right now that is still in contention for the overall championship.
Now, it is worth noting that the 51, if it is the 51, they have a minute in hand. So if he can get that going quickly, if it was a spin, he may still be in with a chance. But I have to think that we would not still be seeing it if that was the case.
8.1 seconds is the margin now at the front. 2:31, 8 from automatic best last time, which is the farthest, or the fastest they've gone in about a dozen laps. Wheel to wheel at 2:29.9, and I'm sure they've told him, hey, automatic is up the pace. If we're going to do this, you got to push and really, really push. I want to get the drivers on board that 983. It's Russell Walker, David Walker, Bruce St. John, Alex Papadopoulos, and Jason Hart. Hart's a quick driver.
That's the biggest name in racing right now.
Jason
this is
Hart?
the biggest name in the race right now.
Jason Hart?
Alex Papadopoulos.
Oh, Papadopoulos. Yeah, by character count, probably. EV is with that car between turns 7 and 8. I look to see if we have a missing car. It's definitely a BMW of some description with a tall wing. It looked like one of the choice cars, but they're still out there turning laps, so I don't think it's the 51. We'll put that to one side. We've got 7.5 minutes remaining in the 2020 World Racing League season. Driver's Eye Live, bringing it to you from Circuit of the Americas. We'll not be able to broadcast the award ceremony because we are not anywhere near the award ceremony, about 1,500 miles away, unfortunately. And that's why you've seen only onboard cameras this weekend. There's no way for us to get there and get any stationary cameras up. But it's been absolutely enthralling all the same. And 2 days in a row now, within the last just little portion of the race, we've had giant curveballs thrown at us. Even laps between the 09 and the 983 last time, and it's 8.2 seconds with 7 minutes and probably 3 laps to go.
Yeah, 3 seems about right.
Yeah, we won't get a notification of the final lap on Race Hero, I don't think. At least I don't remember seeing one yesterday. PMW Motorsports 23 seconds behind the G-Tech Ginetta in 5th, and he is a little quicker, but certainly not enough quicker to chase down that 45 before the race finishes up here. Joseph, while you stepped away just briefly there, the 99 GTR BMW slipped down to 9th and then 10th and has gone even further down, which places the GTO National Championship firmly in the hands of the wheel-to-wheel racing Porsche Cayman. Hart is not on the 983. Know that.
Yeah, I was aware of the 99 falling back, and actually had watched it fall down the order. That is a tough way to lose a championship, but by the same token, the 983 is there for it.
Yeah. You know, we talked about just how brutally consistent the 99 always was, and how every time you looked up at one of these, 8-hour endurance races or 9-hour endurance races or whatever it is, you get to the last, let's say, third or so of the race, and you look up at the standings, and there's old GTR. No matter what their pace has been like, no matter how much you've had a reason to talk about them during the course of the race, all of a sudden that blue BMW is there in contention. And up until the last 20 minutes today, it absolutely was. It was the classic GTR race, and they had a national championship literally just kind of hanging there right above their hands. And all they needed to do was finish the last 20 minutes without a problem. And at least as far as we know, the rear suspension failed to some degree, and it left the car stranded at the apex of turn 1, and that was it. And
Brendan, I do just want
it's
to talk
cruel
real quick.
luck. Really cruel luck. Go ahead, Ryan.
The GP3 battle here, the number 602 round 3 racing, which I have thought for a while owed us a stop, still has not stopped, and we've got 5 minutes to go. They are only 9 seconds. Okay, so the gap's gone up a little bit. They were 8 seconds at one point ahead of the number 55. The 55 last lap ran a 2:44, and the 602 ran a 2:47. So I don't think that's going to come to a head, but it's at least something else to watch for here. 2:45, 45, 44, 44, 44 for the AOA Motorsports. So that seems about to be the ultimate pace. They're clicking that car off basically as quickly as they can, whereas the 602 a little bit more scatterbrained. They're 46, 48, 50, 50, 49,
Yeah,
45,
I think you're right.
47.
I think they're saving fuel, Ryan. I think that 602 has been saving fuel. I think they decided, hey, rather than come into the pits and have to throw fuel at it, we're just going to save it because we think we can, and we'll see what happens. I would not have gone that way as a strategist. I would have gone the other way and just run as hard as I could, doing 239s, 238s, 240s, and taking the pit stop, because I think the margin would have been there regardless. But that's neither here nor there, because they've made their bed now, and with about 2 laps to go, if they've got their calculations right, they've got about 8 to 9 seconds to play with for the victory in GP3.
Yeah, so it's
They should be about
can come in traffic.
They should be about 3 laps to the good. So if they're preserving anything, I would think it would be the car,
But why would you do that?
because you don't want to wreck the
Like,
car.
but-
See what just happened to the
Yeah.
99?
Yeah, but this is 8 to 10 seconds a lap. I don't know. It feels like an odd choice to go when you
See,
have
they
a
just
30
moved the
second
gap out
lead.
again. AOA just posted a 47.9, so almost a 48. So
Yeah.
round 3 racing pulls a second back out of them. So I think round 3 knows how much margin they need in a very Lewis Hamilton respond with lap time like that.
Same thing at the head of the field, and I think the situations are sort of congruent, where the 09 and the 602 needed to save fuel to make it home, were marginal on fuel to try and make it home. They backed off until they knew they were absolutely completely safe, and then once they had enough fuel, they said, okay, you can jump back in it, and that's exactly what they've done with automatic racing. And 2:31.1, and the gap is out to 8.5 seconds for the overall win. And it looks like the 983 has more or less stopped pushing there. The 232 last time around, they may just cruise that one home in second. certainly with a minute and some change left, you'd think. I don't know when the 09 last crossed the line, but we're going to be close on this being the final lap. And if Race Hero is anything to go by, this may be the final lap. We'll wait to see it here on Race Hero, but it does matter for GP3 a little bit because that gap is still... nope, not anymore. Not anymore. The gap's out to 10.5 seconds because AOA has dipped back up to the 247s. And that may be another case where they told their driver just to just chill out and sort of let this one go. No white flag at the finish line in front of the timing building. And I don't see a white flag up at the start line either. So may not be onto the final lap just yet. We move on board with the TAPG Supra, number 90, likely to come home in 6th place. So where they ended up yesterday after the result penalty. With 180 laps complete, so 2 laps down today. But still a really solid weekend for that Supra. Did a really, really nice job. A nice long slide through. That was so beautiful. The nice long slide through the right-hander at turn 6, and then he just fired up the inside into the braking zone. Or the outside into the braking zone, I guess, as the case was there. I think that's 22.
Yeah.
Couldn't make a decision there on which way to go.
Surely we'll see the white flag here.
We may see the white flag before this is... Well, I don't know that we're actually going to get to see it. There's the checkered flag on Race Hero. And with his 183rd lap complete, across the start-finish line comes the 09 Automatic Racing Aston Martin V8 Vantage after a disqualification yesterday for being slightly overpowered. Today, properly teched, the car comes home just 5.7 seconds ahead of the wheel-to-wheel racing number 983 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Congratulations to everybody there. And with that, the 983 Joseph brings home the GTO National, unofficially, the GTO National Championship for the 2020 World Racing League season.
Yeah,
242 tons of gas motorsports in 3rd. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, what a way to win a championship in basically the last 25 minutes with 22 minutes to go is when the 99 broke down. Whether it was a mechanical failure or contact, we might not know for some time. But whichever the cause, the effect is that we have a change for the lead in the championship table in GTO in the last half hour.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you can make a linguistic case, at least, that rather than the 983 winning it, the 99 has lost it within the last 20 or 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Semantics, but certainly that's how the 99 is going to feel this one played out. And I think if you talk to anybody down at the wheel-to-wheel camp, they might agree with that sentiment. That was GTR's to have, and unfortunately it did not break their way. Round 3 racing in GP3, this is the other battle we've been watching. I'm not sure they've crossed the line yet, but when they did the last time around, the margin was 5.7 seconds.
We were on board with the 110 for Thunder Bunny, and they did secure a 3rd in GP1.
Okay.
Fantastic for them.
Which means Edge Motorworks has come home to clinch the GP1 victory, 18th overall, with 174 laps completed. Team LMR in 2nd, a number of positions behind in the overall battle, but just a lap behind for the 151. They have come across the line, and I see now that there's a little black mark there if they have taken the checkered flag. And if I look at the round 3 car, it does cross the line, 247.7, its final lap. AOA has not come across the line just yet, as far as I can tell. There it is, 254. I think they kind of gave up the ghost on the last lap there, realizing it wasn't going to happen. And the margin of victory for round 3 racing in GP3, 12.9 seconds. So we've had 2 classes after 8 hours of racing today, separated by less than 15 seconds. We have an overall podium.
Absolutely.
All on the lead lap, separated by 1 minute and 15.
With how many? 1 or 2? Maybe just the 1 safety car period?
We had 2. They were pretty close together, kind of there in the middle of the race there.
I do want to give a shout
right
out
around
to
lap
number
60
19.
and another one around 82.
I do want to give a shout out to the 19 Viking Racing car. They would have finished 4th in GP3 had they been in the class up. And then the Odor Motors group, as well as the team HNS, a little bit further down the field. Probably some reliability issues down there. The 3rd and 4th place cars only getting 60 or so laps finished. Even the number 970 at 147 laps would have put them inside the top 10. That would have put them 9th up against the number 901 Cross Canyon Racing. So again, those GP4 competitors right there with the pace. Very little work needs to be done to those cars to get them competitive in GP3.
No, and we should mention Viking Racing, the number 19 Mazda Miata, has the distinction of being the last ever GP4 class winner in the World Racing League. Class that's been a part of the series since its inception, and not necessarily a decision to exit by the series, but participation has very much dictated that there are greener pastures ahead for faster cars. And we hope to see those GP4 competitors back next year with slightly quicker cars to match the GP3 classing standards. But that remains to be seen. We'd love to, like we said, we'd love to see them back. And congratulations to Viking Racing, A, for their win today, and B, for having that distinction as the last ever GP4 class winner by a margin of 16 laps, no less. GP3, we mentioned round 3 racing brings home the class victory by 12, almost 13 seconds. 55 AOA Motorsports in second, the number 15 AOA Motorsports car in third. GP2 won by Choice Racing by roughly a lap. And Joseph, I think we can also unofficially say then that that will award the overall WRL championship to the number 55 AOA Motorsports crew.
Yeah, I'll check my notes, but I believe that's right.
It looks right based on the numbers.
Yes, yeah, 51 needed the 55 to finish third or worse in their class. They did not, and so that championship will indeed go to the 55.
With the second place finish in GP4 from Odor Motor Group, by the way, since we mentioned them, they will be the GP4 national champions. On the number 970 Viking Racing, and only participated in 2 other races this year. And the end result there, they brought home a lot of points, but Odor has a little more consistent participation and has a distinction of being the GP4 national champion. So in addition to a free race entry next year for having competed this season, if they move up into a higher class, they'll also get $1,000 credit towards an entry next year in the World Racing League as well. So I hope we see them back. They've certainly earned it. GP3, 55 AOA Motorsports, that was never in question. They were always going to win GP3, the national championship there. But we believe also now the WRL overall championship winners. Number 55 car in GP3. GP2, the national championship, Choice Racing, 123 points scored this year. Never in doubt, the 601, even though... sorry, it was the 602 that got bumped down to GP3. 601 did not really feature today. Certainly up against the 51. That championship was never in question anyway. And it'll be Choice Racing, the GP2 national champion for the World Racing League in 2020. And then GP1, like we mentioned a little earlier, Screaming Goat Racing, we think has had enough to hang on to the championship in front of the Ginger Racing Team BMW, who we also lost. We didn't lose them. They didn't... No, I'm actually not sure they ended up finishing.
Yeah, we lost them a bit.
Okay.
They were off track for quite a while. I'm not sure they came back on.
Yeah, I don't think they did. Their last lap was a 309, and it doesn't look like they ever ended up taking the checkered flag. So we did lose them, but Screaming Goat we had lost. Actually, they only completed 5 fewer laps, but it was enough, regardless here, that with a 10-point margin, Screaming Goat is going to be your GP1 national champion for 2020. Well, I don't have much more to say about the championships. We've kind of run through that, and there was a lot of tension there towards the end. We talked about the GTO situation. We think that in GTO, wheel-to-wheel racing 983 is going to be your national champion there. Cruel luck for the number 99 GTR BMW, which has been so consistent. They won't see the checkered flag today, and with it went their hopes of of the GTO national champions, but I mean, they're not in this for trophies. They're always consistent, always competitive, and I don't think it would deject. I'm sure it's disappointing, but they're not going to not come back and race in the World Racing League because of it.
Yeah,
I'm very
Yeah,
much
you've got
looking forward
Harold
to having them
Petit
back
and
on
Jeff
track.
Siegel in that car, who have had plenty
Yeah.
of success elsewhere. So I don't think this minor setback is going to really hit home too hard.
No, you wouldn't think so.
yeah.
You
Just
wouldn't
to
think so.
make the point that a lot of our national champions have also won their regional championship. That is true of the 55 in GP3. Actually, the 55 may have both the Eastern and the Midwestern. Yeah, the 55. So that is a clean sweep of GP3 and indeed the overall championship for the 55. That is a
Remarkable.
dominating season.
It's very unceremonious.
Yeah.
Shut the car off, shut the fan off, close the door, and everything goes silent. So, as has been mentioned on the broadcast because of a question in the chat, we don't have the opportunity to broadcast the award ceremony tonight, where the national championships will be awarded and trophies will be awarded for the Sunday race victory. Just no boots on the ground there at Circuit of the Americas. You may see a live stream on Facebook. I can't promise that, but maybe somebody will think to throw it up on a Facebook live video from their phone or something like that. There's certainly enough accolades to go around. I'm glad we've had the opportunity to highlight everybody. They certainly all deserve them, not just for their consistency and their performance over the course of the season and the championships that come with it, but also on just two fantastic 8-hour endurance races over the course of the weekend. This race always finds a way to throw some curveballs and really deliver, not just as an amateur endurance racing experience, but as a car race, as a motor race. And today was no different. Yesterday was no different. Just two thoroughly enjoyable days of watching and talking about amateur endurance racing.
Talking a little bit more about the regionals, GTO Midwest was taken by the 983, who is also your national champion. The 99, of course, was your Eastern champion. So it was kind of hand-to-hand combat between the two regional champions, and that's what we got today.
Yeah, those regional championships, by the way, I believe the Eastern regional champions were crowned at BIR in September, and then the Midwest champions were crowned at Hallett back in October.
Yes.
And then the national championships, of course, brought to a conclusion today at the U.S. Endurance Championship. We'll start to wrap this up here as the viewers slowly drop away on YouTube and Facebook.
We can take a
no
hint.
interviews. No interviews, no award ceremony for us, unfortunately. We're not on site, haven't been all weekend. But with the racing being concluded, I think it's worth just sort of offering some closing thoughts. We haven't been around the 2020 World Racing League season long, but we've had 16 hours of solid racing to talk about this weekend at the very least. And I'll give it to Ryan first for some closing thoughts on his experience, at least for today.
It's been a great time today. I've enjoyed commentating on this. This has been a great race, and you all have talked a lot about that. I want to close off with a thought on if you're running across this and you're a friend of somebody involved and you're not sure or whatever. I just want to go through something real quick here. There's essentially 3 levels of car you can buy, and the upshot is I had this ready in case the end ended up being boring, and the end was not boring, so I didn't get to talk about it. We'll go just a little bit here. For as little as I don't know, $15,000 to $20,000, you could get a reasonable car to run in GP3 or GP2, depending on the condition of the car and how handy you are. And then if you split that amongst 4 people, really not that expensive of a hobby. And again, you've got some running costs and fees to have, but you don't need to have a $300,000 GT4 car to come do this. You can do this quite simply with a $15,000 to $20,000 front-wheel drive car, maybe like an MX-5, something like that, and you too can get in and be a part of the fun. And like we talked about, you don't need a racing license. You just have to prove that you're not a total fool at a track day. So if you have track day experience, or even you can do the track day the day before the racing events start to get into it. So if you're thinking about it, it's there. The cars are out there. There's many classified sites for you to check into. There's space on entry lists. If you have one of these tracks nearby, go take a look. And if you've taken a look before and you're not sure, take the dive. Take the dive, split the car with 3 or 4 of your buddies, find somebody that's got a trailer to borrow, and get out there and do it.
Joseph?
I've just been thinking about the different championships, and one of the things that stands out to me, and not just how close the fights were for the classes tonight, but also the dynamics of GTO are such that if the 99 had been in maybe any other class, it might have pulled out the national championship. The GTO class is so tight and so competitive that it just couldn't afford 20 minutes of breakdown. And it's interesting going down the GTO standings column. We had 18 finishers. That is more finishers than we had in 3 of the classes in terms of starters. I mean, that's an incredible result for that class, and it just shows. As Ryan says, you can come in with a piece of budget kit, and you can also come in with something that is a little more higher strung, and you'll be in really good company. And I think that's really encouraging to see.
I will sort of combine both of those thoughts. We're racing fans, and we're motorsports commentators, at least nominally. We do this because we love racing. We love endurance racing. We love following the ebbs and flows of the race over whether it's 6 hours, 8 hours, 12, 24, whatever it happens to be. There's a story to be told there in every one of them. And that's the reason I stay up for 24 hours every year at Le Mans. It's the reason I make the same effort for the Rolex 24 at Daytona. It's because these stories can only be told if you have the whole story, if you have the whole race in front of you. And to sit in front of computer screens as it is this year, to sit in the press box or the timing and scoring building as it has been over the last couple of years, we've been able to be physically at COTA. It's because we get sucked in. And it's not just for us. It's for viewers and people who share our passion. And if you have that same passion, like Ryan said, it's not that expensive to go out and do this. If you found yourself getting sucked in, not necessarily by amateur endurance racing, but by the idea that you can experience all of this, you can experience the ups and the downs, the teamwork, the camaraderie, the buzz in the paddock when you're at the racetrack, the sights and the smells and the sounds of a weekend spent at the track, whether you're the one behind the wheel or not, you can be a part of that. And that is maybe the glory of racing at its finest. This is such an accessible sport. Yes, the financial obligations are there, but if that's something you think you can meet, then by all means you can experience the same ups and downs that the racing at the professional level experiences. And it's the reason we put this effort into the broadcasts every time we get the opportunity, because the ups and downs at racing at this level are the same as the roller coaster of emotions that you get at Le Mans, at Daytona, or whatever the endurance race happens to be. So I think that's sort of this experience in a nutshell. It's the World Racing experience, World Racing League experience in a nutshell. And it's why we keep doing this, and we keep, keep in contact with these guys so that when the opportunities come around, like this weekend at COTA, and hopefully like we have in 2021, that we can be a part of it and bring more people on board and to the track and get people interested and involved in the World Racing League moving forward. It's about growth and keeping the series sustainable, but it's about, letting people, I think the slogan for the series used to be share the passion, right? And they may have moved away from that from a branding perspective, but the point is no different. you can come out and share that with people who have all kinds of experience, professional drivers that you see on TV, or people who have no experience, like you yourself might be on the track for the first time. So all that to say that we really appreciate everybody's support this weekend, and everybody who helped feed us information, feed us cameras. RJ at the World Racing League, who was sort of with us every step of the way in getting this set up and ready to go. Everybody who fed us information. We're just so appreciative to everybody. And, if that's something you think you want to be a part of, get in touch with somebody at the World Racing League. The WRL Racers group on Facebook is resource number one. Plenty of people who are crazy helpful and just as passionate about it to help you kind of get your feet wet, get started. If you want to find a rental seat, that's always there. Just so many resources for you. So with that all being said, thanks everybody for joining us this weekend. It's been a great 16 hours of racing. Yes, hi Mom, indeed. And thanks everybody to who put up with this weekend. Whether it's the teams, asking them for feeds and information, our families, wives, girlfriends, allow us to sort of soak ourselves into this for a weekend. Just such a great time. And a big part of why we love racing as a whole. So thanks everybody for joining us. Hope to see you all at a future World Racing League event next year or in the future. Don't be shy if you find us wandering around the paddock somewhere. Come say hi. Love to do an interview, certainly once the global situation changes a little bit. And for 2021, with congratulations to all the national champions and the race winners this weekend from Circuit of the Americas. Thanks everybody again, and we'll see you on the air soon.